Well, when you have a game with a couple turnovers, is there anything different you do? You watch extra film, talk to anybody additionally, and what did you kind of see when you looked back at those turnovers on film?
Not really anything different. And just watching them, tough plays. I think both their guys made a good play. All three of them. Their D lineman did a good job of going for the football. And, just in the future, maybe not be so aggressive, but at the same time, that's what makes us quarterbacks good. So it's a fine line of being aggressive, but, sometimes it happens and you just got to move on, but can definitely take a little bit more calculated attempts, and, that's what I'll attempt to do in the future.
Bo Nix yesterday talking about the turnovers. Again, I'm not hugely concerned over the turnovers because I don't think that he has shown a proclivity. How's that for a word to start the show? A proclivity to have that be a habit in his diet. It was pretty rare when they turned the ball over last year. I was working through some numbers, and we'll get to these in a bit when it comes to the Titans. It's a very hard team to evaluate, but a huge separator last year between the Broncos and, I said the Titans. The Colts. In my head, I get them confused all the time. I don't know why, but we'll get to those numbers in a second. First of all, on a day of remembrance in this country that most of us either lived through or now have historical memory of, I think I'd be remiss without saying at least this to start the show, that yesterday was a bad day. Awful for a number of different reasons. This is one of those difficult spots we find ourselves in way too often where I say some version of this, but it's the truth, and I say it with sincerity. My heart goes out to everybody. I wish I had answers. I wish somebody had answers that we could fix awful things that happen in our lives that have become, again, you talk about a steady diet of this stuff. I wish we had answers to it. I certainly don't. I hope we find them soon. But for a day that just kind of start to finish, if you were on your phone, you had the news on, it was an awful day. My heart's go out to everybody that was affected by yesterday, and I hope we get better. So I just wanted to say that at the start, and now we can do the sports stuff. I'm not an expert in the news and politics realm, so that's going to be the extent of my knowledge on what to say on that. But moving now towards the football stuff. Bo Nix yesterday talking about a little bit of the turnovers. There is something that it's been a very hard find. In fact, for 36 straight weeks, you've had some sort of question leaving a football game that is answered on a Monday press conference from Sean Payton that's been the same, which is, why didn't you run the ball more? And once again, this wasn't Monday. He did talk about it on Monday. This is a Wednesday press conference. When it comes to Sean Payton in the running game, and I said this with Dion yesterday, I do think this is important for this. A coach that takes accountability is something that endears you to a fan base.
That's a setup.
I think that, and look, it's Dion's personality. I think we've got a very, very good understanding of what Dion's going to say, and not very often is Dion going to say, my bad. There's going to be a lot of defense mechanisms thrown up and deflections and stuff like that. That's just who his personality is. Okay, fine.
There's some drills that say it won't rain.
So does Sean Payton. Sean Payton does the same thing. There's not been too many times where Sean Payton has looked at a situation that hasn't gone well or could have been better. Maybe is the better way to put that. And he's been like, that's on me. But I give him credit because he did talk a little bit about this yesterday. Reading an article in Denver Post about sort of what went into play calling. And I said it on Monday. part of the issue that I had was I don't think it was a good game plan. And maybe he called some of these RPOs and there just needed to be the R without the PO in there. Maybe that could help things. And hopefully that gets fixed this weekend. But the difference is this. It's one thing to not run the football when you don't feel like you got a great rushing attack anyway. It's another thing to run the football when I'm continuously told that the running game is a lot better from last year. And I think you saw it in short spurts late in that game between both J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Keep in mind, R.J. Harvey, he had the big 50-yard home run play. J.K. Dobbins had a couple really nice ones late in the game. J.K. Dobbins, I believe, since entering the league, for the running backs that have been here for 5 years, has the highest yards per carry of anybody. It's somewhere 5.2, 5.3, which is incredibly impressive. But Sean Payton did have a little bit of a hand up. And so listen, when Sean Payton starts to take accountability for these things in a way that's a little bit different than the typical, hey, we didn't do this really well, but I got to be better and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's one thing. What Sean Payton said yesterday in regards to the game planning of all of this, he said, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. That's genuine. That is somebody who maybe in the moment felt like things were you were in the flow and things were going right, and then you went back and watched, and you go, you know what? That wasn't at all like I thought it was going to be. And that happens. So I say this all the time, like I am totally and inherently willing to accept when a coach goes, my bad. There's two problems with it. One, if it happens every week, then you're just a bad coach, and that's a problem. Two, if you say it without being sincere, then it's useless. I thought Sean Payton had a little bit he had neither yesterday, but it's a very rare thing to hear him say something like that. Now, an even bigger concern, there's like a good and bad with this. He gave an update on Dre Greenlaw. I think it's the last clip on there, Nelly. I think it was the last thing he talked about at the presser. But an update on Dre Greenlaw. And if you remember, the update the last time he was asked about it was, I'm not talking about that. So somebody decided it was worth the shot, and here's what he said.
Yeah, so nothing to update you on. Progress is going well.
That's what you figure. But here's the good news. Good news is this. Evan Ingram was at least limited yesterday. I mean, for something when he leaves the game and you have this fear because you heard Malcolm Roach has a calf problem. He's out for like a month or two. At least that's the thought. You're thinking the worst for Evan Ingram, who really is the only guy at his position, and I think the only guy at a position on the entire Broncos roster that if he left the lineup, you go from a decent room to an awful one. Like, it's that drastic of a drop-off between him and the number 2 guy. Again, how great Greenlaw is when healthy. You guys watched the game last week. They could get by at linebacker. But part of that's because they have so many weapons on defense that if you lose one guy, it's not as noticeable. If they lost Surtain, it would be incredibly noticeable. But you can fill the gaps with the other talent that's on defense. The offense is a different story. If you lose Sutton, if you lose Evan Ingram, if you lose Quinn Miners, you're in a heap of trouble right away. There is no other people step in and play better or play as well or near as well as the others. To Greenlaw, this is kind of like, I'm not going to trust anything about this until I see it. You don't need to keep telling me that he's making progress and blah, blah, blah. He needs to practice. He basically hasn't practiced since last year. There's a few practices he was in during camp, and yes, it was fun to watch him and all that, but he was in and then very quickly he was out. Didn't play in any preseason games, has no reps under it. Like, he's going to need to practice for a minute before he starts to play. It's a brand new system and a brand new defense that he's playing in now. It's going to take a second. So I have a hard time even continuing to follow the Greenlaw stuff until they find out he's practicing first. Because there's no point. I don't think that he's going to miss all of these weeks and all of the offseason for them just like on Sunday, game time decision, activate him and go. So, all injury reports are sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. A lot that I want to get to today. One is the rushing attempts versus passing attempts and what you feel like the proper split is. I also saw a report out of Serbia. And to me, this is very simple. This is a story that national people love to discuss that nobody in Denver cares about. So we'll get to all of that in just a second. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Remember, tonight, because Altitude Sports Radio loves football, the Commanders and Packers, 6:15, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hit it, Nelly.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Yeah. So that game is going to be on tonight, so stay tuned at 6:15. Back after this.
I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, you know, I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, you know, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent, and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debrief properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that.
Good for you. I love that answer. I mean, that is a coach that has a pretty good resume and has a little bit of bluster. He's willing to challenge people if he is criticized, which is also fine. But for him to say, hey, I went back and watched the film, and that was not my best at the beginning of that game. And Nelly, to be able to do that in the middle of a game that you won is even better. Like that you can still say we got the dub, but could have gotten it a lot easier if I did X, Y, and Z. I love that. And it's what I was asking, because there's a couple CU fans yelling at me yesterday about my criticisms of Dion this year, and they've largely just followed accountability, which is after, you know, the timeout situation in week 1 that he went back, looked at the film, and still said he was right. And I'm like, there's no chance that
You go timeout there?
There's no chance you come to that conclusion after rewatching that.
So when was the time to call timeout?
The second game was with the quarterback situation and blah, blah, blah. You're heading into week 3 against a conference opponent. Wouldn't it be nice if you had a solidified starting quarterback? And then I was like, well, what is solidified and all that different stuff? Like, I think just saying what is the truth is the better option. And I appreciate the hell out of Sean Payton for kind of putting his hand up and saying, my bad. Now,
What does bolstered mean?
the question moving forward is this. What is the proper way that this is supposed to look? Because you know what I did yesterday? I'm a big trends guy. I think in your life, if you find trends for how you came to a good day or a bad day and was like, all right, what's the common denominator in these? Is there one? Or was it just random? Sometimes it is just random. And sometimes you can find specific things that can help you. For example, if you started out 3 of your mornings a week with Taco Bell and you ate that, you're like, God, I feel like crap Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. And you can pinpoint, well, those are the days I start my breakfast with Taco Bell. Maybe you eliminate the Taco Bell and you feel better. So in sports, you can do the same thing. What's a common denominator for games in which you look good and games in which you look bad? So I looked at all of last season, and I tried to figure out, is there something, some shred of evidence that if you run the ball X amount of times, or if your rushing game gets X amount of yards, or if a leading rusher gets this, or whatever, is there some sort of theme? Nelly, I'm here to tell you. I did all this research, and you know what I found out? Nothing. Like, there was no correlation that I could find to anything as far as passing attempts leading to wins or losses, or, I mean, I guess the one that I found is when Bo Nix threw the ball less than 30 times, had less than 30 attempts in a game, you won. I think they were 4-0 in those. But
what? I'm confused.
Sometimes they had terrible rushing games. For example, in one game, their leading rusher was Bo Nix, in which he had 23 yards. That was your leading rusher. And they won. That was against Indianapolis last year. In another game, they outran the Bills on one less attempt, and they lost that game to Cincinnati. Or I'm sorry, did I say the Bills? I meant the Bengals. They lost that game to Cincinnati. Like, I couldn't find any sort of theme. And here's what I think it is. You need to establish something early, and you need to get these two running backs in particular in a rhythm. You know, I feel like maybe this is part of the problem. There is like a preset before the game, this guy is going to get this amount of carries, and he's going to do it at this time. And then no matter what happened with him, we're going to put this guy in, and then this guy's going to have a bulk of the carries at this portion of the game. It's like, just get both of these guys running the football early, and if somebody is doing well, then keep feeding him the football. And I think if there's one thing I can predict, I would say there'd be at least, 13 carries in the first half, 14. Like, it just feels like they're going to make a more concerted effort when Sean Payton is taking accountability in a much different way to me than he has in the past. But here's the big situation that the Broncos face. You aren't rife with playmakers. You have a lot of hope for some guys. You hope that your Troy Franklins will step up and make a play. You hope that Pat Bryant can maybe be something within this offense. You hope Marvin Mims, which I want to get to a little bit later today, can have that pop that he did late in the season for the last couple of months. You hope R.J. Harvey can be one of the better running backs in the conference and in the NFL. But to me, as far as home run threats, guys that can take a ball from the 25-yard line to the end zone, I think you got two guys. Right now, you got Mims and you got R.J. Harvey. I think that's your two. Get the ball in the hands of those dudes. Find a way. Courtland Sutton, we don't talk about. Why is that? Because that's happening naturally. Courtland Sutton's a very, very good football player. But Courtland Sutton gets the football, which they should. Your good players should get it. You want to pack a punch on offense? That's how you get there. You have two guys with home run ability. Let them have the opportunity with the ball in their hands. You know what the numbers looked like from Marvin Mims last week? It's kind of gotten buried, but it was at least a portion of the discussion in the offseason of how do you continue what you did with Marvin Mims late in the year at the beginning of this season? Because it took forever last year for him to be that involved in the offense. And in the first game, Marvin Mims had 3 catches for 12 yards. They tried the 4th and 8 bomb over the top that missed. Throw the ball up and pray kind of play for Marvin Mims is not what I'm looking for. I really think, not to say he's this guy, but you can use him this way. Use him a little bit like Miami uses Tyreek Hill. Get him in a pre-snap motion on a dead sprint. By the time you snap the football, he's nearly at top speed already. And have a defense just try and adjust to that. Because he's incredibly fast. But I just think you need to get the ball in his hands, and he's got to find a way to prove it. So again, as far as the themes that led to success last year, I didn't notice a lot between run-pass splits. But I just, there's the feel. We all have it. They need to run the ball more, especially early in the game, to wear out a defense. Now, there's something of interest to national media members when it surrounds Nikola Jokic that no one in Denver cares about. And to me, it's very simple. I was reading this article surrounding the early exit of Serbia from this Eurobasket. And Brian Windhorst said he talked to people that are around that tournament. And here's the quote. I was talking to a guy that I know who's a Serbian NBA executive. And he said, Serbia is known to pull some punches, play a little game where they don't show their full situation until it really matters. And he was like, Jokic is not quite on his game. He's not quite in top shape. He warned me. That's what Windhorst said. And I feel like every year or every couple of years we get some amalgamation of that quote that happens this time of year. I think it's the biggest contrast between what national people like to talk about and what people in town talk about with Jokic. You know, we'll engage in the guy who doesn't think Jokic is that good, although that doesn't really exist anymore. But the is Jokic in shape or not discussion, and if I may speak on behalf of a city, I'm here to tell you we don't care.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
See, there's something that all of us lean back on more than the look of Nikola Jokic, which is this. Production. No, it's the same thing I said about Luka last year. When it sounds like the reason for the Luka trade all surrounded his conditioning. Defense was mixed in there too, but remember, conditioning was a big thing. And I had two thoughts on this. You can get in shape in a hurry. I've seen Jokic do it before. Luka right now looks like a stick figure. Okay, he's lost a ton of weight in this offseason. That's fixable pretty easily. It just takes discipline. But more than that, conditioning's a problem and this and that. And then at the end of the day, you got 33 points, 12 boards, and 10 assists. And then it's like, do you really care how it looks if the production reaches that level? Because I don't. We know Jokic's off-season regimen. It's watching his horses race and drinking beer, okay? It's what it's always been. And then the season starts, and then he lights the opposing team on fire every single night. But I don't know how many times national media can sort of rifle through the story of, you know what, Jokic just doesn't look quite in shape. And it's like, I bet you he is. Remember when they were doing that? Even when Jokic was at his biggest, when he had to lose some weight, when he had to get in better shape, get in better conditioning. That was, I don't know, what, 4 years ago, maybe? 4? 5? Something like that. It's the one where he's got, people have photoshopped the do-rag and the cigarette in his mouth. That picture. When he was that, and I was at that media day, and I saw him, and I was like, he's big. Like, really big. And then I watched the games, and he was beating guys up and down the floor. And so, to me, like, I don't care if Jokic is 450 pounds. If he still puts up the production, what do I care? You know, we get really obsessive in this sort of sports realm about how people look. And I think it all stems from, oh, God, man, it's their job to be in shape. It's like, no, their job is to produce. You look like Aaron Judge or you look like, I don't know, Cecil Fielder. Both guys hit 50 bombs. You know, like, I don't care. As long as you produce, if Jokic went to the bench, I'm dead serious about this, by the way. If Jokic went to the bench, let's say it was one of these regular rotations, he plays the whole first quarter, he starts a second sitting out, and he's got a donut in his mouth and a Coors Light in his hand. Chugs the Coors Light, houses the donut, and then has like a ho-ho afterwards. And then he goes back in with 7 minutes left in the second quarter, and he finishes halftime with 15, 9, and 7. I don't care. Just give me the production. The second that starts to seep into the production part is when it becomes an issue. But I can't remember the last time that we've even remotely said that. We've said that about Jamal. And to Jamal's credit, every time you see something related to Jamal in some sort of X post or whatever, it's always that guy's putting work in. And I think collectively, we look at that and say, well, good, he should do that because he has been out of shape and the production has fallen off. It's always been the problem. But if Jokic walks in, or I'm sorry, that little parking lot area, if Jokic has traded in his fancy cars that he has, and he drives in with a fully stocked ice cream truck and has 5 dilly bars before the game starts, it does not matter to me if he still drops triple doubles. Does not matter. Jokic doesn't have, by the way, it's November. He'll get better as the season goes on. He's better immediately. First game, we're always kind of like, gosh, other people got to pick it up. Jokic is already playing at this type of level. Jokic used to be that way. Now, part of that, I think, was, according to him, I wanted to get teammates involved early in the year, get them a rhythm. That's why he had a lot of those games where he just didn't shoot all that much. I bet part of it was a conditioning thing, a being in shape thing. Haven't had that issue for at least the last 3 years, and maybe more. So chalk this down as headline national media cares about that nobody in Denver will bat an eyelash at. Can always get in touch with us. Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. As we continue, the Colts are an enigma. I don't know what they are. They're talented, yes. They are flawed, yes. Trying to judge them from last year is almost impossible. And that's why you shouldn't totally just brush off that start that they had in week 1. Maybe it's more real than we think. I have a reason for it next. The Colts are an enigma. Trying to judge them from last year is almost impossible. And that's why you shouldn't totally just brush off that start that they had in week 1. Maybe it's more real than we think. I have a reason for it next. If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mosey's for worst prediction.
Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole oh, look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell, record it.
Write it down, hell, record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2. Keep this in mind, Nelly. This isn't a hypocritical statement. That was yesterday, and I just said the other thing a second ago. This isn't hypocritical. These things can coexist. Hear me out. One is about belief, and this is the whole point. Oh, you were so excited about that, and I'm going to end you with this. I am nothing if not fervently striving every day to be as consistent and honest as I can with you people. I said that yesterday in regards to an individual. I don't buy the Danny Dimes stuff. I don't think that's real. I'll tell you what poses a different set of problems in trying to judge the Indianapolis Colts, though. And we'll talk to Bob Kravitz of the Indy Star at 7:30. And he can give us a better sort of explanation. So, Nelly, here's the problem. In the same way I was trying to find trends in the running game and what equated the wins with the Broncos last year, that I couldn't find them. I had a similar problem with trying to get this done with the Colts. And here's why they're hard to project. The Colts were not very good. They're a bad football team last year. But they have talent. They have Jonathan Taylor, and they have Quentin Nelson. And they have Michael Pittman. And they have Tyler Warren. And on defense, they have DeForest Buckner. And they have Travarius Ward, Kwity Paye, Latu. They got a whole bunch of guys. So what doesn't sink? Well, you go back to last year. They were 8th in the league in rushing, but they were the 8th worst passing team in the league. They were 7th worst in pass defense, 9th worst in rush defense. They had 25 takeaways, though, which tied what the Broncos defense did last year. But the biggest difference between the Broncos and the Colts that I could find from last season was the turnovers. The Colts had 29, the Broncos had 19. So what's the translation here? Translation is largely this. Anthony Richardson was an anchor that held that team down. Do you believe that Daniel Jones is a much better version of a quarterback than Anthony Richardson? If you do, then you should be nervous about Sunday. If you don't, then you should feel okay. Here's what's interesting. The Broncos are 2.5-point favorites. But according to the matchup predictor that I'm sure Moser is going to bring up at some point today or tomorrow, the Colts have a 52% chance to win. Why? Don't know. It goes into that. Have no idea.
Who told you that?
But I can give you a reason as to what is different with the Colts last year that doesn't have to do with Danny Dimes. A very highly respected defensive coordinator hit the market. The Colts snatched him. His name is Lou Anarumo. Giving him the defensive weapons that the Colts had last year on top of getting a DeForest Buckner healthy. The big shock from last week with the Colts was, yes, did you see Daniel Jones lead a scoring drive every time he stepped foot on the field? Okay. But what gets lost in that
is they absolutely demolished the Miami offense. Crushed them. Hey, what's the thing we're concerned about heading into this weekend? Because it ain't Danny Dimes lighting you up for 4 touchdowns. It ain't that. It's your offense producing. Well, Lou Anarumo knows what he's doing as a defensive coordinator. And he's got some toys to play with now in that Indy defense. That's what I would be concerned about. Be concerned that this is another 20-12 looking game, and you don't know which side you're going to be on that. That's what I'd be concerned with. What are you giggling about over there, by the way? I just seen Nelly laughing to himself for like 5 straight minutes.
I'm sorry. This is cracking me up. So later on the show, about 7:30, we're going to have Bob Kravitz on, who is an old friend. I guess I'll put friend in quotes of the program. And I was texting with Marty O, and he helped me dig up some clips of the last time Bob was on when you guys mistreated him. And I know.
What do you mean, you guys? I mean, Vic.
And I know you're making a great point and totally backpedaling on your Danny Dimes take from yesterday.
It's not backpedaling. I'm not concerned with Danny Dimes. I'm concerned with their defense.
But this is the clip that's just been cracking me up.
Because they're playing the AFC South, which is not good.
Bobby, Vic Lombardi, long time. I got to ask you, what was that?
Vic Lombardi,
what are you doing, dude?
Long time. What are you calling into his radio show?
We haven't talked in a long time. I mean, sorry, Brett. This guy used to write for the Rocky Mountain News before you were born.
Hey, Bob.
God, I love the Rocky too. I love the Rocky.
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, baby? All right.
Vic, yeah. That's how it started, and then save the how it ended part, because we'll do that with Bob at 7:30. Vic just completely railroaded this guy. I couldn't believe what Vic did, so we'll get to that at 7:30 when Bob Kravitz joins
Bobby,
us.
Vic Lombardi, long time.
I mean, that's such a weird way to start a conversation. But Bob Kravitz of Roundtable Sports is going to join us, but longtime writer in Indy. So we'll give us a little breakdown on the Colts. Now, again, I want to be clear about something, Nelly. This is not a backtrack on Danny Dimes. I'm not worried about Daniel Jones heading into this weekend. But when I tell you the thing that's getting lost in the Daniel Jones discussion is they held the Miami Dolphins to 8 points and Tua couldn't move. That's important. And what's the big difference? They have a defensive coordinator widely respected. They're a healthier version of their defense from last year. And what's your main concern? Well, damn, we had a hard time scoring and hanging on to the football. Like, that's the stuff that gives me pause. Not the defense being lit up by this new, I don't know, this $8 million man who is now just, they've inserted bionic arms and a whole bunch of different microchips into him, and now he's just this super version of Daniel Jones. I don't buy that for a second. I do buy the idea that if you struggled against the Tennessee Titans last week, who have a good defense, the Colts could pose the same problems. That's the concern.
Well, and also, how about the weapons that Danny Dimes has? I mean,
yeah. I mean, I went through it. It's Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman and Tyler Warren, and Quentin Nelson is a monster up front. Like, they have DJ Giddens as their backup running back. Like, that's a really good group.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, I apologize if you already covered this when I was laughing my tail off at you at Vic mistreating Bob Kravitz. But yeah, that Tyler Warren, he absolutely established himself. Great start for his first career game. He could be one of those guys where, sometimes you have these quarterback tight end relationships where you put the ball in the zip code of Gronk, he's getting you a first down. Brady made his money doing that. Maybe Warren could become this type of guy for Danny Dimes. So I'm just saying, better watch out.
If he was on the board when the Broncos pick again, were they number 20 in the draft last year? I think it was 20, wasn't it? Yeah, 20th. If he was on the board at 20, Tyler Warren, I think that he's a Bronco and Jody Barron isn't. Like, that's how good I think that guy is, and how much I think this coaching staff wanted him. Could be wrong. But it certainly felt that way. Like they wanted a really unique tight end, and Tyler Warren does a bit of everything. Hell, he can throw the football if you want him to. He's just a really unique cat in that way. 303-504-0925. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel and don't miss anything, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. All right, welcome in. A lot to get to today. Bob Kravitz is going to join us of Roundtable Sports, and we have some audio from the last time we talked to Bob Kravitz that we'll give you a reminder of from the last time we spoke with him. Now, just quickly, boys, I know this is a day of remembrance in this country from the awful events that took place 24 years ago, and yesterday was an awful day as well. I do this too many times, but it's the truth, and it's all I can really say is obviously hearts go out to everybody involved in both things that took place yesterday. I don't have the answers. I wish I did. I wish somebody did to make this stuff stop and be, if nothing else, certainly less frequent. But our hearts go out to everybody. And look, I'm not a political guy. I'm not a news guy. I'm not well versed in this. But I think we'd be remiss if we didn't say anything about it yesterday. So,
yesterday sucked. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
It sucked all the way around. And I don't know where to go with it besides talk sports because there's nothing else we can add to that. It sucked.
So, sports. Broncos this weekend have the Indianapolis Colts. I said this in the appetizer. And I feel like the Colts are sort of an enigma. They're a hard team to figure out. And that's why I'm glad we're talking to Bob Kravitz today at 7:30, because he can give us a little bit more insight. What are they? Nelly thought he got me in a gotcha last hour because I was saying perhaps we should be taking the Colts more seriously. Now, here's the reason why. It's not because of Daniel Jones. I don't think you're going to lose this game because Daniel Jones lights up your defense. Don't even think that's a remote possibility. But there's an interesting detail. This is a talented team. They have Jonathan Taylor. They have Michael Pittman. They have Tyler Warren. They have Quentin Nelson up front on offense. On defense, DeForest Buckner, Kwity Paye, Latu on the other side of the defensive line. They have talented players. But maybe the biggest difference is Lou Anarumo, who came over from Cincinnati, was let go last year. He's now their defensive coordinator. We all got lost in the Daniel Jones scored every time he touched the field thing. And what I certainly didn't spend enough time thinking about was, what the hell did they do to Miami's offense? Tua couldn't do a thing. And what's your concern after 1 week?
Well, I was
your offense.
Yeah, I was certainly wrong yesterday. Their defense last season was not good. Something maybe has changed. I think that you're talking about one game. Something maybe has changed. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But
who knows? Like, the Colts could still be the same bad Colts team from last year.
Correct.
Who knows?
Having gone through, though, that game against the Miami Dolphins so far, they were on Tua's jock. They were on him all game long. And they were creative. They were aggressive. They were powerful. They did a really good job. Maybe Miami has some sort of incompetence in regards to their quarterback and their offensive situation. Maybe. But it was exacerbated by a Colts team that really got on them.
Mm-hmm. Like, Lou Anarumo is longtime DC, or longtime defensive mind, I guess, in the league, was in Cincinnati for 5 or 6 years. Let go last year. And when I bring up his name, some of you might be thinking, oh, if he's so good, then why did he get fired? I'll tell you why. Because they invested all their money in Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And they let defensive players walk, and you can't do a lot if you don't have talent. Go back and look at the teams that know the one that went to the Super Bowl and then the AFC Championship game in back-to-back years. That team had Sam Hubbard and DJ Reader and Jermaine Pratt and Jesse Bates. Like, he had the horses to kind of roll with. He's got some of those.
How do you remember all those names?
Because I'm a freak.
Like, Moj, be totally honest with me. Did you remember those names he just rattled off there?
That's
the Cincinnati Super Bowl defense?
That's sort of Rain Man.
Rain Man. Yeah.
That really is.
And I'm not trying to be offensive to you. Rain Man-ish. And I will say this, though. When you go back and you look at last season on the offensive side of the football, Vic, total yards, they were a top 10 team, right? So then you're going, okay, well, now what? If they got a more competent quarterback and they don't make silly plays and mistakes, and they were an 8-9 football team last year, well, really, what are they? I don't I don't really know. That's a enigma. I think is a very accurate description.
Yeah, I don't know what you're walking into. Here, can I pull a Moj for a second, Vic? Do you mind? Because
by all means, are you going to go into some air guitar?
No, but I am going to tell you this, that the Broncos are 2.5-point favorites, but ESPN's matchup predictor.
Oh, God, you referenced the matchup predictor?
Has the Colts at 52%. So what do you do with that, Moj?
It sounds like a pick 'em to me. I don't know. It's bizarre. It really is bizarre. Incidentally, air guitar and whatnot, I don't do that no more.
It's air drums. Oh, look at his hands getting the itch.
No.
It's starting to curl. I see that's a G chord that you're pulling right now.
Nope.
Moj, in honor of you yesterday, I'll share this because I thought of you, of all people. As I'm about to go down that conveyor belt in the tube where they do the radiation.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
They tell you, what music do you want to listen to? And I don't know why I was in this mood.
Classic rock.
I said, let's go 80s classic rock.
Yeah.
And it was just a string of your tunes. And I immediately regretted it halfway down the tube. But there's nothing I could do at that point.
Can I ask, Vic, if you don't want to answer for this, fine. How long does that take? Like, how long are you in there?
40 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
It takes a while.
Okay.
You've never been down the that machine before? I've been down that machine before.
You've been radiated?
Not radiated, no, but I've been down.
You're talking about an MRI machine, like an MRI tube?
Yeah, the tubes.
I had one. I was in there for 5 minutes. It wasn't.
Oh.
Wasn't there that long.
Well, you know what? I've had. There are pictures out there of my entire body that I'm probably not proud of, but they're out there.
Today
someplace.
I'm going R&B. Needless to say, I am not doing
R&B
the same
today.
thing twice.
Copy. Yeah, okay.
Yes. Vic, I think every day you mix them up with after that, say, you got some doo-wop for me.
No,
How about some
see,
doo-wop?
You can't.
You know the first thing I said?
Yeah.
They go, what do you want to listen to? I go, you got any gangster rap?
Yeah.
They go,
You
I
can't-
don't think we have that.
Yeah, the problem is you can't move inside of there. So if you've got some R&B going and you want to go with your hips, you want to do the Vic hips, you're going to be in trouble, dude. You're not going to be able to do it.
I want my gangster rap. You know, Dua Lipa?
Yeah, of
Right,
course.
right.
Hey, you know what we were talking about the other day, and certainly I was criticized for this, but I'm nothing if not honest, okay? I criticize Dion because I want to see guys take accountability for what I think they do or say something wrong. I think it's endearing for a coach to be like, my bad. I do. Even for a good coach with a lot of machismo behind him and confidence. Just say, my fault. Sean Payton did that yesterday in a very sincere way that I wasn't expecting because Sean Payton doesn't do much of that either. But he was talking about the game plan in week 1, and he literally, at his presser, just went hand up like, hey, I've called a lot of games in my life. I feel like I kind of messed that one up. Go ahead now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it right here. I got it.
Look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debrief properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that.
I like that. Now, he's mentioned I've forgotten about the run game stuff, I think 36 games in a row now. That sounded different to me for some reason. I don't know how it hit your ear. It sounded like he was genuinely like, damn, I should have done better.
There's no doubt in my mind, though, Vic, that he goes and pores over the film. He probably went back and goes, golly, I didn't realize how screwed up this really kind of was for my offense.
You know what? He probably heard the television film, too, of Mark Sanchez. Mark Sanchez was really critical of the chaos on offense. You heard the game, right? For those of you who watched at home, how many times did he reference that? That's a reflection of the coach's calling, right?
Yeah.
That's the coach's play call. When the announcer's saying, what are these formations? Why is it taking so long? And that's a former quarterback who can empathize with Bo Nix trying to get the play in. So the quarterback is thinking like Bo Nix, Sanchez is like, what's taking so long to get the play call in? And I think that is what Sean Payton could not avoid. He saw it because everybody else saw it.
Yeah. But it's the willingness to be like, I messed that up. I got to be better. Gives me at least some encouragement that we will see some sort of change in the first half of this upcoming game. It does.
Well, it has to. It has to. If it's anybody but Tennessee, if it's 28, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to you. If it's 28 other teams in the league, you lose.
Yeah.
But because it's one of those 3 teams, obviously excluding yourself, then you win.
Yeah. I mean, if they played slightly better team last week, that could go in a bunch of different directions. Bo Nix was talking about a little bit of the turnovers that he had in week 1 and how to avoid those moving forward. Because if there's one thing, and I dove into the numbers last night of last year's teams between the Broncos and Colts and kind of what separated them. And the biggest thing that I saw was the Colts turned the ball over a lot. They turned it over 29 times last year. You turned it over 19. But when you had 4 in week 1, this is what Bo Nix had to say on that.
Not really anything different. And just watching them, tough plays. I think both their guys made a good play. All 3 of them. Their D lineman did a good job of going for the football. And, just in the future, maybe not be so aggressive, but at the same time, that's what makes us quarterbacks good. So it's a fine line of being aggressive, but sometimes it happens, and you just got to move on. But can definitely take a little bit more calculated attempts, and that's what I'll attempt to do in the future.
Bo did take some shots. It is funny because you mentioned what Mark Sanchez was saying about Sean Payton during the game last week, Vic. If there was one narrative that kind of surrounds Bo, the biggest, quote, criticism of Bo Nix, what is it? It's that he's a check down Charlie. That he's not willing to put the ball in harm's way, that he's not willing to push the ball downfield. And so maybe he's trying to find that line, yeah.
At times, right? I mean, the 2 interceptions he had were him throwing the ball downfield.
No, that's what I'm getting at is the criticism was, he's just dumping the ball off constantly. That's it. He's not throwing the ball downfield. And maybe he's like, well, I want to prove something, and it turned into a couple mistakes.
Okay, so it can be the play calling. It can be, getting the play in late. It can be the formations. It can be whatever. But on the pick to the right, it's his decision to throw into double coverage.
Yeah.
On the one to the left, it's his decision to sort of throw running to his left, sideways. Cross-body. You can't get as much on. It allows the DB to swing around, jump right in front. Those are all his decisions.
Hey, Moj.
Yes,
Moj.
Yes.
Who completes that throw on a dime? That same throw? Because we've seen it. Elway used to run that play.
I was going to say Mahomes.
Running to the side.
Mahomes does, too.
Yeah. But Elway used to run that across his body, Brett, in his heyday. It was a thing of beauty. He would just stop, turn the hips, as Moser likes to say, and the ball would be on the receiver in 1 second.
I noticed Nix didn't do that, by the way. He always threw those balls while still running towards the sideline. He didn't plant. And look, I don't know, maybe that takes too much time. I don't know.
I don't know if there's enough time to do that. Elway could, because his release was so quick.
Well, he just has a much stronger arm.
Yeah, that's true. But Vic, you're absolutely correct. I won't get into the hip swivel today, but it's those kinds of things.
Just give me a little hip swivel talk. Just a little.
Foot plant, hip swivel, throw that pig.
I told you I don't do that no mo.
Well, do what?
I don't
hip
go
swivels?
I don't go off script anymore.
You're such a louse. Come on, hip swivel, Moj. Just a little bit. A little taste.
Hip swivel. Throw that pig. Hip swivel. Throw that pig. Hip swivel. Throw that pig. C.
Got to get your hips in.
C.
It's like the golf shot.
You're correct, though. He used to do that, routinely. Vic, he could make any throw in the book from whatever side of his body he wanted to. It was incredibly impressive. But that's a different human being. That's all. I'm not saying that there weren't causes from Payton. I'm saying ultimately when it comes down to it, he acknowledged this. You can't let him off the hook either. They won the football game. That's great. Let's just not do that stuff anymore.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Enjoy lowers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Bob Kravitz, Roundtable Sports. What are the Colts? Are they a team to be feared on offense? Are they to be feared on defense? Are they to be feared at all? We'll talk to Bob Kravitz about that next.
Let me tell you something. Every personal injury case when it comes to the law is high stakes. If it's yours, it's high stakes. And nobody handles high stakes personal injury stuff better than Dan Kaplis Law. Proven track record, very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why he's won so much. Take a look at the track record he's got going right now. A record-setting result, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens when your cause is true. Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. With serious firms, with serious cases, injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Dan Kaplis Law has offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. If you need his help, call him today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dankapleslaw.com.
If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mojis for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell record it.
Write it down, hell record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2. I'm still staying consistent on this. Just because I have a newfound, I guess, quasi-fear of what the Colts could be, it has nothing to do with him in particular. I'm not scared of Daniel Jones. Now, offense going up against a defense that might be good. Again, another week, different story. But I have made my prediction. So will I end up on the Mojis? We'll see.
Well, it's interesting because I think your opinion of the Indianapolis Colts right now, or as Vic would call them, the Indiana what? What'd you call them?
No, I think he did it the other way. He called them the Indianapolis Pacers.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't be changing your names like that.
I mean, like Denver Broncos and Colorado Avalanche and Colorado Rockies.
Those are both the same. But
you have a name within a name. It is different.
You have a name within a name, and all you do is lengthen that name for another team. That's not feasible. It's not going to work. In my world, that doesn't work. It's not going to work, and I'm going to do what I want.
It's like the New York Jets and the New Yorkiest Giants. You're like,
it's not going to work.
So what you're doing
Pick one.
Is you're right. You're basing your Colts opinion on what you think of the Miami Dolphins.
Kinda.
Now, if you think,
kinda.
So if you think the Miami Dolphins really stink, Tua's washed up, done. They got no talent on either side of the ball. McDaniel he's lost it all. He's a moron, so on. Then you're going, this is really not that big of a deal. But if you go into it thinking to yourself, those Miami Dolphins last year were an 8-9 football team, and they were a couple of missed Tua games away from actually going to the postseason, then maybe you have a different opinion of what the Colts did in week number 1.
That's a great point. Yeah.
So, I guess, do whatever you want to do with that information. Parse it out however you want to, but it has to do with what you think of Miami.
We'll talk to Bob Kravitz about this subject in just a few minutes, but while we got a couple.
Yeah, Bob can jump on now. Nelly, tell him to get his tail in gear.
Just a second here. You guys remember back in the very heightened Me Too phase, there was one journal, and if you had Ronan Farrow sniffing around a celebrity's dirty laundry, your antenna went up like, uh-oh, what's going on here? Pablo Torre might be that for sports now.
He's on a heater right now.
Because
he is on a heater.
If you missed it it was either late last night or this morning, Pablo Torre's got a show called Pablo Torre Finds Out. Now, he's like a journalist, right? So here's a new sort of wrinkle to the Kawhi story. He revealed that one of Kawhi's $1.75 million no-show payments to this Aspiration Tree Company.
I love how they call them no-show payments. You mean an endorsement fee?
Yeah. $1.75 million no-show payment was, quote, running late, so a Clippers co-owner invested $1.99 million in Aspiration, and Kawhi was immediately paid.
The fact that he was able to unearth so many things here.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Ballmer was the sole owner. I didn't know he had a co-owner. Turns out he has a co-owner that owns 1% of the Clippers. That co-owner is his former college roommate.
Wow.
So,
wow.
I mean, you put the
wow.
You do the dots here. It sounds to me like he went to the co-owner and said, "Hey, here, I'm gonna give you here's a few million. Go put that in there and take care of Kawhi. Here's a few million."
So what happened was the guys he gave the money to, that he allegedly laundered the money through with this Aspiration Tree Company, did something with some of the bread, didn't make the payment to Kawhi on time, and allegedly Ballmer's like, hey, listen, we need to get Kawhi paid. Put 1.99 in right now so they can turn that around because they're having problems. Allegedly.
Do you understand what Pablo Torre is doing, having lived in the local news, the newsman world for 30 years? Do you know how hard that is to pull off today? Because not many people do it well. Certainly not in sports media. Sports media, we've become more entertainers than journalists, and I'm cutting it straight. There aren't many who do what he does. There aren't many, especially on the television, on the video end. There are some writers, but those who do videos like him to do that, do you know how many I's you have to dot and T's you have to cross? And I'm thinking about all the research. It took him 7 months to come up with this.
Yeah.
Moj, could you do anything for 7? Could you invest 7 months in one story? I couldn't. I don't have the patience for that.
I don't think I could, but I don't think that Kawhi. Let me hang on a second. I don't think that Pablo Torre would be making this up, right? I mean, to me, if you're going with this is major, 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 and you need to have evidence and you need to have your sources and so on and so forth.
No, Pablo's a journalist. He would not risk his credibility.
The NBA
on this.
The NBA has to look at this deeply, deeply, deeply. Do they not?
Well, I guess Adam Silver was talking yesterday. He said he did, and they're doing research or something.
Wow. If I was another owner in this league, I would be all over this. Unless every owner in the league is doing something similar in some regard, I would be all over this.
I could tell you the NBA is probably going to take its time and hope this sort of quietly goes away. Because they don't want this to be a story.
Is that why? Is Pablo doing a steady drip to keep this in the news over and over and over again? Is that part of his plan?
Moj, let me ask you a question, because you've been in this business long enough. Does it behoove the NBA and the commissioner to hammer Steve Ballmer publicly?
Not at all. No, it's their best interest to have it just go away. Hey,
because if they do that,
he told a story on ESPN. We didn't see anything. We couldn't find anything. Let's just move on.
A lot of that.
I can't even imagine. I can't imagine the lengths they went to make this guy. You know what it makes me? It makes me dislike Kawhi Leonard in an indirect way. It really does. Did you hear some of the things he asked for in Toronto to stay there? Did you hear some of the requests he had? He wanted a guarantee and sponsorship, this and that. He wanted Paul George on his team. He got Paul George in L.A. He eventually got that. We read the reports in, I forgot which publication, that he had special training rooms where only he's allowed to go with his own special trainers during game day. I mean, get out of here, man. Get out of here, Kawhi.
Well, you mentioned,
seriously, who do you think you are?
You mentioned something, Vic, that I think the NBA is very nervous about this because I don't know if this stops at Kawhi and Steve Ballmer. There's a lot of maybe, hey, the player used the private jet to go somewhere sometime, which is illegal. So we'll get back to all this a little bit later, but let's get a preview of the Indianapolis Colts as we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Bob Kravitz joins the show again. Bob, thank you for joining us. I got a clip that I'm going to play sometime during this of the last time you joined us where Vic treated you very, very poorly, but I appreciate coming back on the show.
Bob, you're looking good.
Treating me poorly is nothing new.
Bob, I miss you, man. I miss your columns. For those longtime Denver residents who remember Bob Kravitz's columns in the news, you had some of the best stuff. I really do. I miss you dearly.
Thanks. I miss the Rocky Mountain News. I miss Denver. I enjoyed every minute I was there.
Bobby, let me compound what Vic has said. A lot of people are like, you're having Bob on? That's awesome. He was my favorite from the Rocky. I miss those days too. And I just like you, I miss the Rocky Mountain News. I mean, that was having the two papers was spectacular, but I had a special place in my heart for the Rockies. So anyway, anytime we have you on, it's great to see you again. Great to talk to you. Thanks.
Well, you know what? It's a great jump off point. Let me ask you this, Bob, because newspapers back in the day when you had two newspapers in town, that sparked competition, which sparked better writing. Right now, the state of the newspaper in this country, I don't know. Where is it in your mind? Where are we journalistically?
Well, I think we're a couple of years away from not having a physical newspaper. I think we're very, very close to being all online, and I think newspapers will survive. The big ones, but it's a very fraught time for print journalism in this country.
Bob Kravitz with us. Again, you can check out his stuff on Roundtable Sports, as he's a columnist there. And we got you on to talk about the Colts here. And
Yes.
we'll start with arguably the biggest surprise in week one was Indianapolis and Daniel Jones in particular. Is the Daniel Jones game in which no quarterback since 1991 has led a scoring drive every time they've touched the field? Is this something that people in Indy are believing in, or is this like, okay, that was interesting, but I still don't trust it with him?
Yeah, it's the latter. Look, we've got 6 years of data on this guy. He is what he is. He had a great game, and look, if he resurrects his career like Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold, or some other guys, I'll give him his flowers. But boy, that felt like one game. It felt it doesn't feel like something that's necessarily sustainable. But if he's able to do that, like Baker, like Sam, good on him. It's a great story if he's able to sustain this and really, forge a second act in his career.
Bob, how much of game one against Miami was motivated, inspired perhaps by all the pregame stuff with the late Jim Irsay, all the hype going into that? How much did that account for Indy's performance in that game, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. People like to say after the fact that they won it for Jim, but look, he was very close to the players. Although the last couple of years were such difficult years for Jim, I don't know about his relationship with the current crop of players, but over the years, he's been a guy that the players absolutely love. He's around every single day. He keeps office hours. He's at the practice facility. He's in the locker room after games. So I think there's a real strong feeling for him historically. Whether that had much to do with the game, I'm not sure. I think the fact that Miami seems like they're really a mess probably had a lot more to do with it than anything else.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we look at last year for the Dolphins, or it's not for the Dolphins, I'm sorry, for the Colts, Bob, and it kind of got away from them early on, right? So the season was sort of like, okay, well, this season's going to be done. We're not going to make it. Then they string off some wins. But we've been talking about it. They do have talent on this roster. So
no doubt.
How much talent do they have? Is it just a matter of cleaning some things up? How does it look overall to you? Are they another 8-9 football team or a 9-8 football team?
Yeah, I think they are. I picked them to go 7-10 actually, with a chance at 8-9. But no, they do have a lot of talent. I mean, Jonathan Taylor, running back, Quentin Nelson at left guard. Cam Bynum at safety, Michael Pittman, good wide receiver. This rookie tight end, Tyler Warren, caught 7 passes in his debut. He has a chance to be this year's Brock Bowers. So yeah, they have some talent. I forgot about DeForest Buckner. The problem is that you need talented quarterback, and yes, he was absolutely marvelous his first game, but over the long term, can he sustain it? And I have questions about that.
From the Broncos' perspective, Bob, I asked you about Daniel Jones already. I don't think the Broncos are as concerned because their defense is so good that I don't think they're concerned that Daniel Jones is going to light them up on Sunday. The interesting thing, though, is bringing over Lou Anarumo, who had a nice run in Cincinnati as the defensive coordinator, and pairing him up. Watching them take on Miami and shutting their offense down the way they did, can they pose problems with the Broncos' offense that struggled in week one?
They can. I mean, Lou Anarumo has made a monstrous difference in this team, in this defense. Now, they added Cam Bynum at safety. They added Charvarius Ward at cornerback. They've got some new guys in different spaces. But, they are a lot more aggressive and multifaceted as a defense. It's more of a mad scientist type of defense than what they had under Gus Bradley, which was just a 3 deep, and it was kind of static and everybody was in the same place on every down. We saw Kenny Moore and Nick Cross both come in on safety and corner blitzes. We saw Leatu Latu drop back into coverage and get an interception. So they're already doing things that they rarely did last year because they were not a blitzing team last year.
Let me ask you this, Crab. I lived in Indiana for a while. I know how much high school basketball and the sport of basketball is huge there. But right now, as we speak, what's the bigger attraction in Indy? Is it the Pacers or the Colts?
I still think there's Peyton Manning, the Peyton Manning effect. Boy, that's a hard question because the Pacers just went to Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So right now, I would guess the Pacers are probably the hotter team, but they lost Halliburton for the entire year, and they lost Miles Turner. So, boy, I would say the Colts are probably the more popular team, generally speaking, but it's awfully close.
That's saying something in Indiana, Hoosier country. That really is. That football still dominates. That's crazy to hear.
Well, that's the Peyton Manning effect.
Bob, as we wrap up here, I want to toss to a couple years ago and how we said goodbye to you the last time you were on the air, if you don't mind. Nelly, go ahead.
I remember.
All right, BK, good to see you, man.
It's happening to our business right now, brother. So I know exactly what you're going through because what the newspapers went through 20 years ago and went through for a good decade, what do you think is happening to our regional sports business? And this is why all this chaos is unfurling in front of us, and which is why we're providing as many options as we can for people to watch the games. The business model is being destroyed, okay? The business model is destroyed. It's not something we're doing business-wise.
Vic, Bob's still on the phone.
Yeah, I'm not sure he cares about that.
Yeah. I thought he said goodbye.
No.
Bob, write an article. Bob, put that in your column. Bob, I want you.
So, would you?
All right, goodbye.
So, Bob, would you like Vic to scream and yell for another minute before he lets you go, or you just want to hang up now?
Hysterical.
No, I have many things to do today, so I'll just. As much as I would like to listen to one of his soliloquies.
All right,
Bob, you're the best, man. I appreciate your time, as
Thank
always.
you so much.
Take
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, that's so good.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Bob. All right, Bob Kravitz. Again, Roundtable Sports is where you can find his stuff, and he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
And Bob's doing great there in Indy. But let me go back to how we started this. And for all you OTs out there, OGs, whatever you want to call it, Bob and the Rocky Mountain News, Brett, there's still a really soft spot in my heart.
Oh, yeah.
For the Rocky and for what Bob was doing there and for the two newspaper town, those were really good days, man. Really good days.
Well, it's when it was a different era.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hell, there was an era. Moj, when I was in college, all right, listen to this. Tell me if you can match this. When I was in college at Notre Dame, I took the South Bend Tribune, the Chicago Tribune, and do you remember the National?
Oh, I remember the National.
Do you remember the National?
Frank DeFord.
Brett. That was before, obviously, the internet came around.
Frank DeFord.
It was a national sports paper. It had national sports. And, those were you talk about a happy puppy. You sit up every morning, you read all these sports pages. That was devoted. That was, 100 pages devoted just to national sports. I mean, now, you don't need any of that crap. Twitter basically handles it for you.
Well, we got a game tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio, Commanders and Packers, 6:15, so stay tuned for that. And to this segment, we say... Thank you, Bob.
All right, goodbye. because they're playing the AFC South, which is not good.
Bobby, Vic Lombardi, long time. I got to ask you, what was
that?
Vic Lombardi,
What are you doing, dude?
Long time. What are you calling into his radio show?
We haven't talked in a long time. I mean, sorry, Brett. This guy used to write for the Rocky Mountain News before you were born.
Hey, Bob.
God, I love the Rocky, too. I love the Rocky.
How's it going?
Hey,
go
what's
ahead,
up,
Vic.
baby?
Go
All
ahead,
right.
Vic, yeah.
Bob, my apologies. We're dealing with two children here.
I still think we should have adopted that every guest we had on the show, we just say, hey, first time, long time. Hi, Jeff Legwold.
Bobby, Vic Lombardi, long time.
I like the concept of just interrupting each guest and going off on some 3-minute rant. I think that's
in both
more
of those
indicative
clips,
of what our
by the
show
way,
is.
tells a lot about your character, Vic, because in both of those clips, when me and Moser were laughing at you, you lashed out at us.
Yes.
You called us children for your mistake.
That is correct.
You called me out at the end of the show for saying, well, I thought you said goodbye and he was done.
Yeah. You recall what I was talking about as poor Bob was just sitting there listening to me? Do you remember?
Yeah,
what
it was the carriage issue, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's back in the news again. You realize.
Sure it
the
is.
NBA and television.
It's always going to be.
It's, for the life of me, I have the answer why it's never going to be solved. I have the answer. And it's going to be a problem in every sport and every league. It's already happening in the NFL. Or it's just hard to watch all the games. They make it hard, purposely. It's been made hard. You have to have every carrier, every platform, every app, you can no longer just find it in one place. I know the answer, but do you want to talk about the topic?
Well, if you want to do it quick, yeah, go ahead.
Adam Silver was asked about how to watch the NBA.
Oh, I got it.
Because it's hard, right? With this new television network deal for $76 billion, and they're on channels, regional sports channels. They're on Amazon. They're on Peacock. They're on NBC, and it just makes it hard for everybody to watch their teams.
I got Adam
Here's
Silver.
what he had to say.
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport, so, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising-based that consumers can consume.
Okay, so he's basically saying if you can't watch the games, watch the highlights of the games via Instagram or TikTok, and that's ridiculous, okay? We all know that's ridiculous. I guarantee if he had a chance to run a do-over there, a mulligan, he would have. Here's the problem, guys, and I don't necessarily blame Adam for this, but here's the reason this is all happening. You take $76 billion from all these television networks for your new contract, and that's understandable why you really don't care. You got 76 billion reasons why you don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But those networks, they want to get theirs too. You got yours, right? You got your 76 billion. All right. If I'm Prime, if I'm Peacock, if I'm a regional sports network, you don't think I'm going to get my money's worth? I just paid you $76 billion.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't think I'm going to, that money that I just gave you, that I just handed you, guess what? I'm going to go get it from viewers. And I'm going to do whatever I can to make up the money I just handed you. So it all flows downhill.
Well,
that's all it is.
You know what's funny? I heard that, and I had a completely, I understand why people go to the exact place you're going, Vic. I went to a completely other place where I'm like, it's the exact thing that I think really skews and dooms NBA discussions from being intelligent ones, is that, oh, you don't need to watch the game. Just watch the highlight. You'll see Ja do a dunk, and then you'll think he's really good because he dunks. And I'm like, that's not,
you don't get the full context.
The sport. It's not what the sport is. And it's been that problem forever. It's why it took people forever to jump on the Jokic is the best player in the world train.
100%. They're not watching the games. They're watching the highlights.
They're promoting that. They're like, oh, don't worry about watching the game.
Guess what? You're not going to believe this, and you're not going to admit this. It is happening in the NFL before. I mean, it's happening right now in the NFL. You realize this. The paywalls.
Oh, the actual TV aspect of it. Sure. Yeah. I mean,
I know somebody who worked for DirecTV for a long time when they had the Sunday Ticket. They said they never made money. That it always was a drain of money, but the whole point was we have this thing. Hopefully we just get people to sign up. Maybe not for the exact.
I need people to understand something. And I know you're not going to like to hear this. You can't blame the networks who are distributing the product when they had to fork over $76 billion to do it.
Sure.
They're going to get theirs.
Well, they didn't have.
This isn't charity.
They didn't have
this
to.
This isn't free.
They didn't have to. They chose to.
They chose to as a collective. Yeah, but Moj, you choose to give a lot of money knowing that you're not going to try and get some of it back?
No, of course
not.
No. You come up with a plan, a business plan to get that money back. And you do whatever you can to get that money back because you want those eyeballs because the product is incredibly popular. Look, I don't have a whole lot to say about Adam Silver. Okay, Vic. So it's probably a better thing that I keep my mouth shut and then pivot back to football because I don't have a whole lot of good stuff.
I mean, the last time we did say something about Adam Silver, it's one of the few times we got to talking to.
You can't say just watch the highlights. You know, I've taken many missteps over the last few years, saying dumb stuff. Fully admit it. But you can't tell a fan of a team just watch the highlights. Can't do that.
We're going to talk to Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock this morning. If you missed that conversation with Bob Kravitz, a little preview of the Colts. It'll be on the podcast shortly. By the way, I figured this was the case, but I asked Bob out of the gates, like, is the feeling around Daniel Jones that you have this Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield reclamation project, or that it was just like, oh, that game was cool? And that game was cool. I mean, I don't think that anybody's throwing full faith and belief in Daniel Jones right now. The question is, can the Broncos defense stop whatever good that he brought to the table? And I think that all begins with stopping Jonathan Taylor. And as long as you can do that, you'll be in good shape. Mm-hmm. But you know what's crazy? Mose, you blew my mind yesterday when you said that Jonathan Taylor was 26 years old. I couldn't believe it.
I blew my own mind.
It feels like older. Jonathan Taylor's 30.
Yeah. I feel like he came into the league. Who's the little was it Fred Taylor? The running back for the Jaguars is Fred Taylor,
Florida Fred Taylor.
Yeah. I feel like he came in just after Fred Taylor, and they've been kind of running the football now for about 15 years. But Fred was way before. I don't know. It's funny. I know
there was four.
I know
there was three running backs last year that had more rushing yards than Jonathan Taylor. That's it. It was Saquon, Derrick Henry,
Saquon, and the guy for the Rams, Kyron Williams.
No, he was 7th.
Who?
No, Kyron was 7th.
Okay, so there's one other guy that had more rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
Let me think about this.
NFC.
Hold on a second. You shut your mouth. It's one of the Detroit Lions players?
No, Gibbs was right after him.
Shut your mouth and you let me answer this. You just shut it. Okay, the Washington Redskins run back.
No. They're Commanders now, by
the
way.
You just shut it right there and you let me answer this question.
They're the Commanders, not the other thing.
How about Bijan?
Oh.
Bijan is the correct answer. Bijan Robinson.
Moser, I wanted to answer that.
Well, I gave you 8 minutes, okay? I mean, eventually you got to blank or get off the pot, bro.
So I say that to tell you, if there's anything, even last year, with whatever you think of Daniel Jones, worst quarterback play last year with Anthony Richardson. They were 8th in the league in rushing.
Right. So
they can do that.
That's my point, is that even with Anthony Richardson, who has hardly played any football in his life, you got to keep that in mind. They were still, Brett, like a top 11 offense in total yards. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have to look that up.
I don't know if it was that high just because.
Well, look it up.
Their passing situation was so bad. Okay, I will.
Okay, the point is that now you've got Daniel Jones, who I'm going to go back to what Adam Schefter told us on Monday. Nelly, you still have that cut from Schefter? For those who didn't listen yesterday or Monday, maybe they've been on vacation, getting ready for the football season. I don't know. What Adam Schefter said about Daniel Jones, I mean, it startled me.
They were 13th in yards per game.
13th. There you go. So they're middle of the pack, but upper middle of the pack, right? This is what Adam Schefter said about Danny Dimes.
When free agency was opening last year, There were a couple of people whose opinions I hold in high regard on teams who told me that they had an interest in going to sign Daniel Jones as a potential starting quarterback. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, he's good. Now, I'm not, we're not putting him into one of these elite but like, he's good. You can win with him. I'm like, okay. And by the way, the Colts gave him $14 million. They paid him more than the Steelers paid Aaron Rodgers. And I just thought, wow, I didn't realize that people had this opinion of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Gave him the shot. Now, as far as who's going to go up against Daniel Jones, there's some good news and bad news on the injury front that we'll get to next.
Sean, you guys obviously haven't put Dre Greenlaw on IR. Still feel confident?
Yeah, so nothing to update you on. Progress is going well.
What you'd expect from Sean Payton asked about Dre Greenlaw. Now, Dre Greenlaw is the bad news because he did not practice again, and I am almost assuredly thinking that he will not play again this weekend.
Well, of course he won't. He hasn't practiced in weeks.
Yeah.
Is it weeks? He hasn't played football in a long time, dude.
Yeah,
so
I know.
He didn't practice yesterday. Dude. John Franklin Myers showed up. He did not practice with a knee injury. Nate Atkins obviously did not practice. Here's the good news, though. If there's any good news from the injury report that's sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country, Evan Ingram was limited. He did some individual stuff, which means he's not just sitting out and waiting for this thing to heal over time. So that's good, right? I mean, he left with a calf injury, spiked his helmet. He's doing something. So that's nice. I don't know what ultimately that means.
What's he doing? Is he throwing footballs into that little three-hole net thing by himself?
Individual drills is what it said.
Okay, individual drills. Well, is he actually testing the calf?
He's not playing.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a long way between doing an individual drill and playing football on the road at the Colts on turf.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, I wasn't saying it for this
just means
weekend.
He's not playing.
But I guess when we heard the Malcolm Roach had a grade 2 sprain, and that usually is like a 4 to 8 week injury, if he's doing stuff like, even if it's small things off to the side already, I mean, I guess that's better than what happened with Roach. I don't know. Because go ahead.
You can't tell. Every strain is different. But he's a tight end who has to run on every play and has to make tight moves. I don't anticipate him playing for another month.
Yeah. Here's what we do know, and it is a concern. Greenlaw not playing, it hurts because he's very, very talented. But your defense is so talented, they can mask a Greenlaw being missing.
Correct.
Like, maybe Surtain is probably the only guy that you couldn't mask anymore. Even if Benito's out, you have other guys who can rush the passer, not to his level, but you have guys that you can get away with. There is no other position on this team outside of maybe offensive line where it's like Ingram to whatever else is there. I mean, you go right back to having a decent tight end room to a...
Well, hold on a second. What have we really seen out of Ingram outside of his past in Jacksonville, New York, that says there's that much of it? We don't know what he's done here with the Broncos yet. We don't know where he is. We hope he can maintain that. We hope he can be the player that he was.
He's been a good player. Vic, he's been a good player.
That's 2 years ago.
Understood, but I'm saying if he was a good player, you're right. Maybe he's not a good player anymore for his age or
good player versus 140 catches or whatever the hell. He had that one season that was remarkable.
Yeah.
What was that one season that
he went crazy?
I forgot.
2 years ago, it was like 114 catches. Yeah, I'm not
Can
saying,
you imagine that out of a Broncos tight end?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's that, but Vic, I guess my point is, if he was healthy for 17 games, would he have more than 19 catches? Because that's what your leading tight end had last year. That's kind of the drop-off that you're talking about.
But you started that sentence with the word if, and here we are.
Oh, sure.
What time's Leggy on again?
9.
Great article today by Leggy at ESPN.com. Was it today or was it, when was I was reading it? Yeah, it was early this morning. It came out early this morning. So they've got Danny Dimes this week. Week 3, they've got Justin Herbert. Week 4, they've got Joe Burrow. Week 5, they've got Jalen Hurts. So what you've got now, again, this is your last, quote, bunny. If you think Daniel Jones is a bunny. By the way, I've heard somebody say this. Why hasn't anybody else thought of it? Why don't they call him Indiana Jones? And he'll put a whole marketing campaign around him. Put him in a Harrison Ford fedora and give him a whip and all that kind of crap. He's playing in Indiana.
They should.
His last name is Jones. Right?
They should do it.
And so I heard somebody on the radio, one of these national deals, even say, call the rest of the Colts the Temple of Doom.
That's also pretty good.
That's if they become a good football team.
Yeah, I like it.
But the point is, this is your last, quote, bunny with an unknown Danny Dimes. before you get 3 super stud quarterbacks in a row. So this will be a heck of a test for the Broncos defense. We're going to find out what really they are made of for sure.
Yeah, you're good.
And I think it's good stuff. I mean, I don't think this is smoke and mirrors. I think they're really good, but they may have to be for a little bit here while the offense figures some things out.
Yeah. One of the questions I had, and it's always a different version of this, but I did what was a waste of time yesterday. And let me explain. I spent way too much time trying to find trends. Because I think in your life you can do this. What I explained earlier was if 3 days a week you feel like garbage every morning, and then you find out, well, it's the 3 days that I have Taco Bell for breakfast. Maybe I should knock that off. Like, you can find a theme as to what can make you successful or not. So I was like, okay, is there any correlation last year to the amount of rushing attempts, the amount of rushing yards, the amount of passing attempts or whatever that translated to Broncos' success or failure last season? And I looked at this for like 30, 40 minutes. I looked at all these different things.
You did some research.
Here's what I found out. You guys ready for this? It's going to blow your mind. I didn't find a damn thing. Like nothing. I looked at all of this stuff. They won a game last year where Bo Nix was your leading rusher with 23 yards on the ground. They beat Indianapolis. They lost to Cincinnati when they outrushed them on less rushing attempts. And I'm like, there's nothing I can tie to. The only theme that I saw was in the 4 games that Bo Nix had less than 30 passing attempts, they won all 4. Now, I don't know what to do with that.
I've got something for you, but I want to consider your investigation. So Powder says, I spent 30 minutes of research.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Pablo Torre spent 7 months to unearth his stuff. You spent 30 minutes and gave up. Think about it.
Well,
Give me 7 months next time.
Well, Vic,
Give me 7 months.
Okay, hold on a second.
Pablo Torre come sit in this chair and do it 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
You have baby Jamal Cale and baby Boval on the way, Pablo Torre. Let's see what you do.
Vic, there's a little bit of a difference here. Let me explain the difference. I say, hey, Vic, I need you to go to Egypt and dig for a couple of years, and you end up finding a mummy because there's some mummy around there, right? Hey, man, there's got to be some mummy around here. Everybody likes to get a mummy.
Mm-hmm.
If I said, Vic, when you get home from Rochester, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go in your backyard, and I want you to dig a hole until you find a bag of gold. You see the difference? There are mother trucking
I'll just
mummies
stick a bag of gold in
Egypt,
there real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, Vic, I've seen the movie Spotlight. Those guys weren't churning out 3 articles a day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They spent a year and a half on one story.
Let me answer your question, and I don't know this to be fact. Just from my memory bank, the games in which the Broncos offense looked to be more functional than others are the games in which he ran the ball effectively. He, the quarterback. I love it when Bo tucks it. I love
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because I looked
it may
at
not
that,
be, but that's what I remember.
Too. No, Vic, I'll give it to you because I looked at that too. I was like, maybe it's when Bo Nix takes off and runs.
The Houston game he ran and they lost.
I'll give you this. So I thought maybe there was a theme to this. The first 2 weeks of the year, Bo Nix was your leading rusher. You lost both times. The third time he was the leading rusher, you lost. And I was like,
being the leading rusher doesn't express what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
here.
Bo
You
Nix
don't have to be the leading rusher. I'm saying, like, there were many instances on third down in week 1 where just go. I mean, it's not there.
Sure.
Go. That's what I mean.
Okay, go.
He ran for 61 yards against the Chargers last year, and then they lost. Like, I'm telling you, I tried to look for anything within some sort of, like, indicator of success last year offensively.
There's
I couldn't
nothing
do
to
it.
tip you off. There are no little nuggets of info that you can say, okay, I'm on the trail of something. Let me keep sniffing. There's none of that there. It's all just random. Is what it is, Kaner. It's random.
Is it how you call the game then?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's just got to be some feel opponent to it. And I did this on the basis of what is your ideal run-pass split in a game? It's not 50-50. Doesn't need to be that. But what is it? And that's what I was trying to figure out yesterday, if there was a theme to it. And there wasn't last year. And maybe it's because they just never really had games in which they really committed to the running game like that, outside of a couple.
I mean, what if they go in and say, all right, look, We are going to run the football every single down. And this, you're not giving away the game plan here at the moment. Come out and overtly say it. Hey, man, let's just run the ball every damn down until we pick up our first down. If you want to be committed, be committed. Look, I know that sounds silly. That's hyperbole. But there's got to be something that will trigger, let's run the ball. Go back to what Andy said. An army, man. Army, or whatever he said. What did he say?
No more P's, just the R's,
man.
And stop with the O's, too.
Stop with the O's.
All right, man.
Yeah, man.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
Yeah, I like
man.
that. Man.
Anywho, just quickly here. I know we were talking a little bit about the Adam Silver stuff in NBA. The funniest thing to me, like, it's why Jokic will be I'm my favorite athlete of all time for the rest of my life. Like, I've already decided that I have made this. No matter what happens in the future, you will not hit this peak. It's your first love. We talked about a little bit with Adam Silver talking about the NBA's the highlight reel league or whatever. You don't need to watch the game, just watch the highlights. And I'm like, that's the entire problem with the way that people discuss your sport. But sure, Adam, say that out loud. The fact that they changed a rule to where heaves at the end of quarters do not count individually unless you make them. Mm-hmm. And they are a team misstat. And the only reason they did it is because guys are so concerned with their statistics that they don't want their 3-point percentage to go down. And that's why they had to encourage them to do it. Is so funny to me because Jokic has been doing this 15 times a year, every year with no care in the world.
It's
and I'm
the
like,
Joker rule.
It's the exact reason why I love Jokic so much.
Yeah.
Is because
They
he
need
doesn't
to
care
call
about
that.
it.
They need to call that the Joker rule. And if I'm the NBA, I'd be embarrassed that I had to implement that rule.
Me too.
It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed that you have to ask grown men to attempt a 60-foot shot that would help their team, but they don't because they're afraid of their shooting percentage. It's an embarrassment to the league, to the players, all of them. The Joker rule is what it should be called. And for every other player out there who won't attempt those shots because they feel that it'll affect their shooting percentage, shame on you. That's pathetic.
Somebody shuffle, baby!
How many times did we see it? How many times did we see it, guys? This exact situation. End of a quarter or end of the half. And they're at the opposite free throw line. And they threw up the heave about a half second after the buzzer went off intentionally. Because it gave them the look of, no, see, I tried. I just didn't get it off in time.
Of course.
And meanwhile, Jokic is catch, blind, heave down the court. Who cares?
Do you remember that shot attempt in L.A. when Payton Watson inbounded it with 0.4 left on the clock, and he did a backhand or a forehand volleyball move?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
It wasn't even.
And
that
it was
a
pretty
shot
close.
attempt, ladies and gentlemen.
It was pretty close.
That was a shot. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about your stats. He's secure enough in his game, in what he does, that the stats don't matter. And you know what? The coaches on his team and the man, everybody's secure. The Joker's Joker. It's never going to. But my question is, why do the great ones, forget the players who are still looking to make money, the great ones who've already made their money, because there are a lot of them in this league, why do they shy away from attempting that shot? What is it? Is it pride? It's not money, 'cause they already made their money.
I guess it's ego. I guess that's what it is.
Well, I'm going to tell you, do you think there are players even on the Nuggets, or were players on the Nuggets, who played the game for stats?
Absolutely.
Well, last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
100%?
Uh-huh.
Yep.
You think they look at their stats during
Yeah.
the game?
Yes.
100%.
Of course they do.
100%. 100%. Do you think there are players in this league? Man, I don't know about you guys. When you played ball, did you know your stats? Brett, did you know your numbers when you were playing? I mean, baseball's a lot easier. You got a lot
Kind
time.
of, but not really. I didn't go back and check them every day.
If you're a high schooler right now, if you're listening to this, hell, if you're playing rec ball today, I'm just curious because I know my stats. I know exactly how many points I have I know exactly what I'm doing. So it's so fake to hear, well, I didn't know I scored that many. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You know exactly how many points you had.
0. Well,
Or you're checking them.
I was Moji Buckets the other day. I showed Brett the video.
Yeah, Moshe shows me a 30-minute video where he goes to the last 24 seconds. He made 2 shots in a row, and I go, what happened to all the previous?
One was from distance, one was a beautiful one off the glass, and I called it.
All right.
And actually, Vic, remember when you recreated one of those signature Jokic heaves in a gym, and actually that gave us one of the most infamous drops on this show now.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
Hey, I loved an answer I got from Sean Payton yesterday because it showed that there's some accountability to him. We'll get to it next. All right, so I'll be honest here. I liked an answer that I got from Sean Payton because it felt different than answers I've heard from him before. I feel like the two biggest football coaches in town, or most notable football coaches in town, in Sean Payton and Dion, have a same sort of gear when it comes to press conference mode, which is if you try and criticize or snip at me, I'm coming at you twice as hard. I'm going to challenge you right back. I'm not taking that from you, right?
It wasn't our hump.
Both of them do that. You ask a question that's a little bit critical, they have no problem dishing it back to you, which is fine. But I also like to hear when they do something obviously wrong, that they admit to it and don't just get into defense mode.
That's what it means. That means it stops.
Accountability, yes. And I think that's why, Vic, after the first week of the CU season, after that Georgia Tech game, you were very interested in the first quarter and the turnovers not capitalizing, which is the proper way to probably go about it. I didn't like the end of game situation because I didn't feel like Dion owned up to it and then doubled down the next day, which bothered me more. I'm like, just say you're wrong. It's fine.
So when was the time to call timeout?
I just didn't think – I thought the media's persistence on the timeouts at the end of the game, you're not wrong for asking, but the persistence should have been on the game, not the end of the game, because they lost it because of the first quarter.
You're totally right. You're totally right. But I got mentally, I got in a place where I'm just like, just admit you're wrong. It's fine. People make mistakes. Well, Sean Payton, the first time at least in a while, I can't remember the last time, kind of did that yesterday, because we've talked about the beginning, the first half, and the offensive play calls, and we're like, that didn't feel right. Felt like you threw the ball way too much. Well, here's his own assessment of his game plan.
Look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, it came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent, and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debriefed properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that.
I love it. I love that answer. And he said something along the same lines repeatedly, because he's coached what? 17-17 playoff game week 1, 36 times. 36 games coached as the Broncos HC. And he has said a version of, I have to commit to the run more, multiple times. This sounded pretty sincere. I don't know what it was. That sounded different. Like he's like, no, you know what? I really messed up there at the beginning of the game.
You cannot hide from the film. When you go back, Vic, and you look at it and you watch, and I'm sure that Sean Payton, listen, he's a worker. He is a thinker. He is a analysis kind of guy. You go back and you look at the film and then you match up that with your own head and what you were thinking, what you were doing at that time. And I'm sure he goes back and he goes, you know what? Yeah, I was out of sync. You know what? God, I wish I had done this. I like the fact that he's so culpable, in his own mind as to what the offense did or did not do on Sunday. I think it's a great thing as well. You learn from that, especially with the guys who you have right now.
You know what else he's doing? He's taking the pressure off Bo Nix. And say what you want about Sean Payton and Bo, they are tied at the hip. Sean Payton will go as far as Bo Nix takes him.
That's a great
Sean
point.
Payton's contract is tied to Bo Nix. I mean, he targeted him. He drafted him. As good as Bo goes is what Sean Payton will do here in Denver. So it does him no good to rip the quarterback that he has destined to be the franchise guy. That's not going to help his cause. He's going to support him every chance he can. And if it means taking one for the team, that's exactly what he's going to do. Now, he's right. His play calling was a bit too chaotic. It was. But the result is, at the end of the day, people are going to blame the quarterback. People are going to say, I'm looking right now, the Bleacher Report. They rated their quarterbacks from week 1. They gave grades. Lamar Jackson, A-, Josh Allen, A+++. Bo Nix got an F.
He should have.
Got an F week 1. And it says here, I'll just read you what they say. At the start of year 2, Nix didn't look nearly as comfortable, had to rely heavily on his defense to get the job done against Tennessee. Averaged 4.4 yards per attempt, 3 turnovers won't be enough. They just ripped him, basically. They went through this whole article, and, that's on Bo. And I think Payton understands I can't let my quarterback take that much heat when perhaps I contributed to his performance.
Yeah.
So he's going to step up and take it, and that's what coaches have to do.
No, I think it's a really good point. And to the how did Bo Nix fare, I would say, with the exception of the Jets game from last year, which was weird because of the weather, you could argue that was his worst game as a pro.
Sure.
You could argue that was worse than his first game against Seattle.
The Seattle game was bad. Yeah, it's one of his. It's certainly his worst as a winner. They won the game. And Sean Payton mentioned that yesterday. Teams that turned it over, that lost the turnover battle, were 1-8 last week. The one was the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
You turned it over 4 times against a winning team, you will lose.
You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about your philosophy, Vic? And again, I was reading through Pro Football Network, right? And they've done the quarterback grading after week 1 as well. The worst quarterback in the league was Cam Ward, according to them. The guy the Broncos
I didn't think so.
It's the QBI grade, all this kind of thing. Tua was 31, Darnold was 30, Russell was 29. They had J.J. McCarthy at 28, Bryce Young at 27, and Bo Nix at 26. But I was thinking about J.J. McCarthy. You know what he did in his first ever game, Vic? What did he do?
He rallied from a bad decision.
He rallied from a bad decision. And what else? From a deficit.
He won.
Yeah.
A comeback win.
He rallied his team to a fourth quarter dub.
Yep.
That's a great point. He did something in game 1 that Bo never did once last season.
Correct.
Think about that for a second.
His first game, now he may be ranked 28th with a QBI grade of 59.4, which is an F, according to Pro Football Network.
Yeah.
Wasn't very consistent through the air, blah, blah, blah. That was through 3 quarters. He scored 3 touchdowns in the mother truck in fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So, and I'm like, okay, well, he finally just said enough of this, and he went on out and he did it, which is something that the guy here hasn't done yet. Vic, that's been your
Now, he
running
should have
theme.
in Kansas City. Kansas City should have been a rally game.
Agreed. And the field goal situation,
Had the chance against Cincy, but they lost the coin toss.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but your point, I think, still holds true. I want to see that out of him as well. I do. I want to see. I mean, I don't need a 3-touchdown performance in a fourth quarter to win a game, but I want to see some rallying, some oomph, some let's go get him and let's get back on top.
You want to make up for a 3-turnover game. You want to endear yourself to the fans who perhaps have doubted you. You win the game this week. You do something. Maybe the defense gives up a long drive, and you answer it with a long drive of your own. That's exactly how you do it, Moj. Good point.
Did you think it was interesting when Bob Kravitz said that the overall general feeling there in Indy is not that, that they're back and, Danny Dimes is going to be good and blah. It's more like,
we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, they're waiting for the shoe to drop.
Good job, dude.
I think
week
we all
one.
would, look.
But he also said, with my theory to you, a lot of how you feel about the Colts and about Daniel Jones is about how you feel about Miami. And people think Miami really stinks.
Yeah, exactly right. Just quickly here, Moj. Help me. Frank Saravalli yesterday.
Don't even, dude, I've already asked my people in Minnesota.
Well,
what?
Here's what happened.
Vic, this is going to blow your brain.
Kirill Kaprizov, he needs an extension. He was offered what is believed to be 8 years, $128 million. That is $16 million per. It would make him the highest paid player by average annual value and by total dollars in NHL history.
So he would eclipse the Edmonton guys. He would eclipse anybody that's out there right now.
Yeah, he would. And Vic, he turned it down.
Well, that's his agent.
What's up, Moj?
Who's his agent, Moj?
I don't know who is it. Paul Theophanis. That's who it is. I remember that. Paul
Okay,
Theophanis.
that's one of two things. It's his agent trying to do something, or he wants out of Minnesota.
That's what I said. So I talked to my Minnesota guys about this. I'm like, there's no way that Kaprizov turned down $16 million a year. Now, Bill Guerin, the GM there, says, I don't know where you heard that. Didn't come from us. Didn't come from his agent. I don't know where you heard
Well, because if he confirms that was offered and he turned it down, the translation isn't we're going to give him more money. It's he wants the hell out of here, and that's a bad look.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's a setup.
Yeah. So this is what's all over everything now. And Greg Wyshynski on ESPN says Bill Guerin says he doesn't want an all-out panic among the team's fans after he reportedly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to my people, I said, this was the running theme from Minnesota. He can't be that crazy, can he? To turn down the richest contract in the history of the league. And I said, you got to trade him. And they said, well, no, it's just he doesn't want that much of a term. He doesn't want 8 years. He wants a shorter term. I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know. That sounds to me like he wants out of Minnesota, and that sounds to me like. And again, he didn't come over till he was, a little bit older. He's 28.
The numbers seem crazy to me.
I know.
Sometimes it's just, I mean, come on. Does he dominate a game like McKinnon? Does he dominate a game like Matthews?
He's not that, Vic, but he's a pretty special player. He's not that, but he's
I know
he's
special. I know he's
a
special.
special
But,
player.
I mean, anybody can make claims of money. You guys, I want to announce today that I turned down a $10 million offer from Shockey. Turned it down. Just didn't feel right.
Was it the term?
I just something about the way he approached me. I didn't like it.
Well, it was a 1,000 year
I didn't
term.
like his attitude at the time.
It was $1 million bucks.
I just didn't like his attitude. I didn't like the way he.
Oh yeah.
I didn't like the way he made the offer.
You know what? That's funny. $1 million over 1,000 years. Who says no?
I was. That's a great way to put it. I was offered $1 million over 1,500 years. I did not like the offer.
Well, how could Vic turn down $1 million? How could he do it?
Oh man. But I don't know. That's what the word out of Minnesota was to me. I don't know, man. I couldn't believe that he could turn that down if it really is true. I'd be happy with it, though. I'd be happy to get him out of the Central.
Think about how terrified
Go to New York. That's fine with me. Go to the Rangers or wherever it is you want to go. But this is the last year of his contract. He's getting $9 million this year. Mm-hmm. They will have, if they can't come to a deal.
At the deadline.
Does this sound
I was
familiar?
Yeah.
If they can't come to a deal, they have no choice but to trade him.
So imagine this, though.
And then he's going to come out and say, oh, well, I thought we were going to keep talking.
Imagine.
I can get 18 from somebody else, and then he signs with somebody for 16.
Hang on a second.
You're still hung up on that, aren't you?
Yes, he is. Imagine.
Look at him. I thought you were going to be nice about that. I thought you were going to change. I thought you changed.
Yeah, he was over it. Remember, Vic? He was over it.
You know, you asked, are you done with the Miko stuff? And he said yes. And here we are.
Why you assume I'm referring to him? A lot of guys have done that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, exact same scenario. Just imagine this is the story. Instead of Kaprizov in Minnesota, it says the Avs and Cale Makar. We would be so panicked. Like, what the hell are you? What do you mean he didn't sign that contract? What is that?
Well, yeah, if he's going into the last year of his deal, and he won't take the biggest contract in the history of the game, well, of course we're going to panic.
Well, this is a great point from the texter. No, this is a great point.
What's the great point?
Well, Marty Nachos is going into a contract year. Marty Nachos was just involved in a trade very similar to the one you laid out last year. Why not just make him involved in this one? Nachos for Kaprizov, straight up Minnesota. God. Who says no?
Everybody, because you couldn't afford. If you're the Avalanche, you can't afford Kaprizov.
Okay, fine. Kaprizov, $16 million, $128 million on a 50-year deal.
50, now we're talking over 50 years.
Yeah.
Let's see. He's 28. He's got 50 years left in him.
He's got 50 years in him.
He only has to play until he's 78.
It's a great contract.
No problem.
Hey, just quickly. News out of Fort Collins. Jay Norvell says there's basically a battle taking place between Fowler Nicolosi and the quarterback situation. There should be, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There should be. Listen, man, that's one of those situations again where the quarterback is protected by the coach. The coach does what he can, but you watch the game. There's something going on there. There's a disconnect between the play calling and what the quarterback is doing on the field. All you got to do is watch that UNC game. They got to shake it up.
Yeah, and if there's one knock on Fowler Nicolosi, and there has been since he's become the starter, he turns the ball over way too much. Way too much. Puts the ball in harm's way way too much.
Greatness.
Yes, he has.
He's had moments. Where you're like, wow, this kid's going to be a stud. And then all of a sudden, just not the same.
Well, you go back, Vic, just a couple of years ago to that game in Boulder between those two teams. And it was like, he would light you up for big play after big play and then maybe make a mistake, but make up for that with another big play. Like, he's got talent. It's just, for whatever reason, it's not coming all the way together in year 3.
I think if you're a Rams fan, what would be disappointing is that when he was young, when he was just a puppy, he played a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is his 3rd year as a starter.
Yeah, it should be pretty ironed out.
That's rare in today's game.
It really is. This is his 3rd year getting rep after rep after rep. And by the way, though, I'll say this. And you're right, he does turn it over a little bit too much for my liking, Kaner. But I think and I'm all about competition, I think he's earned the right to kind of play his way out of this. Maybe it's a short leash type of situation.
Well,
he's been there and done that, unless there's something wrong with him right now, Vic.
I think you barely escape UNC at home. And let's be honest, we all saw the result of that game. They should have lost. That should be an L. Okay, that should be 0-2. But you come away with a win. That sort of rattles the cage, and they got to do something. And frankly, I'd like to see this other quarterback get some PT, see what he can do.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll watch a game and say, it's not the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. So, look, this guy is seen as a miracle worker. He can produce something from nothing. But he can't possibly do it again, can he? Get to it next.
By now, if you listen to this program with any kind of regularity, you'll understand that I've gone to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to treat low testosterone. Found out a couple years ago, getting up there a little bit, don't feel the same as I used to. Doc says, you got some low T. I said, doggone, what do I do? Well, you're getting up there. I said, no, I'm going to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Exactly what I did. And it's been so simple for me. Walked in there the first time. Draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. They give you all the numbers, tell you where you're at, and explain the treatment options if you do have low testosterone. I was dragging, feeling tired, brain fog, this kind of thing, and I wanted to get back to being my old self. And they put me on a program that's fantastic. I treat myself at home. All the stuff comes right to my home. It couldn't be easier, and it couldn't be better. So if you're starting to lose your teeth, and guys do, 2 to 3% every year in their mid-30s, you should check this out. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, including there in Castle Rock. It's all new and all revamped. If you're on the south side, that's where you want to go. They're going to do the same thing for you, and in just a short while, you are going to get back to feeling like you did before. Again, that number is 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
So there's been one team that has been able to navigate the biggest obstacle, I think, in all of sports, which is if your quarterback position is not settled, you can't have success. If your quarterback goes down, you can't have success. There's one guy that has navigated these waters in a way that I think few other in the history of the sport can, and that's Kyle Shanahan. He has taken 3 first-round picks to draft Trey Lance, where that didn't work at all, and still made Super Bowl appearances. He has gone from Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft, and turned him into a guy that gets a franchise quarterback contract. Brock Purdy is going to be out anywhere from, reportedly, 2 to 5 weeks with turf toe. Mac Jones is the backup quarterback in San Fran. If this dude continues to win football games with another quarterback, I'm going to lose my mind. And
no George Kittle.
We were just talking about this a couple weeks ago, Moj. I might go back to 1800s Salem. You know what I mean? Like, I might be like, burn him. You can't do that.
Yeah, it'd be pretty unprecedented, Vic.
It's not just him. It's not George Kittle. He's got a lot of. He's got the receiver missing. There's a lot of things he's missing.
Yeah,
and he's still trying to get through. The turf toe is nothing. It's not gout. It's turf toe.
I've had it
once. You know what turf toe is?
It hurts. Like it's
the worst.
Really awful.
You can't move, bro. That big toe gets turfed. You can't move. You're done.
If you're the 49ers, though, and you look at that offense, you just throw your hands up in the air. Because DeMarcus Robinson, he's suspended. Brandon Ayuk, what's wrong with him? He's out. What's he got? Who?
He's got 6 weeks.
Yeah, Ayuk.
Yeah, he's got what? Yeah. Juwan Jennings
just left.
Yeah. Kittle's on the IR. Christian McCaffrey, God bless him. He is a paper airplane away from hitting his leg blowing up. Again, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is brittle at this point. If they can turn
back... Can I call timeout?
Yeah, please do.
Because you mentioned George Kittle. I've got him on my fantasy team, and today's Thursday. This is an honest question. Please don't make fun of me. How do I set my fantasy team? Where do I go for this? What do I do for this?
You go to the same.
Nothing, Vic. Actually, you don't do anything. It just automatically takes care of it itself.
I'm not being facetious.
No, me either.
I don't know what to do here.
Our app is it's all self-contained. So if you do nothing, the AI will take over and put all the right guys in for you.
It will?
Sure.
No.
Well, then I won the first week that way. Why bother?
The answer is no. Don't do that. There's a spot.
There's no button. There's no button to hit, dude. There's no button to hit that says go put the team together.
There's
there's not.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. I swear to God, there's not a button. There's no button. I'm on the site right now. You tell me where I find this button that says put your team together. Because I've looked. I looked there last night.
Load up our little app real quick. Guys, just a quick sidebar. We're going to help out Vic. It's part of the reason why we do this. So see this? There's a thing that says my team up here.
Where? I can't read that, man. That's a bunch of trash you have in front of me. What app? What app are you referring to?
I don't have an fantasy app. So you can take this.
Oh, I don't have the app.
Well, download the app. It makes it easier. Download the app and sign in, and then you'll figure it out.
Okay.
It does. Okay. Don't worry about anything. It does it for you.
Again,
off.
If this dude continues to win with that amount of guys out, I'm just going to be like,
okay,
we need to do something
about him.
Some
guys are absolute misses, are they not? Absolute misses.
Yes.
Some guys can be reclamation projects. Jeff Legwold, who will be here in 12 minutes, will tell you if it's a first-round quarterback, certainly, a top 10, top 15 player overall, no matter what, that is an insta-claim. Instant, right? Because, look, somebody screwed up with this guy. Mac Jones had talent coming out of Bama. He was a first-round pick to the Patriots. Danny Dimes was a first-round pick to the Giants. And he was like 6th overall.
I'm not going to buy this.
Mac Jones was 15th. I'm saying
I can't buy this again.
These guys have ability.
No.
It's up to somebody to get it out of them. Maybe they're unmotivated. Maybe they're crap. Maybe they're junk. Okay, maybe. But if anybody seemingly can do it, it's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
By the way, we've seen this before. Go back and look at Mac Jones' rookie numbers in New England and tell me who that reminds you of.
Nick Wright would tell you that's Bo Nix.
I mean, it's
pretty
uncanny.
it's pretty identical to Bo Nix. Pretty identical. That's an excellent point.
Hang on a second.
That's pretty identical to Bo Nix.
I guess what I'm saying is
it's close
there's
anyway.
Talent
Very
in
close.
there somewhere.
Yeah. There's stuff in there somewhere.
Mac Jones.
Well, I mean, he had 7. Bo Nix had 7 more touchdown passes, if you care about that kind of thing. Ran the ball a lot better, but, I mean, similar-ish. Similar.
What was his rating in year 1, Bo Nix?
Bo
or
Nix,
QBR, either one. I don't care.
53.
His
Yeah,
QBR?
Mac was 57.
Okay.
I get it. Yeah, they both went to the playoffs as a rookie and lost their first game.
What was Bo's completion percentage?
66.
Yeah, this is 68. You know, they're the same dude.
They aren't the. You better hope they're not the same
I'm
dude.
just saying, in their first year, same dude.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Bo Nix, it just look was better.
I guess we'll find out.
Now, something else quickly, and wanted to talk about this for a minute, but do you guys know that, like, imagine a world where Elon Musk is an NIL donor to a team. Wouldn't you be like, dude, we can't have this happen? What's going on here? Richest man in the world, unlimited funds, can do whatever he want with his cash, and he really loves, I don't know,
Sac State.
Iowa State.
Sac
Now, let's
State.
say it's a team that's in your conference, too.
Oh, Sac State.
Do you know he's no longer the richest man in the world?
I know it got surpassed last night.
Do you know who is now, Moj?
Larry Ellison.
The chief donor to Michigan football.
Yep.
Yeah. Think about having that at your disposal as a college university. Just being like, let me phone up the richest man in the world and see if I can borrow, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, $100 million and just go out and find some athletes, huh? How nice would that be?
What's different than what Phil Knight did to Oregon?
Oh, I know it's similar, but there's something to be said, Vic, about saying it's the richest person that exists right now. Go anywhere in the world.
Hey,
you won't find him but somebody with more money than our guy.
Well, I can tell you, we have the Pope in the Catholic Church. We got plenty of cash.
I'll tell you what I'd do. If I was one of these
bucket of
guys,
cash.
if I was Bezos, Ellison, Musk, any one of these dudes, or even if I'm Kelly Supp, right?
Yeah.
You got some bread. I'm going to go to some school. In fact, do I pick the crappiest school in a Power 4, or do I go outside and go, look, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the Kent State Golden Flashes into friggin' Alabama.
Hang on, listen.
Bro.
Listen, Moj. It's so funny
What?
that you mentioned this.
Because I would do it as
Hang on.
as a societal experiment. I would do it.
I'll give you a nice little one-to-one. Doesn't have to do with money. But I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, when I was gaming, high school, college. NCAA football is still, now that it's back, it's a very, very popular game. You know what I did? I always started a dynasty mode, and I picked one team like that. I'm like, and not kidding, Moj, I go, can I take the Citadel to a national championship?
Probably not.
Guess what, Moj? I did.
You did. Okay.
And there is a lot of
Okay.
pride to be taken in something like that. So you know what? I like where you're going, Moj.
All right, take a look, Vic. I would say this. Wazoo and Oregon State, they've got no home, right? They're just sitting out there in their own little two-team Pac-12, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'd say, all right, I'll tell you what, Cougs, check it out. Here's $500 million in NIL. I want you to buy every the top 3 recruits at every position coming into next year. Okay? Every portal guy, whatever. And it'll be Wazoo versus the world, and we'll make a theme out of it. Wazoo versus the world.
No, see, Moser.
And we will play all comers. We will take on everybody with the best players that money can buy.
I know exactly what I would do.
Why not do the ultimate experiment?
Exactly what I would do. Now, I have to pick a place to where I'd want to go to every game and watch them and stay around there.
Apparently, you've never been to Pullman. Ain't bad.
Pullman's not bad. I know this team isn't like a total sad sack, but San Diego State is going to be the best team in the country. I am going to live in San Diego, and I'm going to give them $500 million and be like, bring me a natty as I sit in my beach house.
Yeah. Aztecs versus the world, baby.
Yes.
Why not do that, man? You'd be a hero.
In Nebraska lives a gentleman by the name of Warren Buffett, he's worth a few bucks, right?
Yeah.
Did he go to school in Nebraska? I know he went to Columbia Business School, but did he go to school at Nebraska? Yeah. He studied economics at Nebraska. Yep, he sure did.
Yeah, but Buffett.
What's he doing?
I don't think Buffett is the NIL type. I don't think he's some huge rabid Husker guy.
Dude,
Maybe I'm wrong.
He's taking it with him. He still drives, dude, like a 1999 Cadillac, and his wife drives like a 97 Ford Explorer. Like, I think they're taking it with them.
So that's what he's offering NIL recruits?
I'm not even kidding.
You want
dude,
this?
Dude,
You want this 78 Chevy?
Their vehicles that they drive on a daily basis are literally 25 years old. I'm not even kidding, or more. It's crazy.
And does Warren Buffett donate to Husker football?
Well, it doesn't look like he has of late.
It says he does, though the specific amount and details is not publicly known. But hang on, just real quick. I've told you guys this before. Like, this is Warren Buffett, okay? He goes every morning to McDonald's and he pays an exact change for his Egg McMuffin.
Correct.
I lived broke in college with 3 other guys in a house that we rented. 3 blocks away from Warren Buffett. Like, that guy he doesn't spend money on anything.
Yeah. All right, Brett, but this whole, spending money on programs and, these the Michigan's biggest donors, how do you explain then South Florida? How do you explain Iowa State? How do you explain some of these smaller schools that are beating the bigger schools and doing it consistently at times? How do you explain it?
There's some guys or some coaches, my parents just went to the
have the horses.
They just went to the Kansas State game last weekend. When Bill Snyder got there, they weren't racking in 5-star recruits, but they took 5'5" Sproles and they made him into an All-American. You know what I mean? Like, some coaches just have the ability to recognize talent and put it together. 303-504-0925. Let's get a preview of the game this weekend with Jeff Legwold next.
Let's head back out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined as we are every Thursday at 9 o'clock by Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Leggy, how are we this morning?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing good. It's it's odd. You went into the first week with some offensive concerns, hoping that things would kind of turn. And defense was as advertised. Offense was not. What's the most concerning part about the offense? Is it Nick's turnovers? Is it lack of run commitment? What is it?
I don't know, that you can dial in one thing. I think, when you look at it, it's exactly the things people were kind of grinding the gears about in training camp. There weren't surprises. There is I guess how I see it. That I was surprised, frankly, that in last year's opener, Bo Nix had 22 pass attempts at halftime, and I thought at that time a year ago, wow, that seems like a lot for a rookie in his first start. And Sunday he had 22 pass attempts at halftime, and I thought to myself, wow, that seems like a lot for a team that was going to commit to the run and do things to help them. And I know I've said on your show, and I think the afternoon show as well, I've talked to a lot of defensive coaches in the off season, and the prevailing wisdom was that as people scouted Bo Nix and looked at what he did last year and what was a really good rookie season, that they would try to force him to push the ball outside the numbers. And both interceptions Sunday were outside the numbers. So
and almost a pick six.
And a pick six that was dropped that was outside the numbers. And I think, I know people, tell me all the time, you don't know what the hell you're doing, but I think it's very clear those predictions have come true. And it's something, both interceptions, actually, it looks to me like the same framework of coverage as well, sort of a bracket with the back guy, being sort of hidden. And I think that's something he's going to have to look at, because in training camp, he threw at least 3 interceptions with the same sort of look, one in the red zone.
How would you describe, Jeff Legwold, the Denver Broncos running style? What do they do? What are they?
I don't think we know yet, Vic. I'd love to tell you. I just didn't see that. You can't have, to me, even in today's league, I just watch what other teams do with play action and how successful it is. The thing about play action that's awesome is you can stink running the ball and it still works. And that's the best part of it. And I think Bo Nix would flourish in a lot of play action. And, I just keep waiting for it to happen. What the running backs have at halftime last week, 7 carries combined for running backs. Look, I know we all love them to throw the ball, and I know we all love the fantasy football points and all of those things, but this team has to be more committed to running the ball if they're going to be better on offense, especially when you play somebody like the Eagles or the Bengals. You want to keep giving Joe Burrow the ball back? You give Joe Burrow the ball inside the 50 5 times, even one of the best defenses in the league, this defense isn't going to be able to withstand that.
We looked at the run of Harvey last week. Jeff, no running back had a run of more than 23 yards last year for the Broncos. He had a 50-yarder.
Out of the main guys, Bidet
out of the main guys. And then, of course, Dobbins had a 19-yarder of his own. It just tells me that the talent is there. The talent has been upgraded, but they just got to stick with it, got to do it. That's what they did in the second half, and it seemed to break one on occasion. So I guess, is that it? Just keep going to it.
You'd like to think so. It's that simple. I just, even yesterday, Sean Payton was sort of saying, he didn't like the game he called in the first half, but he has said that before. And, I don't often, it's like the person who keeps touching the stove. It's still hot, and you can keep touching it and say I shouldn't touch it, but until we see the commitment, I just think it would help Bo Nix. Look, I know I'm little Timmy the sports writer and all of those things, but it would help this quarterback. I think whether anyone with this team admits it or not, but this is my 40th year doing this, and I think this quarterback is feeling the expectations of everyone around him, and because that's natural. This is a guy who he doesn't just want to be good. I think people need to understand how much Bo Nix wants to be awesome. He wants to be really, really good. And I think he's feeling the expectations of everything around him. And that's natural for a quarterback, but I think they need to help him too.
Assuming that Evan Ingram's not going to go this weekend, I know he's limited in practice yesterday, that he did some individual stuff.
I'd say very limited by my eyes.
Yeah.
Not just limited.
I told you.
I figured.
I told you.
But without him, it's interesting. I think if you were to remove one guy other than Surtain from a position group, the biggest drop-off is probably Ingram to the next guy beneath him. And they made a big deal about, hey, we're going to improve the tight end room by bringing him in here, and he's going to be, your joker or whatever. Who takes the load now? Who's the guy that steps up in the passing game? Because we know it's going to be Sutton, but Sutton and who? Because we thought maybe it's Mims. Mims had 3 catches for 12 yards in week 1. So who is it?
That's an excellent question. I think they would have to sort that out as well. Again, I think this is why they have to punish or challenge defenses in the interior somehow in the passing game and the run game, because when they don't, people gang up on Sutton and they push the safety down toward the line of scrimmage, and they have a harder time running the ball. So they've got to punish people in the middle of the field. Kroll has been the sort of other tight end who gets limited work in the passing game, but he's usually the one they're going to throw to. Doesn't help them that Atkins is out too. That's usually a guy they can line up at fullback, H-back, tight end, and he can catch passes and have an impact. So if Ingram and Atkins are both out, then they're sort of back to having to construct some things in the middle of the field to get those safeties out of there so they can run the ball a little better.
How did you feel about Sean Payton's mea culpa yesterday, saying he's got to call a better game? When I see that, I think he's taking pressure off his quarterback. That's because he and the quarterback are tied at the hip.
Yeah, Vic, I think he knows what I was saying. I think he knows the quarterback is feeling it right now. No one's ever going to admit that. We've built a sort of a media universe where you're never allowed to admit you're worried about anything, because then it becomes this enormous big deal. But I think he knows his quarterback is feeling it a little bit, because at least one of those interceptions to me was a really pressing. He knows he shouldn't let that ball go, and he still let it go. And that's when but he's only 20 something. He's in his second season. I think sometimes we expect this magic to appear and just stay there all the time, and they never make mistakes, and it's always awesome. But I like to say there's human beings in the helmets, and that's what I made of Sean's move yesterday. And I think as a head coach, he knows he had to say that because he did not call a particularly good game in the first half.
Jeff, we will now turn our attention to the Colts. And how do you feel about Rigoberto Sanchez? They're a punter. It's a great first name.
It's a hell of a name.
Rigoberto. I wish my name was Rigoberto. Maybe I'll change it before too long. I'm kidding. Man, Danny Dimes went crazy. 7 possession. They didn't punt the football. 7 scores. They beat up that Dolphins offense with their defense. They were all over him all game long. What's the scuttlebutt about the Colts? I'm not sure anybody believes, but that was pretty impressive. Even if you think Miami stinks, that was impressive.
Well, I guess my takeaway after I charted it a couple times, Miami was playing like they had something else to do. Like like they were supposed to be somewhere else, and they told them in the morning, hey, by the way, you're playing Indy today. So that was one takeaway. I think the one thing I would carve out of it for the Broncos was Miami had the second highest blitz rate in the league in the opening week, and Daniel Jones just ate that up. So, if you're the Broncos, I mean, they obviously, I think, blitz better than the Dolphins do and have better personnel all over the place, especially in the secondary. They played a ton of zone coverage, and they were blowing responsibilities all over the field. So the Broncos do those things a lot better than the Dolphins do. But that would be one thing I'd look at, is that at a high blitz rate, they had no success in making Jones uncomfortable at all. But again, the Broncos do rush and cover a lot better than the Dolphins do.
Jeff, last thing for you. This is a selfish question on behalf of the show. But Sean Payton loves Darren Sproles so much that he found another 5'5" Kansas State running back to try and put in the practice squad room. First of all, what do you think the purpose of that move was? Second of all, if you write about him in an article, can you use what we're calling him on the show, which is, I can't believe it's not Sproles?
No, I would not use that in a story.
Okay, damn it.
Yeah, I will say, as a vertically challenged human being, I respect every pro football player I can look directly in the eye, and I will pull this young man to glory because of it.
But the overall question here is, I mean, they have they have Jaleel, who is inactive. I guess what's the purpose of Deuce Vaughn being signed?
You just, if you think a guy is talented enough, you want him around. In this day and age, the practice squad is awesome for that.
Okay.
And, I think this is a prospect. The only reason he is not on a roster is his top end speed. When you're that small, you better run 4.3. And he ran like high 4.5s, when he came into the draft. So otherwise, his vision, I mean, this is a guy I would take a look at if I was a GM. I'd want him around just in case, because it's he can catch the ball, and they need that element from a tight end or a running back somewhere in this offense. Until they punish teams in that intermediate middle, they're going to have a lot harder time doing all the things they'd like to do.
Leggy, I bring this up because you do work for ESPN. You're employed by Disney, and I've spent the last 27 minutes trying to sign in to set up my fantasy team tonight, and I can't sign in. I don't know where the link is, and I've deduced the problem is I have two Disney accounts, one through my email, one through my wife's email, which explains why my team is named Terry Lombardi. I don't know her. If I've been paying for if I've been paying twice, if I've been double paying Disney and your salary for the last 2 years here, is that what's happening?
I would hope so. Yeah. I hope you have 27 fantasy teams you paid for that you don't know
Why
about.
is this so hard? Why is this so hard? Why can't I just set my team?
I think this sounds like operator error. I think there's several million people setting their teams right now. But I'm no customer service guy, as you know. But, I'll look into that. How about that? I'll look into that.
I'm sure you will. Get on the horn right after this.
As soon as we're done with this call, Vic, I'm going to look into it.
I told him, just leave it be.
Shut up.
The computer.
Vic's already moved on. Vic's already moved on.
I can't tolerate this. I mean, I don't know what the damn passwords are.
Hey, look, did I come to you when I couldn't see the Nuggets and the Avalanche?
Yeah, you did. You and everybody else. In fact, you did. The entire city came to me. Trust me, I know. I remember. I've got it documented. Yeah. So I'm going to start coming to you. If you work for a plumber and you don't get my work done right, I'm coming to you.
There are some I work for who say I should be working for a plumber right now. But anyway.
Jeff,
Thanks, Jeff,
can I ask one more thing from around the league? Just one last thing, quickly.
I'm just here at the Broncos. Let her rip.
All right. We were just talking about this. So Brock Purdy is going to miss anywhere reportedly 2 to 5 weeks with the turf toe. And I
think that sounds like 5 to me, but that's just that's just Jeffy.
Perfect. because I have watched Kyle Shanahan go from spending 3 first-round picks on a quarterback he never used to Jimmy Garoppolo in the Super Bowl to last pick in the draft to being a franchise QB. Shanahan cannot possibly, without Purdy, without Kittle, without 2 wide receivers, keep this thing going. Can he? Can he do this again with Mac Jones?
He's got a lot of experience at digging them out of injury troubles. I just can't, look, I've known John Lynch a long time. I know they're really frustrated with how this is going, just because the NFL, there's never been a sporting endeavor where your plans, your great plans that you take care of can get derailed in 2 days.
Yeah.
Because of injuries, and there's nothing you can do about it. And if he does pull him out of this, it's just another example of, what coaches talk about but rarely do, which is really coach to the team you have instead of the one you want.
Yep. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
All right, Vic, I'm on the horn right now. See you.
Oh, wait,
whoa, Vic, whoa.
What?
It sounded like you almost got naughty there for a second. You might have caught yourself, but it sounded like you almost got naughty. All conversations with Jeff Legwold are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
You hear where he was going? I knew where he was going. Vic.
I heard something.
Yeah, we heard where you were going.
I heard something.
I don't know where to sign in.
Well, then, you know what?
We have multiple sign-ins.
Look at Vic.
I guess
look
you're
at me.
screwed.
Look at me. I don't give a flying fig.
Okay.
This is why I don't do your fantasy stuff. I don't want to live your fantasy life.
Do you guys want to watch football tonight?
Hell yeah.
Well, if you can't watch it, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Commanders and Packers, 6:15.
That's going to be an awesome game.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Daniels versus Love?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Again, got a game tonight. Altitude Sports Radio. We have Commanders and Packers. Also, leading up to that, Kreckman and Lindahl live at number 38 from 3 to 6. Sanford's going to join them from 3 to 4. So go and stop by and say hi to Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 6 at number 38. Which is an amazing place to watch a game.
It's really, really amazing. Please go do it. Have fun. Don't forget 6:15 kick right here on Altitude 92.5. Going to be an awesome game. That's typically the spot what I would explain. I would probably air guitar to that and then explain what that was all about. It has to do with fantasy draft and Vic not able to get into his fantasy account, but I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I mean, talking about no song, no artist, no nothing. Let's just move on.
Okay. Hey, listen. I said the one name that probably isn't discussed as much as it should be heading into this weekend. It's not somebody on the field, it's somebody on the sideline. I think the intriguing aspect of this game is Lou Anarumo being the new defensive coordinator for the Colts. Remember, he was the DC for those teams in Cincinnati that went to the Super Bowl and then went to the AFC Championship game. They have a healthier Colts roster last year. DeForest Buckner missed most, if not all of the year, I believe. They have talent on their defense. And now they have a guy who knows what he's doing. Now, somebody earlier in the show said, if Lou Anarumo is so good, then what happened in Cincinnati the last couple of years? Well, they didn't have any talent there. I mean, they lost a lot of what made those defenses at least viable. You go back to those years that they were in the Super Bowl. Do you guys remember how they got there? By chance, the AFC Championship game, what happened? That almost never happens.
Well, they beat Kansas City.
Yeah, and they did beat Kansas City.
It's how they beat them.
And they came back to beat them.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Overtime.
Yeah.
They forced Mahomes to throw a pick. That's how they won the game. How many teams can say that in OT with the game on the line, the Chiefs got the ball first and lost?
Very, very few.
He's very, very talented. And look, whatever you think, and Moser, I think you said a really, really intelligent thing earlier in the show when it came to...
He did?
He did. Full credit to Moser. How you feel about what the Colts defense and how they match up with the Broncos offense this weekend is all about kind of how you feel about Miami. If you think Miami is not as bad as week one looked, then maybe it's a huge compliment to that defensive coordinator and that defense overall. If you think Miami stinks, then maybe you aren't as concerned. I'm telling you right now, if this is a tight spread, by the way, it's 2.5 points in favor of the Broncos, but Moser's matchup predictor on ESPN has the Colts as a favorite.
Right.
This isn't about, is Daniel Jones as good as he looked in week one? I don't think that's the discussion of this game. The discussion is, how does the Broncos offense match up against this Colts defense? Because if the answer is the same as last week, you're in some trouble.
Well, it would tell me when I look at that particular line, and I'm not a big betting guy at all here, but it would tell me that the betting public and Vegas still, A, is not convinced, but B, they really don't know what the Colts are at this point. It's hard to get a good feel. That's why you got to feel as to what the Broncos are. Kick butt defense and an offense that's going to kick it into gear.
Yep.
So on the road at Indy, and by the way, they're not playing the early game, Vic. Even though it's in Indy, it's a 2:05 kick here, right? Is it not?
2:05 in Denver, yeah.
Yeah,
Is Indy Central or Eastern?
Indy is Central.
Central.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah,
double check that, because
that's
South
like
Bend
that's
is
like
Eastern.
right there. That's
It's
like
a
right
weird
on the
state.
edge.
Yeah, it's real close.
It's a weird. Yeah, South Bend goes Eastern, and I think the rest of Indiana.
Yeah, Ohio is definitely
stays
East. Yeah, it's probably right
Somebody
there.
says here
Eastern.
Indy is Eastern.
Oh, it's Eastern. Okay, so it is Eastern.
In what world is Indianapolis Eastern?
I don't know, because it's not that far to get from Chicago to Indianapolis, really. I mean, it's you got to go down, but it's not a whole lot east. That's, who knows. Anyway, in Chicago Central. But the point is that you're not playing the late game, but you're on the road, Brett, as a favorite. So it tells me that Vegas thinks, that the public thinks, hey, man, Broncos are who they are, who they were, blah, 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 blah. But Indy is still this vague mishmash of who knows what out there. we're going to get a much clearer picture of both teams following this game. Much clearer picture.
Yeah. I think that's certainly the case. Now, can we all say this? If I just ask this basic question, we all are in agreement, I would think, maybe not, that the Broncos offense is not as bad as it looked last week.
It can't be. If it's what it is last week, it's going to be a long season. It can't be. It can't be. You're just waiting for them to hit that stride, right?
Yeah.
Like, when does it all click?
Oh, real quick. Somebody says they're Eastern in Indianapolis, but they don't observe daylight savings.
Huh?
Will says Indy's Eastern, but everything around it is Central. It's just, who knows? That's just weird.
It's very weird.
Indy, get with it.
Out, farmers.
Just get with it, farmers.
It's got to be the westernmost major city in the Eastern time zone. It's got to be one of them.
Has to be.
Wait, Nashville? Is Nashville Eastern?
Central.
Okay. Yeah, it's got to be Indy. I don't think there's even another close one.
Mm-hmm. All right, point is, what do we got? Don't know. Don't know. I mean, you go into week 1, don't know. You go into week 2, don't know. I'm going to be much happier when I feel like I've got a pretty dang good feel because the Broncos offense has to get better. It has to get better.
Yeah.
Interesting. Indianapolis doesn't recognize daylight. Neither does Brett Kane, judging from his skin color.
Oh, but, you know what? Lame. Be better.
Come on, that was good.
Be better. Insult me better than that.
That was good, and you know it.
Just a pale joke.
You know it.
Do better.
You know that was good. You know that came hard. That was good.
Okay. All right.
Phrasing.
Got it. Listen, the matchup that you have is just, I think Moser's right. It's just two things that you are totally unsure of. Like, here's the deal. Is it possible that Sean Payton's offenses just need like a month to get in gear? That they just need time to figure things out? Because once they got past like the first month of the season last year, they started to click a little bit more. Now, that was rookie quarterback as opposed to second year, but
I think it's possible, and that's a great point. I think the learning curve on a Sean Payton offense might be higher than most, and it just takes a little time to adopt a lot of his teachings. Even he acknowledged that yesterday. I've got to be simpler. I've got to be better. And it looks to me, guys, does it look to you like Bo Nix is thinking? You can almost see his brain, like there's smoke emerging from his brain.
Well, what did Jeff Legwold,
see that?
What did he just tell you, Vic?
Yeah.
The concern about Nix going into year number 2, number 1, he's trying to, quote, live up to all the expectations and all that because he wants to be really, really, really good. Okay, so you're going to be, right? You're going hard, you're trying hard, rather than just flowing. Number 2, he said, opposing defensive coordinators have film on you now. They know what you like. They know what you don't like. They know how to push you around the pocket, or at least attempt to. And they're going to utilize their weapons any way they possibly can to force you out of what you like to do. Now, they're not going to be able to be 100% successful by any means. But I think the difference between the Broncos winning some of these games and losing some of these games is how quickly and how well he and Sean Payton both adapt to what the opposing defenses, including Lou Anarumo, what they're going to try and do to Bo Nix.
Do you know what, sequence stuck out from last week?
And you better get a friggin' win here because you've got Herbert, Burrow, and Hurts the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You better get a dub.
The one sort of scene that stuck out most from last week, offensively as far as negative stuff, was that throw that he missed, I think it was on a 3rd down to Kroll, where after the incompletion, the camera zoomed in on him, and what did he do, Moshe? He goes, "Stop, stop, stop," pointing at the portion of the field.
Correct.
That he wanted Kroll to sit down in the open spot, and Kroll kept running. You know, maybe that is lack of chemistry between a guy that wasn't running with the ones for a lot of training camp and that sort of thing. I don't know. But when you say overthinking, I mean, absolutely. I think there's a huge aspect to that, where it's just like there's a lot going on up here. whenever he drops back to pass. And what could really help that out is if you ran the football effectively, which hopefully can be the change this year. Just quickly, if you guys are unaware, Pablo Torre had that story about Kawhi Leonard and the tree company and side payments, and that's the allegation. He has now said this morning or last night, don't know which one, on his Pablo Finds Out podcast, that one of Kawhi Leonard's $1.75 million no-show payments was running late. And then a Clippers co-owner invested $1.99 million in Aspiration, the tree company, and Kawhi was immediately paid afterwards. And I think this is really smart of Pablo Torre. Maybe the smartest thing behind unearthing this story.
Slow drip.
If you just throw a story out there, if the NFL, NBA, whatever major sports organization we're talking about just waits it out because they don't want to deal with it, they can kind of push that off to the side. You know when you can't? Is when every week or two, they go, oh yeah, and another thing. Oh yeah, and another thing. Oh yeah, and this thing too. That will make it very difficult to ignore. And I think it's maybe the smartest thing that Pablo Torre is doing with this story is not just fire hosing all the information at once, but keeping some.
Well, it's suspicious in so many ways because he keeps unearthing these facts, right? And the NBA has said that they will have their own private investigation team handle this. They've got
It's a law firm. It's a law firm called Wachtell, Lipton, Rosen, and Katz.
Mm-hmm. And I will ask the question.
A judge, I'm not a cat.
Does the NBA want to get into the dirt of what's happened? Do they want this out there?
No.
Do they want this? In their heart of hearts, does Adam Silver and the rest of the league, do they want to put Steve Ballmer on notice and get him out of the league? Whatever?
Absolutely
Do they
not.
want to go through what they went through with the previous? They don't want to do that. That's the last thing they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
They want this to go away. So Pablo Torre is not letting it go away. That's the difference here.
You know what? You know what
He
should
just keeps
happen?
coming up with stuff.
That what should happen is any NBA owner that's doing it right, complying with the cap, so on. I would get together with other NBA owners and say, okay, I'll tell you what, league, you're doing your own little investigation here. If I was another owner and this turns out to be true, I would be beyond furious.
Yep.
Why was Mark Cuban? Mark Cuban doesn't have any stake in the game. He sold his ownership. Why is he so beholden to Steve Ballmer? Because he has been.
I
this
think
whole thing.
Here's the fear. Who was the guy before Ballmer? Sterling?
Donald Sterling. And
that was easy.
A completely different matter.
That was easy.
Yeah.
They're like, this guy's a bleep hole. I don't want him in my league. I don't want him representing my league. Get out. Here could be the trouble, though, Moj, with this story. You open up the books. I got nothing to hide. Well, I think Pablo Torre's alleged to stuff like this. What if, I don't know, Joker took the private jet to Serbia once? Is that extra? Is that extra payment?
Not to the tune of $50 million.
It's not, but little things like that a team might do a little favor for their superstar. You don't think LeBron?
Oh, you mean like having flop houses in LA for the side pieces?
Oh yeah, you don't think
that?
You don't think LeBron's maybe gotten a few extra favors on the side throughout the course of his career from the teams he plays for that didn't have to do with his salary?
Okay, well, $50 million or $48 million is to circumvent the cap, dude.
Hold on. To Vic's
allegedly
point, why would non-owner now Mark Cuban be in such vociferous defense of Steve Ballmer? Does everybody have a little something to hide? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that's the case, but maybe.
Well, let me ask you though: what is considered circumventing the cap? Let's say that an owner decides that. Okay, here's a great one. A player has to leave because his wife is pregnant and giving birth. Hey, take the private jet.
That's what I'm saying.
Get back there in time. Or a player needs to go to a funeral. God forbid. Take the jet. We want to. Is that circumventing the cap? I mean, where do you draw the line there? There's a lot of things that teams do for players that go above and beyond. A lot of teams.
Some are even admirable, like you just said, Vic. Like, hey, your wife's giving birth. Take the jet. Get out of here. Go. Like, that's a nice gesture, but is that against the rules?
How about this one? Player has his own foundation, charity foundation. The team contributes to it. Is that overriding the salary cap?
I mean, you could make an argument, couldn't you?
You could make an argument for all of this. The difference is this business that Kawhi Leonard is involved in is so it seems so silly, right? It seems like what in God's name? Let me ask you this: it's a tree removal company or something, right? What?
I think it has something to do with eco.
Eco tree.
Okay. All right,
eco.
so let me ask it this way:
you plant a tree and you be eco and stuff. That's what
from
you do.
From a marketing perspective, now, everybody picks an advertisement because it sort of befits them. Like when I think of needing testosterone, I think of Mark Moser.
Yeah,
and in your ads, right? When you think of chicken, you got me in that. When I think of fixing my carpet, I go to Brett.
Yeah,
right.
Backwards or reverse, yeah.
Why in the world, when I'm trying to replace trees, how would Kawhi Leonard? What the? I mean, think about that for a second. Yeah, because I have a set of trees out here I need removed. Let me call Kawhi Leonard on that one.
Hang on. We got to get the break. But it reminded me, Mose, you'll know what this is. An old Chappelle special. When they said, 9/11's today. 9/11 happened, and MTV was on the air, and they said, we're going to get Ja Rule and get his thoughts on this terrible tragedy. And Chappelle's like, why are we talking to Ja Rule? It's the same thing. Like, why would I think about Kawhi Leonard with trees? What are we doing?
Not only Kawhi Leonard, you're paying him $50 million.
Yeah.
For what?
All
Is
right.
Kawhi physically coming to my house to pull out the tree?
303-504-0925. Fact checker next. All right, again, today is Thursday. We have at 6:15 Thursday night football right here on Altitude Sports Radio, Commanders and Packers. So tune in for that if you're in your cars and not able to watch. Also, from 3 to 6, Kreckman and Lindahl going to be live at number 38 with Sanford joining them the first hour of the show. Previewing or preluding your way into Thursday night football tonight at number 38. So stop by and say hi to them. Talked to Bob Kravitz today. Follows the Indianapolis Colts for Sports Roundtable. Also, Jeff Legwold. Check those out on the podcast shortly. So a couple things here before we make way for the morning sprint. Moser, we talked a little bit about Kaprizov turning down $16 million a year and $128 million overall. Can't be a good sign for Minnesota.
Yeah, it can't be. That's their problem. If Kirill Kaprizov, I think he's a very good player. First time I saw him was with Peter McNabb back in the day. Wow, this guy's a player.
Yeah.
Pete's like, you sure? Guy's a player. He's like, Moser, you're right, the guy's a player. Oh, he's a very good player. If he gets out of the Central, I'm okay with that. Just like I'd be okay if the Blackhawks traded Connor Bedard someplace. I mean,
sure.
Any dude to get out of your way, that sounds good. But if a guy is reportedly offered the highest contract in the history of the game, and he's not the best player in the game, and he says, nah, that's okay. And
there's only one other option.
And he's going to the last year of his contract. You have one option, and that is to say, adios, amigo, and you ship him someplace else for all you can get.
Man, he's asking for more money than Draisaitl, McDavid, McKinnon. Are you kidding me?
No, Vic, he would get paid as of right now. He's not even asking for it. They're reportedly offering to pay him $2 million more than Draisaitl, who gets $2 million more than McDavid. So for the next 8 years,
Whatever.
he'd get $4 million more per year than McDavid. It's insane.
Knock, I want out.
Exactly.
That's a knock, let me leave. I want to go play somewhere else. That's his message.
Yeah.
Or his agent's message.
I don't think there's any other conclusion. Let's make you the highest paid guy in both AAV and total money in the history of the sport. No, I'm going to wait this one out, actually. I'll just chill.
And I wonder if Billy Guerin knows that he doesn't want to be a Minnesota Wild. So he offers it. I mean, he could have offered him whatever contract. And Kaprizov's going to say, and go, hey, look, I got to trade him. I just offered him the most money in the history of the game, and he said no. If it's a way to bail him out with the Wild fans because the guy doesn't want to be there.
I like our deals better, where we said, okay, how about this? $1 million over 1,000 years. How's that sound to you?
Well, if you want to defer like the Dodgers do, that's what the Dodgers do.
Sure, that's what they do.
Just defer it for 1,000 years and hope that somebody comes up with a medical advancement that makes you live 1,000 years.
I promise you, Shohei, I promise you. The second I die, you'll get your money. But no time before that. Until then, it's all mine.
Unbelievable.
If someone said to you, let's say you're one of these athletes that's getting paid a lot of money and you had a chance to do a deal that was it was the biggest deal ever, but it's for 100 years. You know you're not going to live 100 years, but you're guaranteed to keep future generations intact. Would you do it?
Leave them kids. I don't know. What's the contract?
You want your money now.
What's the deal? Explain this to me again.
I mean, let's just say, give you $1 billion, the richest contract in NBA history.
Mm-hmm.
$1 billion.
Okay.
Half of which will be realized pretty much when you're gone.
No, man, because I'm not going to be able to meet so if I'm gone.
I'll just take out a ton of loans and leave that for my kids to figure out.
What if I don't get to meet my grandchildren or great-grandchildren and they turn out to be real a-holes?
Yeah, good point.
And I don't want them to have that kind of bread because they're a-holes. They do bad in this world. No,
good point.
No, man, no. I boat with the boat with the boat with the boat. I need a boat with the boat. Let's go.
So why do people leave things? So why do people leave things for their kids then? What's the point?
You can't take it with you. I don't know, Vic. I don't know. I don't know.
I have a more important question before I get to fact checker. So I guess there's this movie coming out. I don't know a lot of details of it. I don't even know who the subject is about, but it's The Rock is made. I guess he made like an Oscar-worthy movie.
I can't deal with Rock wearing that hair. I can't see the movie just because of the hair. I just can't do it.
I agree, but they always do these things where it's like they show the movie, and if the movie's really good, the actors stand up, they give them a standing ovation at these like the premiere screening, right? I read that it was a 15-minute ovation for The Rock when people saw this.
How's that possible?
I'm at minute 1.5. I'm like, I think this is appropriate. I think it's good.
It was not a 15-minute ovation.
It was 15 minutes. And what
Maybe
I'm trying to figure out
seconds.
Is there anything you would stand and applaud 15 minutes for? Any accomplishment you could think of where 15 minutes,
That would be taxing. That would be very tiring. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
That was 10 seconds, by the way. That was 10 seconds. Think about how long I was just doing that. 15 straight minutes.
Oh, my God. He's still going. He's still going. Please, stop. Yes, please stop.
If I was The Rock, I would do that. I'd be like, okay, guys, I got it. You liked it. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you what.
That was Sanford, right?
I'll make it a deal.
Yeah.
I got it.
Do you think Bo in his helmet was saying the same thing to the other players during the game? Oh, my God. Please.
It's still going.
Oh, my God. He's still going. He's still going.
If Arenado ever hits above 245 again,
okay, you'll do
I will the entire segment next year. I will stand in the corner of this room
love this.
And I will clap my face off.
Nelly, I'm not kidding. If this actually happens, because we have about 15-minute segments, if this actually happens, Arenado hits over, what'd you say, 245?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing it.
Next year, for an entire segment, we're going to do the show, but Moser's going to be in the back. Let's just get a preview of what it sounds like. I want to see how disruptive it is. Go stand in the corner and just start clapping.
Yeah. And Moser, by the way, he's not hearing this, but if Moser were to ever beat me in a round of golf, I'll give him a 15-minute ovation.
Got to be louder than that.
Yeah, I can't even hear him.
Hang on, you come closer.
Can't hear him.
There you go. Right there. That's perfect.
There you go.
Nelly, as he's doing that, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
10 dogs, huh?
I love this. This is great. It's like a sitcom. So
big dong. Big old dong.
I don't know how you guys got confused about time zones so dramatically, but let me clarify. Indianapolis is in Eastern time. All of the state of Indiana is in Eastern time except for 12 counties. There are 12 Indiana counties that are in the Central time zone.
Shut up, nerd.
And since 2006, the entire state has observed daylight savings time.
Light on your uni. Bunch of dogs. Woo!
Bunch of dogs.
Love you, baby.
I want this to happen so bad next year. All right, Moj, that's good. Great job.
Hey,
buddy.
we're an hour and 3 minutes after the fact. Still cannot locate how to fill out my fantasy team.
Good luck.
Still can't do it.
I've given you all the help I
Still
can
can't
give.
figure it out.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
and I don't know at what point of the first quarter, but it was rather quick. Last week's teams were 8-1 when they won the turnover battle, and the 1 was us. And you can't live that way. It's tough. In other words, you're going to play better teams, and so, but clearly they were +3 in that game, and every then statistic, if you looked at it, fell in their favor, and so they look very good on film.
Yeah, I think it's very important to get to a fast start. Just knowing how hard it is to win in this league and the deficit you have to face if you don't have a fast start. So having a fast start going into the season, knowing we got bigger games ahead is very important and crucial. So.
Turning the page to week 2 and the Colts. Sean Payton not asking for blue ribbons and orange slices and Capri Suns there. He understands that if you play as badly as you did against Tennessee, chances are you're not going to win those games. He mentions that they're the only team in the NFL in week 1 to get away with that many turnovers and come away with the W. The Colts come up 2-point favorites on the road against the Indianapolis Colts. Are the Broncos on Sunday.
The Broncos are 2-point favorites.
That's what I'm saying.
I think you just said the Colts come up 2 points.
Against the Colts.
I think you went
Broncos
Colts against the Colts. It's okay. I love you, Raj.
Whatever.
Hey, you know what? It's a football Thursday.
You and Moj have my head in 7 different places.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, you got to respond, man. The name of the game is respond. Right, Raj? And that's what the Denver Broncos have to do, man. They got to respond to a game in which they turned the football over. Was it 4 times? It was 4 times. 1 Marvin Mims muffed punt return, and then 3 Bo Nix turnovers, 2 interceptions, and 1 strip sack fumble. You've got to respond because if you turn the ball over 3 times in this contest, you lose. You lose against the Indianapolis. I guarantee you that if you turn the ball over 3 times at Indianapolis with the slew of young talent that the Colts have, you're going to lose the football game. The ball. You got to love it. You got to treasure it. You got to take care of it.
Maybe it's too harsh of me to put the 2 turnovers on downs against the Broncos as well, because when we talked about the game on Monday and Tuesday, I added those to the 4 true turnovers that Denver had. If you do that against a competent quarterback, and I don't know if I believe that Daniel Jones, despite killing Miami, is a competent quarterback in this league.
Very fair, especially because he's going to be facing a horse of a different color with this Denver Broncos, literally a horse of a different color than what he saw against the Miami Dolphins.
Leggy talked about it in the morning show about how if you give a guy like Joe Burrow those opportunities, those 4 turnovers, then you turn the ball over and plus territory on downs, a guy like Burrow would make you pay. Correct?
Correct.
Is Daniel Jones at the level where he can truly make you pay? If you turn the ball over on downs on the Indy 40, if you have a strip sack on the Indy 40, it's all right, Mike. Have your DoorDash in the middle of the show. That's cool.
No, it's called
it's called that's all right. That's
nice.
That's nice.
It's a Lepeep Dash,
nice.
Raj.
I mean, Coach getting breakfast handed to him on a platter at freaking 10:06, man. What is happening?
Some Lepeep bacon, baby. Continue, please.
I'm lost. Is Daniel Jones the type of quarterback that can truly make you pay if you're turning the ball over, let's say, plus or minus 15 yards on either side of the 50?
Yes. He's experienced. Cam Ward was not experienced. Cam Ward's flash plays are probably better than Daniel Jones' flash plays in this particular stage of his career. There were a couple throws that Cam Ward made that I was like, ooh.
Yeah, the 2 drops that Calvin Ridley had.
Well, those, and then also I keep going back to that first no-look swing pass that he spun out there when he was getting sacked early on in that game, kept the drive alive. Really led to one of the only significant real drives for the Titans against the Broncos. Vaunted defense. Here's what I say. Shane Steichen, good old pal, good old buddy of mine from back in the University of Nevada, Las Vegas days. Good friend of my dad's at the Louisville days when my dad was the offensive coordinator at Louisville and Shane Steichen was the offensive analyst. He's a good offensive mind, Raj. And when he's not hamstrung by having incompetence, which we saw the last year and a half with Anthony Richardson playing quarterback for him in the Colts organization, he's proven that he can move the football and stay on the field, and he did it with Gardner Minshew. I think that Daniel Jones, while he doesn't quite have the likability factor of handlebar mustache Gardner Minshew, he is a more competent quarterback in the National Football League. He's one of those 4A quarterbacks, I would call him, where he's not a AAA baseball player, but he's not a big league starter either. He's somewhere in between. That's where I have Daniel Jones.
He might be, you and I went over that, it was about a month and a half ago, the AAA versus the 4A versus the major league quarterback, right? It's a term that you love to use. Daniel Jones is the poster child, right? He's the type of guy that can show up and he can go 3 for 4 on any given night and win a game for you, but can also go for 4 or 3 Ks. I'm not scared of him. I'm scared of the weapons that he has around. Did you know that 60% of the targets that Daniel Jones had, he threw the ball 29 times against Miami.
How many touchdowns did he have on 29 attempts?
1 touchdown through the air, 2 touchdowns on the ground.
Right.
And two of those touchdowns, his 2 rushing touchdowns, I believe, came from the 1-yard line and the 2. I know 1 came from inside the 1. 60% of his 29 passes, Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman Jr. That's your answer to winning this game. Stick PS2 on Michael Pittman. Stick Talanoa Hufanga on Tyler Warren. This is what PS2 had to say about Talanoa Hufanga's impact in week 1.
I think it was good, man. He's a playmaker. I mean, whatever he does, whether it's making an interception, making a big hit, flying around to the ball, it's like every time I look up, I see Huff around the ball, and that's huge for the defense. He's really an enforcer in our defense. So when you got a guy like that that's roaming around the field, making plays, it brings the utmost confidence, in our defense. And, we could work around him. We could utilize him in different packages as well, too. So
he's the type of player that can drastically change a football game. Not because of what he does in the run coming down and adding an extra defender to the box. We obviously saw what he can do when he gets a body to the ball, can punch something out and create a turnover. The Broncos defense against tight ends, for the vast majority of my lifetime,
Not great. Well, it's because you've been in a division for a vast majority of your lifetime that did include Travis Kelce, obviously, it still does. Antonio Gates, pretty good.
2 of the top 5 tight ends of all time.
And then currently, Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer, who Pete Carroll seemed to find a way to use both of those guys in that passing attack with Geno Smith, which doesn't bode well for the Broncos. You're about the only team right now in this division that doesn't have a tight end that's trending. It's peaking. I guess I don't know who really the Colts guy would, or it's not the Colts, the Chargers guy would be right now. They haven't done, there's not really a known tight end. I guess
Don't they have Hunter
Disley.
Henry? Is Hunter Henry still a Patriot?
He was a Charger back in the day. I'm pretty sure. Will Disley is the tight end for the Los Angeles Superchargers.
Disley, Tyler Conklin.
Yeah, it's not a.
And then they drafted the kid out of Syracuse. His pops played
like a 5th or 6th, right?
What's his name? Gadsden.
Yeah, not bad play. The task that the Broncos have offensively, or dealing with the Colts offense, so as a defensive unit, is
we forgot about Tony Gonzalez.
He's pretty good, wasn't he?
He sure was.
Like the best ever.
He sure was.
Pretty much the most talented one to ever play the position, revolutionize the position. Although the Broncos have had a few decent ones themselves.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp was okay.
Pretty good.
You're going to see Hufanga's impact far more in week 2 than you did in week 1. And it's funny because he was arguably the most impactful defender on the field in week 1.
Guys, he's around the ball at every step of the way. Every single step of the way you see him in the run game involved. As part of the rush package that Vance Joseph's dialing up, involved. Coverage-wise, stick him on your best slot receiver, on your biggest receiving threat at the tight end position. In man coverage, involved. Hufanga was the most significant and most important offseason addition and has already played out in real time. And I think it's going to play out, to your point, in week 2. Raj, what I'm a little bit concerned about going into week 2, the Tennessee Titans defense anything about it outside of Jeffrey Simmons have you really had you mortified?
Before the game, no. I harped on that for 3 straight days.
Is this a defensive scheme that has you quaking in your boots? Nothing really. I think it's a fairly young defensive coordinator. Frankly, unfortunately, I can't even name him right now, which is because he's not the kind of defense coordinator who's earned that reputation.
Lou Anarumo.
Well, no, I was talking about the Titans.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who calls the plays
on
defense for the
on
Titans.
The Colts, on the other hand, Lou Anarumo, he is a mad scientist. Do you remember when I was talking about the plan?
Denard Wilson is the DC for Tennessee.
Do you know Denard Wilson? Do you know anything about him? He might end
no.
up being a superstar in the NFL. And the defense that stymied Bo Nix in the Broncos passing attack and at least dissuaded Sean Payton from running the ball. Okay, cool. They might be onto something, but as of right now, you're not a household name yet.
Dissuading Sean Payton from running the ball is not a feat of strength.
All you have to do probably as a D coordinator is be like, hey, Sean, we're going to attempt to stop the run on this play. We're not going to let him run for free.
Doesn't take much.
Okay. Look.
For a guy that has to
52 times.
For a guy that has to write in Sharpie on his play sheet, run the damn ball, it probably doesn't take a mad scientist to force him to pass it.
No, it doesn't. Lou Anarumo is a mad scientist, and where he finds his value as a defensive coordinator, it wasn't obviously on full display the last couple of years in Cincinnati. He was fired. But there were a couple of years where that Bengals defense was tough to deal with, man. And where he is valuable is all of the various packages of blitzes that he's going to bring. They're going to come from everywhere. And I want to talk to you about this defensive talent, man. And frankly, the young talent everywhere for this Indianapolis Colts franchise that has just been stockpiling good, talented players the last few years. A defensive front that includes Michigan superstar DN Kwity Paye. I coached against that dude. Terrifying. He's not a superstar. He's not. This is not a guy that's in the Hendrickson category or the Max Crosby category, but a very fine player. Especially when you think that the 3 of the other included 4 defensive players, including Kwity Paye, DeForest Buckner, coached against him, 6'7", length, athleticism, healthy. Wasn't healthy all year last year.
I was going to say, does DeForest Buckner still have it at 31 years old?
Yes, he does. Yes, he is that. He is that kind of guy. And then the guy that I think is going to be an absolute superstar and already had his first major impact in the season was a player that came in with some questions. That was a player I really liked at the Combine just a mere 2 years ago, and that's Laiatu Latu, the UCLA defensive end, another guy I coached against. I've coached against all 3 of those dudes, man, and they are really, really special defensive front players. Not to mention,
I was going to say, you haven't mentioned the best player on the defense.
Not to mention, Zaire Franklin.
He's the best player on that Colts
defense. Not
defense.
to mention, you went out and added Trevarius Ward, a very, very capable corner. You added Cam Bynum, who was a part of a blitz package up in Minnesota that was incredible. And he's got the best celebrations in the game. If you haven't seen it, go ahead and search on the X machine of Cam Bynum from this past week for the Colts intercept. I think he had either an interception or a sack or maybe a fumble return. This is a talented defensive unit. It's also a unit that is going to put incredible amounts of pressure on Bo Nix, especially because of what Bo Nix put on film in week 1. Antsy feet, panicked. How do you counter that? Well, I think we can talk about that on the other end.
Tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the Commanders visit the Packers, a 6:15 kick. Coverage will start at 6 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio, worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com, a marquee quarterback matchup on Thursday Night Football tonight, and you can go out and hang with Nate.
Dang it.
With Birdo. And with Coach Sanford from 3 to 4 p.m. today at number 38.
How about that?
Go hang out there. Our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. You can also register.
Tullamore Dew.
That's pretty good. You can also register to win a Randy Gradishar signed Broncos helmet. And yes, it is an Orange Crush helmet. So I'd get on out there, hang out with the fellas.
Tell you what, we got some dang fine jingles here on this station with some of our fine supporters of advertisement. Tullamore Dew is always one of my favorites. Big Mountain High Appliances guy.
You know what I can't wait for?
Love Redbird Farms.
Is when Connor finally gets back on the pipes for the Avs when they open up the season on October 7th. There's going to be some. Yeah! Thank you, Connor.
Connor himself is a living good ring jingle. He has jingles everywhere.
I can't wait for Connor to have his Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey read and then do it in the Irish accent.
Does he have a good one?
He's got a great Irish accent.
I've never heard it.
Is
he first generation? Is he one removed or two?
I think he's two removed.
Okay.
I don't know his lineage, but I think he's two removed.
He's just so
He's
talented.
not quite me in the Finns.
He's so talented. So many ways.
All right. I just have a quick piece of trivia for you. Who led the NFL in tackles last year? Individually.
Am I supposed to play dumb?
No, you can play smart.
Zaire Franklin.
Yeah, Zaire Franklin led the league last year.
Indianapolis Colts, Mike linebacker, Zaire Franklin.
73 tackles last year.
The reason I said, am I supposed to play dumb? Because you teased some things during the break that are mind-blowing about this player.
This dude, while leading the league with 173 tackles in 2024, did not record a career high in tackles last year.
Holy cow.
That was the season previous in 2023 when he had 179.
For context, how many did Alex Singleton have? Because before his injury, Alex Singleton was also a tackling machine. At least from a Broncos perspective, you felt like he had...
Alex Singleton's best career year was in 2023 when he had 177.
Yep.
163 and 22.
Okay, so that same year of the career year for Zaire Franklin they were how far apart? 13 tackles, or was it less than that?
2 tackles.
Wow, that's
Franklin
crazy.
had 179 his
tackling
career year.
Machines.
179 in 23, 167 in 22 to Alex Singleton's 163. Combined over the last 3 seasons, Zaire Franklin has a mind-blowing 519 combined tackles. That dude is a sideline-to-sideline linebacker at the very top of his game. He has not missed more than 1 game a year in his entire career, dating back 8 years to 2018.
Now, has he been a Colt?
He's been a Colt the entire way through.
That's
he became
cool.
a true heavy starter in 21-22. He's a 7th-round draft pick.
Out of
Syracuse.
Okay. There it is. It's pretty dang cool. 7th-round pick, only 6 feet tall, 235 pounds. You know what that sounds a whole heck of a lot like? Trey Greenlaw. The difference being that your greatest ability as a National Football League player is your availability. And that's why Zaire Franklin is going to be probably a Ring of Honor player for the Colts franchise, at the very least.
It'll be really interesting to see Alex Singleton, between Alex Singleton and Zaire Franklin on Sunday, who has more tackles. Because whoever gets it, it'll be a race to 7 tackles total.
6 or 7.
Something like that.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. He only had 4 in the opening game. It's just interesting. So he's off his pace a little bit.
I don't know. Tua was trying to huck the ball down the field because they were getting boat raced a quarter and a half in.
He was hucking Tuas everywhere, wasn't he?
I don't know. Maybe that's part of the game plan against Indy. Sean doesn't like to run the ball up the middle typically, although when we saw them run the ball, particularly in the second half, in week one. They were running between the tackles. They just don't commit to it for an entire game. Maybe that's a way to keep Franklin out of the game plan.
Might I pay the tease from right before the end of our first segment regarding how do you combat a Lou Anarumo defense with an incredibly talented group of Zaire Franklin, of DeForest Buckner, Laiatu Latu, Kwity Paye, defense, Charvarius Ward, Cam Bynum, with everything that Lou Anarumo is going to do, dialing up blitzes, and he's gonna dial up nickel blitzes, corner blitzes, safety blitzes. He is a kitchen sink defensive coordinator. He sits behind his beaker as a scientist and just puts different little concepts of pressures together and just sees what kind of chaos he can create.
Walter White in that thing?
That's exactly who Lou Anarumo is. He's the Walter White of NFL defensive coordinator. Similar vintage age-wise. Probably a little bit nerdy, right?
He's got more hair.
Yeah, he's got he's like Vic Lombardi.
Although Walter lost his hair because of, the cancer thing.
But Vic and Anarumo both have that good Italian lettuce, man. That good, I think he's a silver fox too, is he not?
Sure is.
He got a little silver fox to him. Anarumo's going to dial up pressures. You want to know what Lou Anarumo is planning for right now? He's planning for about 40 pass attempts from Bo Nix.
That's too many.
Which is how you combat heavy mixed bag pressure packages from a defensive coordinator. You run the dang football. And you run it between the tackles. Here's why. When you're blitzing a safety, when you're blitzing a nickel, when you're blitzing inside backers, you are asking your defensive line to move gaps and get into, where you lined in the A gap. And then at the snap, you're blitzing, say, the free safety through the A gap right up the pipe. Well, that's now going to be occupied by a blitzer. So now you've got a long stick, which means that your defensive linemen, they've got to get lateral and get into the B or C gap, depending on the blitz package. You know what happens in a lot of those pressures, Raj? Is if you run the ball and you run it downhill, you catch defenses out of their gaps, and they don't have gap integrity, and they are not defensively sound against the run. Run the ball. Run it again. And catch Lou Anarumo, who's going into this game thinking, I am coaching against Sean Payton. Sean Payton's going to make a point to prove that his quarterback is exactly what he said all offseason. He's a top 5 guy in the country in the National Football League. But right now, he doesn't seem like it, does he? A lot of the power rankings have him in the mid to late 20s. He had a bottom 5 game in the National Football League at the quarterback position.
If you're going to grade it, it was an F. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay if you...
You know what's not okay?
Do it in week 2 and week 3 and week 4.
It's not okay for Sean Payton to get caught up in the sauce, caught up in the moment of saying, I need to prove that Bo Nix is that dude. Prove that you are that dude, Sean, as a play caller, and put your best brand of football on the field.
Well, that's a great question, because the perfection comes from the precision. And so when a game ends and you evaluate it, and then you say, all right, how are we with the details? We're fairly young. And so if we feel like the answer isn't maybe up to what we want, then we've got to look at how much, and then not just cut back, but evaluate. And we're always trying to evaluate what do they do best. But look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, it came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent, and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debriefed properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that, so that regardless of the outcome, this accelerated curve that everyone's on, where everyone's in a race here these first 4 weeks, and we've got to be leading the way. And so in all areas.
That's a quarterback, a head coach who does sound as though I failed my quarterback in week 1. This was more so on me than it was on Bo. And that's what you should be doing as a head coach who has helped prop up. It's not the myth, but the hype about Bo going into year 2.
Yeah.
If you're going to prop him up and then he fails like that, what you have to do is you have to take that first bullet.
Right.
Now, if he fails week 2, week 3, week 4, you can't take those bullets week after week after week.
Does this game feel massive to you?
Yeah, it does.
It feels so big,
It
man.
feels so bounce backy, and it's crazy because they're 1-0.
They're 1-0. But with the schedule that lies ahead, and I don't even want to go there right now because this is that important of a contest for the Denver Broncos to establish who they are as a team, to establish league-wide.
And to get ahead of the schedule.
Yes.
Because it gets
That's the biggest
way
deal, man.
tougher starting in week 3.
We've said that since the jump. Now, I predicted, Raj, and I don't want to, I've been on Receipt Street, Victory Lap Lane, doing the whole deal. I did predict a renaissance.
She's a cruel mistress.
For Daniel Jones, did I not? And here we are. Here we are. Now, I think it does get slowed down. I think it gets slowed down against this Denver Broncos. Now, if you think that the Denver Broncos defense is all of a sudden going to completely end every aspect of the goodwill that Daniel Jones has put forward.
I mean, I showed you only twice in his 71 starting or career starts in the NFL. Only twice has he gone back-to-back quarterback rating north of 100. 2 times.
I don't believe he's going to have a quarterback rating higher than 100 in this game. I think he's going to have an admirable performance that gives the Colts a chance to beat the Broncos. Therefore, guess what it's going to come down to, man? It's going to come down to Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And that brain trust, getting this right, the balance for Sean Payton of running the football. And I'm not asking Sean Payton, nor am I requesting or giving my stupid high school coach version of request of, hey, run the ball every play. That's not what I'm saying, right? We're not asking you to be Air Force. We're not asking you to be the wing T. What we are asking, I think, as a fan base is to create some rhythm where we don't get pass happy, screen happy, and bootleg naked happy without establishing what makes all of those things work really well, which is the threat of a run game with 2 very capable tailbacks and a very capable offensive line, particularly to run tight zone, duo, which is double teams at the point of attack without a puller, and also gap schemes, which do have a puller like power. I want to see it, man. Lean into the strengths of this offensive line. Lean into the strengths of J.K. Dobbins. Lean into the strengths of R.J. Harvey. And create a little bit of balance so Bo Nix can just stay ahead of the chains. That's all I'm asking. I don't want to be in 2nd and 12. I don't want to see Bo Nix lining up on the road in 3rd and 11. That stadium, Lucas Oil, is a loud venue if you give those fans a reason to be loud. Neutralize them from the jump. And man, does this feel like a big game. Big game.
Indy's 2024 defense against the run, it's basically a bottom 10 defense against the run last year.
That's why Gus Bradley got fired. Gus Bradley got fired after last season.
You know they missed more tackles than any team in the league by like 30 tackles. They had 157 recorded missed tackles.
I wonder how many of those were Zaire Franklin. He could have had another 30 maybe.
157. Vegas was second worst with 134. Carolina, 132. New Orleans, 129. New York, the Jets, 128. That is a who's who of the worst teams in the NFL from last season.
You know what's unique about this defense under now Lou Anarumo as opposed to Gus Bradley last year? Gus Bradley, a year ago, you want to know what he did defensively? Man, he played stagnant fronts, stagnant coverages, and just let people take the nickel and dime completion plays and played a ton of cover 3, which means there's a single high safety and 2 deep corners. And then the other safety comes down in the run support. It was easy to game plan for. Do you remember when the Broncos played Indianapolis in the preseason and Bo Nix got on track and he looked in rhythm? That was against a very simple, very easy to dissect structure of defense that Gus Bradley occupies or that he employs. What's going to happen at Lucas Oil on Sunday? 11 o'clock our time, right, Raj?
No, 2:05.
Oh, we're 2:05 our time.
Yeah, it's an afternoon game.
I can get to church, Raj. That'd be good. Thank you.
I didn't do that for you.
Well, you told me.
I didn't make the
You informed
schedule.
me. You informed me. What I'd tell you, Raj, is that you're going to see two really, really aggressive defensive coordinators trading wits. Lou Anarumo, Vance Joseph, man, they love closing the middle of the field. They love bringing 5, 6-man pressures. They like bringing them with nickels and safeties and corners, oh my. It's going to come down to which side of the football offensively handles all that pressure the best. And I think it's going to be a really tight ball game, man. I think this is going to be a legitimate field goal contest.
If it comes down to rushing the football, Denver's they're in a hole. You play from behind if it comes down to rushing the football.
Unless the rushing the football is such an outlier from what you've put on film that you then get a schematic advantage by breaking the tendencies that you've built up, not just in game one, but frankly, in the entirety of Sean Payton's time here as the head coach and play caller offensively for the Broncos.
Make sure you guys get on out to number 38 in Rhino today, starting at 3 p.m. with Nate and Berto. Coach will be there from 3 to 4 as well. Ahead of Commanders and Packers, you guys can enter to win a Randy Gradishar signed Broncos helmet. All thanks to our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Again, number 38 in Rhino today, starting at 3 p.m. Nate, Berto, and the coach, Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour on the other side. I want to get into who was our darling of the draft out of Penn State. Tyler Warren, what threats does he pose? How do you stop him? And how does Sean Payton think he will be utilized in the offense coming up on Sunday? That and more next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and right now it's a buyer's market in the real estate game. And yes, I am a seller right now, and as a seller, I chose to go with the most trusted team, and that is Barry Remington and his Remington team at WK Real Estate. So if you're looking to buy a beautiful property up north in the North Metro, go ahead and check out BarryRemington.com. That's 1M. BarryRemington.com for more information. You can check out my property. You can see what it's all about. And then he's got a ton of inventory right now, which is the most that he and his team has had in more than 10 years, which is huge for you, the buyer. And right now, sellers can even help buy down the buyer's interest rate to make the monthly payments that much more affordable. This is a great opportunity for buyers, but if you need someone who knows how to take advantage of it without losing the home that you want, then make sure you reach out to Barry Remington. It's worth a 2-minute phone call, and Barry's cell phone is 720-373-9297. Make sure you reach out to Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Once again, Barry Remington's cell phone, 720-373-9297.
Yeah, I think he's very dynamic. From the first game, they utilize him a lot. Motioning him, putting him in different sets around the offensive scheme. We definitely got to keep an eye out for him because they utilize him a lot in the passing game. And, once he get the ball in his hands, he has the ability to make a big play after that. So we got to do the best we can to contain him and eliminate that.
Broncos All-Pro corner defensive player of the year, Pat Surtain, speaking about the Penn State in week 1.
PS2, not only does he have all-world talents on the football field, he also just has the voice and just kind of smoothness as a speaker of an All-Pro as well. Like, that guy's going to be so successful after football. He's such an impressive young man. I know he's a man, but he's so impressive. I love listening to his insight and the way he delivers the message. It's just maturity personified.
Now, Surtain he's not going to be lined up one-on-one against Warren. If he happens to come across him in a zone concept, sure. But, you're not going to shadow Tyler Warren with Pat Surtain. If you're going to shadow anyone with Surtain, it's going to be Michael Pittman. He had 3 catches for 43 yards in that first drive. He didn't catch the touchdown pass. That was Michael Pittman Jr., but that dude was the reason why Indy marched down the field the first time they touched the ball.
Raj, do you remember when I told you that I thought the ultimate joker in the draft truly can play any card on an offensive team was indeed Tyler Warren? The real joker.
Sean Payton, I'll quote him from yesterday. We liked him, Warren, in the draft. He was different than maybe a couple of the other tight ends. He's big, rugged, physical, strong. Those are all kind of the same word. Clearly, you can come up with a number of visions.
Large. He's got broad shoulders. He's wide-hipped.
Clearly, you can come up with a number of visions for all the things he does. He catches it well in traffic. He's going to be in traffic at times. We liked him.
You ready for the ultimate Tyler Warren glazing session here?
Could have been a 9-word sentence there, Sean.
Well, we know how that goes around here. Tyler Warren, according to pro.nfl.com, which is the greatest website, breaks down his 50 offensive snaps, man. Tyler Warren, as a rookie tight end, played 71.5% of the playing time for the offensive unit of the Indianapolis Colts, which is a high number for a tight end. Very high, with all the packages that you can utilize. He lined up at actual traditional tight end 33 times. He lined up in the slot 9 times. He lined up as the furthest outside receiver 6 times. And then this is the one that I love about Tyler Warren. He lined up in the backfield as a running back twice. Don't think that Shane Steichen doesn't have him in the lab right now, and he's cooking up some things with Tyler Warren, various ways that he can use him.
I think and I give credit to Indianapolis, in unique ways. They're moving him, doing things that are built around what we saw in college. He's got snaps at Wildcat. We're going to see that this year. I don't know when. He's got, and so there obviously was a Warren plan, and you're going to have to defend that. And he's one of those guys you just say he's a real good football player. I don't, all the measurables, and there are a number of things, and he has been for, most of his career.
All you had to do was move up 6 spots, right? Am I right in saying that? Is it 14 he went?
I think he went at 14.
I mean, not to say that the Colts weren't going to, they probably liked the player too, right? They didn't want to move a budge on that. I think it was 14 because Colston Loveland didn't go 11.
Tyler Warren at 14.
Yeah. And Loveland
Colston Loveland went at 10.
10.
The first tight end off the board to Chicago. Yeah, you would have had to have gotten up to 12 or 13. You trade with Dallas, Miami to get ahead of him. You would have to, you're likely giving up this year's first round pick.
To continue on my glazing session here of Tyler Warren, I saw it with my own eyes. The thing that's crazy about Tyler Warren is it's not normal for a tight end that has incredible length. He is listed, I believe, at 6'5".
6'5", like 240.
He is. Raj, if he walked in these doors, he would look and feel to you like a prime Tyler Polumbus. He is long.
Sorry, 255. Way bigger than 240.
He is big. He is athletic. But it's crazy that a guy that has that type of length, when he's running down the seams, he's easy to find, right? But then you can also get in the backfield and bend enough to be a tailback. That's freaking scary, man. That's freakish type stuff that I don't know who else can do that. Like Brock Bowers does that. But he's not 6'5" plus.
And he's not pushing 260.
Brock Bowers is like, dude, I stood next to him at the combine. He's short. I was looking at the top of his balding head. And I'm not
have to do the guy dirty like that.
It's just the reality, man.
Come
I could
on.
see he's got a little he's got a little tiny skin yarmulke at the top there.
You what?
I had to get that out there.
I've never heard that before.
I made it up. It's probably not good. Tyler Warren, man, he's something to deal with. But then the other piece of the puzzle, you still got Jonathan Taylor to deal with. Arguably the most utilized back over the last couple of years. Not named Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, but he's in that category when healthy. And I think Shane Steichen knows that he's got more weapons at his disposal this year. He's got a quarterback that's actually fairly competent and can run the football. And oh, by the way, man, this young second-year receiver, A.D. Mitchell, was one of the more talented wide receivers in that draft class. Just had some potential off-field kind of character issues, things along those lines. Don't sleep on A.D. Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell can play football. This is not the guaranteed W, the guaranteed check in the left-hand column that we all thought it was maybe 8 weeks ago. But I warned you. If you were listening to me, I warned you. Danny Dimes is out of what was a terrible environment that was not conducive to success.
And he had one dude that he could throw the football to.
And Malik Neighbors.
That was it.
It was
One
bad,
dude.
man. It was bad. And the running back situation last year was atrocious after you got rid of Saquon.
Let him walk.
Let him go. I'm terrified of this game, man.
How much
and I hope this is the game where everybody's saying the Broncos are legit. And if you win it, I'm going to tell you this right now too. There is no consolation. I am going to do nothing but praise the Denver Broncos if they find a way to go to Lucas Oil and win a football game.
Even if the stat...
I don't freaking care.
I agree.
This is a hard contest, and this is going to have to be a hard-fought battle.
How much weight do you give receiving success rate? Successful reception gains at least 40% of yards required on first down, 60% of yards on second,
it's a good stat.
Or all of the required yards on third down.
It's a really good stat.
The guys who led the league in that last year, David Montgomery, George Kittle, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Bucky Irving was number 10, just solid contributors to a successful offense. Warren, while not at the George Kittle percentage of 73%, Kittle was hovering around 60, or not Kittle. Warren was hovering around 60% in terms of receiving success rate in game number 1. Does that tell you anything? It would put him around, top 50 if you were to take all of those players from last year.
It's like
top 50 in the league.
What it would tell me is that a really good player is just getting started. That's what it would tell me. This is rookie year, man. That's game 1 of his rookie year. And mind you, Tyler Warren had some, he had some little injury dings last year during his final year at Penn State. So obviously health and availability is at, it's at a very high, a very, very, very high premium for a guy like Tyler Warren. And at the tight end position, it can be challenging to stay healthy through a 17-week gauntlet of a season the NFL is all about. Man, if you're the Indianapolis Colts, I know a lot of people are mad at me right now for trying to get you all worked up and scared about the lowly Colts, as you call them. Buyer beware, man. Because the AFC South that the Colts occupy right now, does it not for them look like they have a chance to be right in the thick of it? If they can win this game against the Denver Broncos and the Colts can move to 2-0,
it depends what you think about Houston.
I know, but man, Houston did not look great in that opening game. They looked flawed. They looked like you're dealing now with the potential junior slump of C.J. Stroud. The sophomore slump we're beyond that.
So how many wins? I don't know. We're
10.
1 weekend. How many wins that division?
10.
Is it 10?
10.
That's what Houston had last year. They went 10-7.
If after 2 weeks, the Indianapolis Colts in their own building have a chance to get 1/5 of the way there towards a playoff appearance and saving Shane Steichen's job.
I mean, you could tell me that, right? Indy was an 8-9 team last year. If you tell me that Daniel Jones is worth 2 more wins than Anthony Richardson, sure. You don't have to take me far down that road.
Was this
for me
not
to
also?
agree with you.
Was this not also a team that just a mere 2 years ago was just patched together by Shane Steichen with Gardner Minshew? What was it? A fourth down conversions away from getting into the postseason himself, or did they actually make the playoffs as a wild card game? The Colts. I can't remember. It was either week 18, and if they won the game, they were going into the playoffs.
Wait, 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was where Gardner Minshew had his little renaissance, and that's why I keep coming back to this. Shane Steichen, who I think does have some quarterback whisper to him, he keeps having the Kevin O'Connell effect of quarterback renaissance.
It was 2 years ago. They lost the final game of the regular season to Houston.
Yes.
Houston wins the
it was
division.
a play-in,
they
right?
get in.
Was it not a play-in?
It was win and get in.
And it came down to a fourth down conversion that Gardner Minshew just barely missed the throw. You weren't far away, and you've added some really good pieces to this team since then. And you really haven't lost much. And now you have at least an experienced quarterback. Dome stadiums can be hard to play in, man, when they're regular season games. And that's a fan base right now that's full of hope and optimism. After superstars were just in that same building. Tua Tagovailoa, I know he's got issues, but he's still a superstar in this league.
A superstar.
He's a big name.
He's a big name because of what he did at Alabama. No. Tua Tagovailoa is a starting quarterback in this league. Superstar is well beyond that.
Let me ask you this, and this is coming from the 358 on the Shop Mazda text line. Indy should have beaten the Broncos last year if it weren't for Jonathan Taylor dropping the football right before the end zone.
Yeah.
That was in your building. Is this Colts team right now better than what you played a year ago? Yes. Way better. Was there a Tyler Warren? No. Who was playing quarterback? Error prone, interception throwing, sack taking, wide open throw missing AR5, Anthony Richardson. Now you have Danny Dimes. He's got his problems. He's got his flaws, but he's not as flawed, nowhere near as flawed as Anthony Richardson was. I think Anthony Richardson by far was the worst starting quarterback in the NFL at any point in time last season. By far. This is not a bad core, man. It's not a bad nucleus. Everybody wants to say, the Dolphins are terrible. They're the worst. They're terrible. That's the only reason that the Colts beat them that bad. It's still an NFL roster with talent and superstars. You better play your best football game against the Colts. You're going to be 1-1.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Hour 2 of the morning sprint coming up next. We will have at 11:20 KJ's NFL Notes. We'll hear from the brand new quarterback of those Colts, Daniel Jones, coming up during KJ's NFL Notes. Hang out number 38 today, 3 to 6 p.m. with Nate, Coach, and Berto. Get on down there, hang out with our friends from Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Rolling into week number 2, Commanders and Packers kick off the NFL slate tonight. 6:15 kicks. 6 p.m. is when that broadcast starts right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Shield?
Exclusive home for primetime football and Westwood 1. Also Friday, Legend at Arvada West, 7:30 p.m.
Oh, this is going to be the grudge match of all grudge matches.
Connor Cape and Coach Sanford will be on that call because Valor is off on a bye week.
We're playing BYE this week. Good team. Right now we're losing 17-0 in our prep against BYE.
How does a bye week score points?
Better your execution. We haven't bettered our execution quite enough yet. Sorry, that's total coach speak. I digress.
7:30 p.m. is when you can hear Legend and A West on 92.5 with Connor Cape and Coach
Two great
Sanford.
coaches there. CJ Hanna of Arvada West, great football coach, was at Westminster High School. And then Jay Keeps, man, quarterback training extraordinaire, is 3-0. Both these teams are 3-0 combined. 6-0 record. And a little anecdote here, kind of fun. At the Broncos 7-on-7 tournament that they hosted at Dove Valley that I participated in, there was a heated battle between Arvada West and Legend that may or may not have led to a scufflebutt. So there's some bad blood between those two programs.
Scufflebutt?
I don't know. Scuttlebutt, I think.
It's a new word. I love that.
Butts that scuffle.
Scufflebutt.
It's supposed to be scuttlebutt, right?
I don't think scuttlebutt is the...
Well, look.
Scuttlebutt isn't the proper term to use there.
Well, scufflebutt is.
Scuttlebutt is like... No, scuttlebutt, it's like gossip.
I'm sure there's some gossip going on the field.
But a scuffle is,
I heard there was some
a type of a fight.
Your mom did this. No, but
so
your
it's
dad did this.
It's a gossip-created fight is a scufflebutt?
That's what it is.
I love that for
That's
you.
what happened.
Congratulations, we've created a term.
Nothing quite as
It's
as
not-
high school as that.
It's not as good as skin yarmulke. That was all time. That's one of the funniest things you've ever said. Here's Bo Nix on how to overcome tough road environments as he heads to Lucas Oil on Sunday.
Well, it's tough. You got to go to a little bit more, tighter huddles. Huddles have to be clean and, crisp, and you got to get the play in, get out, get lined up. Guys have to take initiative of getting set, understanding the play clock, understanding timing, maybe emotions got to move on their own. Like, that just comes with veteran play. We got guys on our team that they do that. They pay attention to the clock, and they're just smart players, and they kind of help me out. But at the same time, we got an experienced O-line, which helps a lot. We're going to make, good calls with some signals and make sure everybody's on the same page. And then the rest is really just going out there and not making it harder than what it is. We practice silent all week, and to me, that's not really anything different. Once you practice it, it's pretty easy. So there's a few things you got to do differently, but when we practice it for 6 days ahead, guys are ready to go, and it's all about just knowing and understanding the plan inside and out, and then just kind of knowing it by heart so you can play fast.
There's a lot of conversation about getting the play call in and having time in the huddle.
Yeah, be nice if I had some good time in that tightly connected huddle that we're going to have on the road.
Is it easier to get play calls in
at home?
Yeah.
Way easier. Dude, it's so easy.
It's complete. Like, walk me through the differences. Is it just a volume thing?
It's a volume
It's
thing.
that easy?
But you know
it's
what's
that simple?
I'll tell you this, and this might not make sense for everybody listening right now. When you play in a stadium or a dome, and I've played in both, obviously, in college, coached in it and played in it, with, we'll say, greater than 65,000 fans, and they are charged, and they are... I'll tell you what, the state of Indiana is going to be pretty greased up, pretty lathered up for a, what is that, is that technically a 4:05 p.m. kick, man. Oh, I've lived in the state of Indiana 3 different times. The Midwest likes to consume, Raj. They enjoy some consumption. There will be some volume. There will be some loudmouth soup consumed right before that game. It is not just the volume in your ears. It is an actual feeling of reverberation and vibration that is at times overwhelming. Obviously, the best way to combat that is have success. Shut them down. Get those fans to have nothing to cheer about. So what do you think is really important in this game for the Denver Broncos period. Offense, defense, and special teams.
Start hot.
Start fast, man. Start fast. If you allow that fan base to get some life and believe that they can actually be the Denver Broncos of the 2024 season this year, which is the team that nobody gave any chance to go be successful, which is the team that nobody thought would be there at the end and ended up making the postseason. That's right now what is it's in the balance right now for the Colts. And the Broncos starting fast. Like, I don't care how you start fast. If you start fast because Marvin Mims takes a kickoff return or a punt to the crib, sweet. If it's a strip sack fumble and Talanoa Hufanga is blitzing off the edge and then Nick Bonito scoops it up and scores, awesome. If it's Bo Nix uncorking a post route down the field to Troy Franklin like he did against Buffalo, awesome. Just got to start fast. And then you know what your defense can do? Pin its ears back and go freaking attack Daniel Jones.
That might be the piece of the Indy defense that you can take apart is the safeties. They're young. Xavier Howard's not completely healthy. I think he's questionable to play in Sunday's game. So middle of the field deep is where you can take advantage of them. But do you trust Bo to do that right now?
I do.
You should.
I do. Because I think a lot of the quote-unquote like down the field throwing, the air yards, it felt like it was a lot more off the bootlegs and the nakeds and the movement throws for Bo Nix, which frankly didn't bode well for you. You ended up having two takeaways, two interceptions thrown on those bootleg throws. I'd love to see you run the football, get the safeties to start playing downhill in the run game, and then throw the ball over that fictitious wall. That wall that exists that you need to blow the top off of. Because if you're defending the Denver Broncos, the two things that you're probably saying is that they like to throw bootlegs, they like to throw quick game and screens, and probably lastly, you got to stop the run game. You wouldn't say that the Denver Broncos are a high volume, pull the pin off that grenade and launch it as far as you can type team.
No.
Especially from the pocket.
No.
Usually it involves some kind of naked and then set your feet and then rip it. I want to see him throw the ball down the field, and I think Troy Franklin could be a great equalizer. Troy Franklin could be the great equalizer in this game, to run behind the defense, because that's what we've seen with Troy Franklin, have we not? Get behind defenses, even when he wasn't playing great. Even when he was just trying to find his way as a rookie that was drafted lower than probably his physical attributes would say. He still got behind people. What he didn't do a year ago was finish and connect the dots on all of those times and those at-bats that he had to catch the ball behind defenses. I'd say throw the ball down the field once a quarter. Like down the field.
Big time shot.
Launch Ola. Could be a go route to Cortland Sutton. Could be a post route to Marvin Mims. Heck, Patty Bryant, I don't care. Get Patty Bryant out there. I want to see what he can do. Do we have any news on Evan Engram?
Nothing so far. We expect another report in 2 hours from now.
So we got actually that John Franklin Myers is hurt, huh? Didn't love that. So now you're stacking Malcolm Roach, John Franklin Myers in back-to-back weeks. Your interior depth is starting to get hit.
Your injury report so far on week 2, Dre Greenlaw did not practice with his quad injury. Jonathan Franklin Myers did not practice yesterday with a knee injury. Nate Adkins obviously out with his ankle. Limited participant with the calf was Evan Engram on Wednesday.
Individual drills and then worked on a side field. Don't love that.
Alex Singleton is there with his thumb, but full participant. I think you can kind of set and forget Singleton. So your 3 players that you're peaking at right now: Greenlaw, Franklin Myers, and Engram.
Was there an update on Malcolm Roach? He just disappeared from the injury report, so he must be a full go. So it's almost like
if you're asking for Sean Payton, are you asking me, did Sean Payton say anything? The answer is no. Someone asked about Dre Greenlaw, and he gave a 4-second answer. So what you get for the Broncos is going to be injury report. That's it.
Am I right in saying that Malcolm Roach was a pure scratch from game 1?
He was. He's currently on short-term IR.
Oh yeah, so that's not great. John Franklin Myers and now Malcolm Roach potentially on the sideline as potential interior defensive lineman. I know Malcolm Roach and or DJ Jones play about the same position. They play the nose tackle. whereas John Franklin Myers plays more of a 4-eye or a 3 technique, with Zach Allen kind of opposite sides from one another. But still, do you love having those types of injuries at that point in time? That's not great. It's not great.
All of your injury reports here on Altitude Sports Radio are sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. As we continue our conversation around the most dangerous player that you and I think is on the Colts roster, for me, it's Tyler Warren. It probably should be, based off of like historic success, Jonathan Taylor.
Don't you just kind of feel a certain type of way about the Broncos being able to defend the run against the Colts? Like they
Jonathan Taylor had a hell of a game last year against them, dude.
He did. And
he did whatever he wanted.
And now that you start talking about Malcolm Roach and John Franklin Myers as potential, well, definitely Malcolm Roach, he's out. He's on the IR. Now John Franklin Myers isn't practicing on a Wednesday. We'll find out today. We'll get some more information today as reports start coming. So make sure you tune in to PhD for all the updates on the injury report from Thursday's practice.
What did NFL Pro have to say about Talanoa Hufanga against tight ends? And I don't want last year's numbers. I want the last year that he was like relatively healthy. So 2023 Hufanga against tight ends, because that's the matchup that you and I are heavily leaning toward being the marquee matchup in this game.
Yes.
Hufanga versus Warren.
So I go back to the 2023 season for your superstar safety that was fully healthy for the Super Bowl bound San Francisco 49ers and Talanoa Hufanga. And this is wild. There's a couple of interesting stats. And the number one piece that I saw is that opposing offenses have lost minus 8.5. So they've essentially lost 8.5 expected points added while targeting Hufanga in the pass game, which was 6th lowest league-wide. He's the 6th best, when healthy, coverage safety in the National Football League.
And that's not just against tight ends. That is against anyone receiving a pass or being targeted.
And ironically, that through Week 11 of the 2023 season, Talanoa Hufanga had allowed a negative 11.3 target EPA through Week 11. So elite. We're talking elite, 6'1", 215 pounds. So he does have length. He's got arm length too. He's not just like a 6'1" guy that's kind of slapped together. You can see it. I mean, he's built like a guy that could play corner. You know, if needed. So he's got the physical presence at 215 pounds to match up against 255 pounds tight ends. Now, is he going to match it? Pound for pound? No. But he's got the leverage. He's got the ability and the football instincts, and I think I would combine that with the arm length. To be able to keep tight ends at bay. So that's going to be a very, very unique challenge for really a rookie player in his second game in Tyler Warren. And I think we'll see that matchup quite a bit.
We'll go through the biggest storylines in the NFL. Hear from Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones as we go through KJ's NFL notes on the other side of the break. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL season with KJ's NFL notes.
I just laughing about during the break. Skated for the first time in 5 months. I'm like, how'd it feel? I don't know. Hung around with Riker and Mitchie pretty good. Like, dude, the ultimate flex. Just skating with a couple NHLers. Superstars.
It's NHLers, then a bunch of like old dudes, and then guys like me who are.
But you didn't mention. The bag of milk, Mike Sanford looking
Keith.
jag. Yeah, you didn't mention.
Love you, Gags.
The 52-year-old Keith.
Kidding. KJ, what's up? What's first?
So Bo Nix is looking to do exactly what we're doing today, guys, and that's turn the page. Despite his turnovers Sunday, he hasn't wavered one bit. He stepped up to the podium yesterday, and he explained what he does or will do differently after a bad game like he did week 1 versus the Titans.
Not really any different. And just watching them, tough plays. I think both their guys made a good play. All three of them. Their D lineman did a good job of going for the football. And, just in the future, maybe not be so aggressive, but at the same time, that's what makes us quarterbacks good. So it's a fine line of being aggressive, but sometimes it happens, and you just got to move on. But can definitely take a little bit more calculated attempts, and that's what I'll attempt to do in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a quarterback right there that is ready to respond, and that's been the trait that I've loved about Bo Nix intangibly. Is the ability to put a bad performance behind him, put a bad drive behind him, and go respond with very focused, serious play. And while I've been spending the greater part of the last hour and 24 minutes creating fear about the trip to Indianapolis, I think that Bo Nix is going to play better football, significantly better football.
Historically, he struggles on the road. He has. It's just kind of
I thought he was pretty good.
Goes.
Didn't you think he was pretty good against Tampa? I thought he had a good game against Tampa.
Last year on the road, he was 4-5 in 9 road games, 10 touchdowns, 4 picks.
Yeah.
1,700 yards. At home, he was 7-2, 2,100, nearly 2,200 yards, 20 touchdowns, 10 picks. So his ratio was a little bit worse, but he was far more effective at home scoring the football. He rushed for 2 touchdowns on each side, had 250 rushing yards on the ground, or obviously on the ground, on the road, 196 at home.
Interesting. A little bit more of a go, Bo, go when he's traveling.
In college, Bo Nix, 61 touchdowns to just 5 interceptions at home. 38 touchdowns to 15 interceptions on the road. He threw for 7,900 yards in college at home, just 5,900 away from both Auburn and Oregon. Neutral sites, he was 14 touchdowns, 6 picks for 1,600 yards.
Huh.
He's a way better quarterback at home.
Yeah, and that's
I would assume
fairly consistent
most
with most
QBs are better
quarterbacks.
at home.
Yeah, which is okay. Bo Nix is going to respond. He's going to play better football. He has to. If he plays the same way he played against Tennessee or worse, you might not just lose the contest. You might lose by 2 scores or more. If you play worse than you played against the Titans. Because this is a much better team than the Tennessee Titans right now.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
Colts starting quarterback Daniel Indiana Jones knows just how good this Broncos defense is, but he's not going to stop trying to get his guys open, and that includes Tyler Warren.
It's an aggressive defense scheme-wise. I think they want to bring pressure and heat you up, and then personnel is really good. They got good pass rushers, good guys in the secondary. So yeah, it's a strong group.
Daniel, you mentioned the playmakers around you. How specifically can you help them maximize what they can do after the catch?
Yeah, I think timing's critical. I think being on the same page a lot of times in zone coverage, it's, where's the spot with the most separation, how to turn, how to get upfield. I think throwing the ball accurately and trying to give them chances to do that. I think all those things are key in a when you're maximizing the run after catch plays. I think in man coverage, there's a lot of stuff on the move and keeping guys running, keeping their speed and giving them chances to do that. But
and how big a part of Tyler's game is that specifically?
I think it's a really big part of it. I think you saw it in college. I think I think that awareness and instinct for people where they are, getting upfield, drop stepping, all that kind of stuff where there's extra yards hidden in there.
Does he sound a little bit like a milder Southern accent version of Eli Manning? There's like almost a little tiny marbles in the mouth of Eli Manning? Or is that just the semi-Southerner that just came from the New York Giants organization?
I don't know if I heard much of it. I think Eli's got way more of a drawl in there.
You know that Daniel Jones and Bo Nix,
New Orleans in him.
You know, Daniel Jones and Bo Nix are some of the most relevant quarterbacks that are trained by QB country in Birmingham, Alabama, in the offseason and draft prep and all the things.
Oh, they go to the same
exact crew.
That's news to me.
That whole crew is also tight with the Manning family as well. QB country. Down in Alabama.
I am betting against Daniel Jones's ability to replicate what he did against a porous Miami defense in week 1.
He's not going to replicate.
I will bet against that.
0% chance he replicates what he did against the Dolphins. But what I will say, man, Daniel Jones, okay, against a very porous Miami Dolphins defense that is just frankly soft and is proven to be soft. He only faced pressure on 24% of the dropbacks in week 1 against the Dolphins, which was the 3rd lowest of his career. You want to get Daniel Jones to replicate his career, then you call off the dogs and let him sit back in the pocket comfortably.
You can get home with 4.
On
you might
plays,
not get home
how about
past
this,
Quentin
man?
Nelson with 4, but
on plays with 0 pressure against the Dolphins, Daniel Jones threw 17 completions for just shy of 200 yards, 11 first downs. However, on the flip side of that, the Broncos recorded pressure on more than double of what the Dolphins did, 51.4% of dropbacks against the Titans in week 1, led by Nick Benito's 9 pressures, and Benito himself generated a 40.9 pressure rate, which is nearly double the entire pressure rate of the Dolphins' front 7. That is wild. Nick Benito was better in week 1 than 7 humans that call South Beach, Miami, home. This is a horse of a different color coming, Andy.
The left side of that line is without a doubt their strongest side. Benny Raymond, Quentin Nelson.
Quentin Nelson's best guard in football?
Probably. He's paid like it.
When healthy. He was also another guy. How about this? That Notre Dame offensive line that I coached in 2015. Right tackle, Mike McGlinchey. Left guard, Quentin Nelson. Left tackle, Ronnie Stanley, starting tackle, highly paid, highly compensated from the Baltimore Ravens. Center, Nick Martin. Starting center in the National Football League.
Joe Alt wasn't there yet?
Joe Alt was not there
but
yet.
He was coming
would
up
have been
next.
great. He would have been awesome.
They just churn out offensive linemen like
so funny.
It is their job.
We had one guy that was like a 34 ACT that was our starting guard opposite Quentin Nelson. He's the only guy not playing in the NFL, but he's like running a company. So he's like, yeah, I make more than those guys.
Higher net worth than all those dudes.
He's a CEO at 28 years old.
I was listening to a hit from Matt Fitzpatrick talking, not Ryan Fitzpatrick. Matt Fitzpatrick's the golfer, talking about like his random freshman roommate at Harvard. And Ryan Fitzpatrick was a very successful NFL quarterback, has created generational wealth for playing this game.
And has a Harvard degree.
His roommate like co-founded Airbnb. He goes, I'm a drop in his couch cushions in terms of net worth. That's your center at Notre Dame.
Not to mention Fitzmagic is also making tons of money as a commentator. He's one of the big ones. He's really good. Does a great job. He's got a great beard, man. Stuff I aspire to have someday.
KJ, keep it going.
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
Brock Purdy's long shot chance of playing in week 2 has dropped to 0. The 49ers quarterback is expected to miss 2 to 5 weeks while dealing with a turf toe variant and an issue in his non-throwing shoulder as well, reported by Ian Rappaport of NFL Network. Mac Jones is expected to start in place of Purdy here in the near future. The 49ers' next 5 opponents are at New Orleans, at home versus Arizona, at home versus Jacksonville, at the LA Rams, and at Tampa Bay. With Mac Jones at the helm, he will lead the 49ers to a blank record in Purdy's absence.
And thus it begins. Injuries in the San Francisco 49ers. George Kittle out, Brock Purdy out. At least 2 weeks, probably more.
2 and 3.
Win at New Orleans. I'm saying loss to Arizona. I'm saying loss to Jacksonville.
I got him. I'm saying loss to the Rams. Games at home.
And
That's
I'm saying they win 1. They're going 1-4.
2 and 3. They
1-4.
They beat
New
either
Orleans.
one of Arizona or Jacksonville. They beat New Orleans, and then you're losing the 2 road games to LA and Tampa Bay. They're not losing both home games. If anyone is equipped to make chicken salad out of you-know-what,
it's not Mac Jones, but continue.
it's his head coach. It's his head coach.
Didn't Mac Jones look pretty sweet against the Broncos in preseason? Jarrett Stidham and Mac Jones were like kind of dialing it up, dealing.
So I believe in Kyle Shanahan's ability to make Mac Jones look decent, to rely upon Christian McCaffrey.
I just talked about preseason Jarrett Stidham. I've completely forgotten about that since the NFL regular season started. Is that something to monitor?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, stop.
Don't
stop.
that.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
2 and 3.
I'm so sorry.
1-4 is too bad for a team that still has Christian McCaffrey and 2 home games. 1-4 is worst case scenario. 2 and 3 is likely what happens. KJ, what's up?
Chop back, do it to the other team.
This weekend, the afternoon game of the week is Chiefs versus Eagles as the Super Bowl rematch comes to us in week 2. One major storyline is the Chiefs potentially falling to 0-2 for the first time in the Reed and Mahomes era. Former Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski sat down with Kay Adams to explain why it looks like the Chiefs are on the ropes in 2025.
Well, here we go, Kay. You remember Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas? And Buster Douglas finally beat the crap out of Mike Tyson and made Mike Tyson not invincible anymore. Well, this is kind of the same situation. The Philadelphia Eagles opened the floodgates last year in the Super Bowl versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, hey, we're not afraid of this super team, Kansas City Chiefs, that are very, very well known. I feel like a lot of teams last year had that fear. Oh, I can't swing on the Chiefs. We can't give them our best shot because they're so well known and everyone is talking about them. So the Philadelphia Eagles punched them in the face. The Chiefs didn't know how to react to that because no one else was doing that. Well, going into this year now, the Los Angeles Chargers punched them in the face. The Chiefs were like, whoa, they're coming at us. How do we react? Well, they didn't know how to react because no one was doing that before. So the Philadelphia Eagles opened that floodgate of, hey, if you punch these guys in the face, you take it to them, you come out swinging, they're going to fold and they're not going to be the team that you've been seeing all last year.
Tell me you're not a meathead without telling me you're not a meathead there. Rob Gronkowski. Football guy,
but you're going to use Buster Douglas and Mike Tyson?
Meathead.
Oh my God. Buster was like a 42-1 long shot to win that fight.
Meathead.
He was the 7th ranked boxer in the world
Is
at
Rob
heavyweight.
Rob Gronkowski is the only guy that I can say with a full throat that should not be talking into an open microphone, yet I love listening to him talking to an open microphone because it's so ridiculous.
It was a bad comparison. That's why
there's so much about Rob
to it.
But it
was a dumb comparison.
He just felt he just wanted to say punch him in the mouth 7 times.
42-1 long shot? Come on. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing here. It's a bad comparison, Rob. Good try, but you missed the boat there. The biggest storyline is the fact that the Super Bowl rematch is an afternoon game on Fox.
An afternoon delight? Chiefs and Eagles in week 2?
Why is that not a primetime game? Why is that not Sunday night?
Going head-to-head with the Broncos, huh?
Yeah, I hate that. Why is that? Sunday night is Minnesota and Atlanta. Yay. Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy. Sweet. That game was terrible to watch for 3 quarters.
Frick out of here with that, man.
Monday night Monday night was a horrible football game until the fourth quarter. It was an unwatchable football game until the fourth.
Well, Rod, you say that, but we know it's the Tom Brady effect.
Oh, because Tom Brady's doing the Chiefs. Is he doing the Chiefs-Eagles game?
I'm almost certain that's their top game of the day.
Monday night is Tampa Bay and Houston, LA and Vegas. How's that not a primetime game? Super Bowl rematch is 2:25.
Because everybody's
and I have to watch
exhausted.
on the opposite side of Denver.
Raj,
and Indy. I hate that.
Because maybe all of us are exhausted from watching the frickin' Chiefs and Eagles play. Give us some new blood. I want to see J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. Penn 15 Club. I can't wait for that matchup, Raj. And I'll take it any day of the week and twice on Sunday over watching this stupid witch and his Taylor Swift fan base. Done with him.
It's not his fan base. It's his tight end's fan base.
Whatever.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. They are Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side. Hand it off to PhD, 12 to noon. Nate and Andy, but no Andy today. It'll be Nate and Berto live at number 38 in Rhino. You'll be there for an hour, Coach Sanford, to hang out with the fellas and Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. If you show up at number 38 today to get ready for Commanders and Packers, you can sign up for a chance to win a signed Randy Gradishar helmet. Don't miss it. Today, 3 p.m. at number 38.
Love hearing that beautiful voice of Vic Lombardi, although he hates my favorite season, which is winter. And winter is knocking on the door. And it's a glorious thing if you're me because ski season, snowboard season, it's back. And the place that I'll be at, Loveland Ski Area, will be my family's home away from home this winter. What I love about Loveland is that we can skip the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel, head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. Right now, you can make the ultimate commitment to winter fun by going to skiloveland.com. Check out their season passes, which are available right now at less than half of what it costs to get an Epic or an Icon pass. Skiloveland.com is your place to check out renewals at $679 for a season pass, or for children, $199 season pass. An unbelievable deal and the ultimate commitment to having winter fun. Loveland Ski Area, more snow, less people.
Just a fantastic weekend of football coming up for us. It all starts this evening, Commanders and Packers. You can listen to that right here on Altitude 92.5 starting at 6 p.m. Denver's home for Westwood One Sports and all of your primetime NFL games, your biggest college football games as well. Did you know? So we talked about how I'm upset the Eagles-Chiefs is not a Sunday night game or a Monday night game, and we have to watch it opposite of Broncos and Colts. The reason why is because J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix play against each other.
And because they're
on
both
Sunday night.
really, really fun, exciting quarterbacks that I can't wait to watch.
So not only do we get a rematch of last year's Super Bowl on Sunday, we get a rematch of what game between J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix?
Oh, that's right.
2023 National Championship.
The Natty.
That's not the only National Championship quarterback rematch that is being played on Sunday. Jags and Bengals.
That's really cool.
Joe Burrow and Trevor Lawrence.
That's really cool.
Sunday is rematch central between elite quarterbacks.
Bo Nix versus Daniel Jones.
I
probably
don't think
nothing.
that crosses over
just,
at all.
Just a couple guys that have competed in the summer throwing sessions down in Alabama at QB country.
I don't think Duke and Oregon have a heated rivalry on the gridiron.
You know where Daniel Jones and Bo Nix have really competed and have some bad blood between each other is net drills in the summer. Net drills in the spring. Throwing the ball into a net.
Other marquee games this weekend, obviously Colorado and Houston tomorrow, 5:30 on ESPN. Houston's 5.5-point favorites at home. Ryan Staub expected to start, but Dion got all prickly with that.
That's a setup.
If you want to win the game, Ryan Staub starts.
Want to have a chance to win a game because it ain't going to be easy. Willie Fritz, the head coach of the Houston Cougars, did a phenomenal job at multiple stops throughout his career, most recently at Tulane, and had Tulane poised as a program to go be a New Year's Six college football playoff buster. That's where they're at. Houston just in his second year as the head ball coach there, filling in for Dana Holgerson, who never really got it done.
On Saturday, starting at 9:30 in the morning on Altitude 92.5, we'll have Wisconsin at Alabama at 1:30. Probably the biggest game of the college football weekend is Georgia at Tennessee at 1:30 here on 92.5. And then that afternoon is Wyoming and Utah, or Utah State? Wyoming and Utah?
Utah State plays Air Force.
Okay, so Wyoming and Utah will be 4:30 on 9:50 a.m.
Yeah, Utah looks good this year, brother. You called it. That's who you had as your pick to win the Big 12. Who did I have? Iowa State?
Iowa State.
I'm still looking good. They won the
You
Cy
got
Hawk.
the benefit of choosing the Cyclones after they played in Dublin. So you
had
had a 1-0
I loved them
lead.
before. Who did they play in Dublin?
Kansas State.
K-State.
Great game.
Ooh, did you hear about K-State?
No, what happened?
Freaking lost to Army. K-State lost to Army this past weekend, and Army the week before had lost like an FCS game.
And all of this is without Dylan Edwards.
I think I didn't choose him to win the Heisman because I chose Arch Manning, and that backfired on me in week one. But when I was talking about Avery Johnson, I was like, oh, look out for the Wildcat quarterback. They're 0-2? 1-2?
0-2. Lost in the opener. So how about this? Tarleton State. Do you even know what state Tarleton State is?
South Carolina?
Tarleton State is actually in the logo, it has the state.
Texas?
Texas, yeah.
All right.
So Tarleton State beat Army at Michie Stadium 30-27. And the very next week, Army goes to K-State and beats Kansas State, a team that a lot of people were favored and predicted to win the Big 12. St. Intramurals, brother, it's the Big 12. That's just you talk about, there's nothing more college football than that story right there.
Biggest game that you're looking forward to. Georgia at Tennessee, that's number 6 at 15. USF, number 18 at number 5, Miami. Florida, unranked at LSU, currently holding the 3 spot in the AP poll. Or Texas A&M, this is the late game on NBC, number 16 versus number 8, Notre Dame. At 5:30.
That's the game I'm fired up to watch. Texas A&M, Notre Dame. Former defensive coordinator for the Irish, Mike Elko, in his return. That game is obviously at Notre Dame Stadium, I believe, right? That's going to be a really interesting game. And see if Texas A&M's the real deal. They had I'd say a tricky kind of opening to their season so far. It hasn't been quite as clean as many had thought it would be. So I'm certainly excited for that game. And I think the Georgia-Tennessee game is going to tell a lot about where Both the Tennessee and the Georgia programs are at. Don't forget on Saturday morning, Wisconsin travels to Alabama. And my predictions about Wisconsin, even though they are 2-0 against two really poor teams to start the year, I think Wisconsin is not the real deal. I think they might get obliterated by Alabama. I still don't think Alabama's that good.
If my predictions are going to hold true, I desperately need the Crimson Tide to win on Saturday morning. And I desperately need, because I said Georgia might lose 3 football games this year, but then go on a run in the CFP. I need Georgia to lose on the road at Rocky Top.
Would we agree that Alabama isn't your mom and dad's Alabama?
Oh, yes. Far from.
And you want to talk about Wisconsin not being our grandpa's Wisconsin Badgers? The Badgers are 21.5-point underdogs at Alabama. 21.5. It's like an FCS team going to play Alabama because it's not even a good Alabama team right now. I have an established quarterback. Ty Simpson is a total jag. Just a guy. Which is kind of what the Jaguars might end up being. We'll see.
Avs have been back on the ice. Rookies took to Family Sports today. Gavin Brindley's on the ice. Apparently is showing very well for Colorado. All the guys are kind of starting to trickle back in. I've got a feeling that
the trickle. Because Raj has the cup tickle.
I do have a cup tickle. Cup tingle.
Oh, you're a tingle guy.
I am a tingle guy. Not so much of a tickle. Maybe I should see someone about that.
You got to get closer to the cup proximity-wise to feel the tickle.
I agree.
Yeah,
there has to be some. There has to be contact.
Yeah, little cup tickle.
Yeah.
Have you touched it?
What do you mean by that?
Have you ever touched it before?
Yeah.
You act like it's no big deal.
Well, I mean, it was here around all of us when they won in 2022.
I've been pretty negative about the Avs this offseason.
You have been.
I'm sorry. So, all our bosses, they're mad at me. I'm not apologizing. Nobody's mad at me. I'm just mad at the underperformance in the postseason the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because I 100% have caught Avs fever. Big time. I've caught NHL fever. And as a football guy, there's ebbs and flows and waves in my life where I've been really all in on the NHL, and other times I just kind of don't have the time or the bandwidth, or I don't have a team locally that I can get behind. I've been really hard viewing what the Avs have done the last couple of years. I'm excited for this year, man.
Yeah, you need to overperform.
I'm excited for Bernsey, man. Bernsey, I'm excited to see just his presence on the ice, his leadership in the locker room, in the building. I'm excited to see Gabe Landeskog back for an entire season. It's going to be a fun year, man. And good vibes. I want tingles and tickles, because if for some reason, Raj, this football guy can just embrace and caress Lord Stanley, I would lose my mind. I don't feel like I'm worthy. Do you think that they would let me sneak in somewhere where I could caress and get a real cup tinkle?
I think they would.
Cup tinkle.
A tinkle? You're gonna whiz in it?
I do not want to whiz in it.
Don't do that.
I would.
People drink beers out of that.
I would consume 1 beers for sure. You imagine Raj, the morning sprint, consuming 1 beers in the 2026 newly crowned
I would love that.
Stanley
It'd be awesome.
Cup. Let's go, man.
Speaking of tingles and predictions, what do you think happens tonight? Washington at Green Bay. The Commanders plus 150 on the money line. Packers home favorites at minus 170, 3.5-point favorites tonight. 6:15 kick. You can listen to it right here on Altitude 92.5.
Gosh, I love the fact that we have this shield. The NFL is here on our own airwaves. So if you're driving around tonight, man, 6:15, I know I'm going to be driving around listening to this broadcast here on 92.5. I have the Green Bay Packers as home favorites, and they're going to cover, and you are going to see a tremendous performance tonight out of one Micah Parsons. He's going to prove that he is worthy of all that the Packers have given up to get him as a player there at Lambeau Field.
If you guys are looking for somewhere to watch that game and to pregame watching that game, head on out to number 38. Hang out with Nate and Mark Bertinoli from 3 to 6 p.m. and our friends at Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey. If you go on out there to number 38 in Rhino today, again, 3 to 6 p.m., you can register to win a signed Randy Gradishar helmet. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next. Love you guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Well, here we are. Tough day yesterday, Tyler. Pretty terrible, actually.
Yeah, a lot going on in the world, huh, man?
And the anniversary of 9/11 today. So, what can I tell you? Horrible, terrible.
I saw it live during the show yesterday, and I went numb. Numb.
The whole thing is just disgusting. And, you know, we're here to talk about sports and have a good time. And you know, that's what our promise is to you each and every day. But it's not like we're not aware of things going on, of course. And so it's heavy. You know, it's heavy stuff. But, you know, we know you're tuning in for sports and the things that we're talking about. But, again, you know, I just want to say it's hey, I get it. It sucks. It blows. And we're not aware of the whole thing. That's all I'm saying. And it was heavy on me the whole day, and I don't know how you're feeling about it today. But it was tough. It was a tough period. It still is tough.
No, I mean, listen, it's emotionally charged. Talk about it all. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're trying to go into it or not.
No, I just want to acknowledge that we're aware of it. I don't want people to think that we're blind to what's going on, you know, that sort of thing.
Very, very emotionally charged stuff going on right now.
Okay. Aside from that, how's everybody doing? We're glad that you're here today as we try to do the best that we can to transition. And we look at the Broncos and the Colts. And later today, Nate Kreckman with Berto will be at number 38 with Tullamore Dew. So we get into Thursday Night Football. Got a great game tonight with the Commanders going against the Pack. So that should be a cool game.
That will be a good one.
You're wearing your Buffs gear. They're off to Houston. That's where Andy is. He's with the team. And so he's traveling with them as they play a night game, Friday night game. How do you feel about Friday? I mean, the night games period to me are kind of sketchy, but the Friday nights are in particular.
I mean, I've become so accustomed to these night games with CU. It's like watching Nuggets basketball. Just get ready to watch a football game at 8:15. We had it all year last year. You got 4 of them this year. I don't know. I mean, I don't love them for sure, but I'm going to go to the BYU game. That's going to be another 8:15 p.m. start.
Yeah, so is the Wyoming game, and I'll be at that one, Parents' Weekend. So my first one of those ding-dongs. So, but that game's all sold out. I don't know. I got to finagle tickets one way or the other.
Oh, you don't have them yet?
I don't have them yet. So I never really worry about it that much.
No, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure I will one way or the other. So I got to admit, man, I like the afternoon ones for college. I don't even like the night games for the Broncos.
I love the environment of it. And I always hesitate to go to the night games because I just don't want to deal with the process getting home at 2 o'clock in the morning. But every time I go, I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
It's an awesome experience, those night games.
Okay. Well, I haven't been to a CU game in a couple of years, you know, so I have not been to one CU game since Prime got there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not trying to stay away from it for any reason. I'm not like against it. I'm just, I don't know. It just hasn't lined up for whatever reason. So I probably missed out, didn't I? I probably should have gone one of those.
Well,
games,
they've been a good time. I mean, it's been an incredible environment. Week 1 was jam packed. Week 2, I was wondering if it was going to be sold out. I don't know if it was literally, but sure as hell looked sold out on TV. Against Delaware. So the crowd's been awesome.
Yeah, we're 0-2 with Ralphie, too. So we got to get Ralphie back there. The Broncos against the Colts. So everything is running a little bit later for the Broncos these days. I was told that it's things are just kind of starting later, and so they just want the media sort of to be around just in case. So I don't think there's anything to look into. I don't think there's anything, amiss or wrong. I just think that's the way they're doing it this year. They're just getting everybody there so it can happen whenever things happen. So no red flags there whatsoever. But it does mean that some of the stuff that happens, happens after we're off the air. And we got this beauty from Sean Payton yesterday.
Well, that's a great question because the perfection comes from the precision. And so when a game ends and you evaluate it and then you say, all right, how are we with the details? We're fairly young. And so if we feel like the answer isn't maybe up to what we want, then we've got to look at how much and then not just cut back, but evaluate. And we're always trying to evaluate what do they do best. But look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent, and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debrief properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that so that regardless of the outcome, this accelerated curve that everyone's on, where everyone's in a race here these first 4 weeks, and we've got to be leading the way. And so in all areas.
He's sort of taking blame there a little bit.
What was the question? Do you know?
What's more important, being precision or being precise? Or perfect? Perfect or precision? What's the difference? What would you rather have?
Ooh. Don't those kind of go hand in hand?
Yeah, but you asked me what the question was.
Yeah. I
So,
mean, I'm just trying to figure out how I would answer that question. I mean, I think I would answer that question by saying those things go hand in hand. It's tough to be perfect without being precise.
Yeah, Troy Rank asked it. Yeah, and he asked Bo that too.
If you are precise, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be perfect by any means, but. You know, I think that we saw some early glimpses, and Sean acknowledged the fact that he's got to be better getting the plays in and everything. We saw Bo Nix get frustrated very early on in that game when they had the delayed game, and then it was like the very next play they had to take the timeout because they were running out of time. I feel like it was the very next play, or maybe 2 or 3 plays later, and Bo was walking to the sideline yelling, let's go, get me the dang play calls in.
Yeah, here's Bo being asked that same question.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, you want to go out there and score points and be productive because our offense can do that. So it's not about being perfect. It's just about being the best that I can be, and I know that I can be a lot better. And so even if I would have gone out there and been, a few completions short of being perfect, I think I could have gone out there and found ways to complete those passes. So, it's not about the stats or it's not about perfection by the outside, but it's just for me, it's a standard that I have for myself, and I know I can be better. So.
I got to admit, I'm a little lost on the difference too. So, Bo's a good guy. Bo's a good guy. He's not much of a answering the questions. He kind of slips into the cliches relatively quickly, and I don't know if there's a whole lot of insight there. I thought what was more interesting was when Sean Payton was saying, I've got to be better, and it's, on me looking at it. Now, I know a lot of coaches just say that as just sort of the cliche sort of thing, but I don't think Sean says that as a type of cliche, even though a lot of guys do. I think when Sean says it, I don't think that's his automatic default, Tyler, that he just hangs it on himself. So when he says it, I pay a little bit more attention to it.
Well, and I think if you read between the lines of what Sean said there, he said he's got to be better. He also said, especially early on in the season. So that implies a couple things, right? Like it implies early on in the season I was clunky. Early on in the season, and I'm connected dots here that maybe it's fair, maybe it's not. But I do feel like he's talking specifically about getting the play calls in. Early on in the season, it's a little bit clunky. He gave, and I brought this up during the preseason. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. He gave the play calling duties in the first preseason game to Joe Lombardi, the second game to Davis Webb, and then the third game, I guess Sean called the plays. But when I saw that, I was like, do we really need to have 2 weeks of having somebody else get a trial? Like, I get it. You want to help your guys out and everything.
Right.
But even a play caller needs to get back in the rhythm a little bit. It's just finding things. You organize that play sheet to the best you can. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12. So you've got your categories. But even within your categories, you've got different ways that you look at that board, and you just have to memorize the dang thing. It's like a game of memory to get to the play call on time.
What do you think the relationship is with Sean and Bo?
Good.
You think it's good?
Yeah. Why?
I wonder where it's going to go. I wonder how those two are going to blend in the long haul, the two of them. I do wonder about that. I wonder if Sean's just going to drive Bo kind of nuts with a little bit of everything you just said there. Like, we're getting the play in late. I'm not getting the time here. Things are being rushed where they don't need to be rushed. Sean kind of over-explains everything. I think Bo is a great quarterback for Sean, better than Russell Wilson, but I do wonder if their personalities are a great match. I think they're fine right now.
Yeah, they seem pretty similar to me, to be honest.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem, though. Maybe that's kind of like they're cut from too much of the same cloth.
Maybe, but I think that's a good thing. I mean, I think having two guys that are cut from the same cloth is a good thing. I understand, like, in a relationship, like, there's got to be a healthy balance of a yin and a yang. But I'd be surprised. Well, okay. I'd definitely be surprised if you're talking about, like, right now that Bo Nix is already frustrated with them.
Oh, no, not right now. Like, we'll see how things progress. Not right now. We'll see. We'll see. I can understand where Sean drives guys nuts.
Sure. All play callers do, man. I mean, there's that famous clip of Matt Stafford. Was it Matt Stafford when he's getting the play call in? He's like, I got it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it. Shut up. He's still talking. This is unbelievable. This guy's still talking.
Yeah.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Sean Payton is far from the first play caller to frustrate his quarterback about getting the plays in on time.
Yeah, and I don't know how much like reminding of things happens or what it's like up until the 15 seconds where the
I don't think it's
cuts
as
off.
much. I don't think it's as much as you think.
Okay.
I mean, you might have time to get one quick reminder in, like, hey, eyes on the safety, or remind what the alert is. But dude, I mean, if you think about it, you got up until 15 seconds on that clock. Right. So that 40-second clock, that starts ticking. And by the time that ball gets set, now I got to get the down and distance. Someone's got to give me the down and distance. Now I got to get to my play sheet. Now I got to find the play.
Mm-hmm.
My play is going to take me about 3 to 4 seconds just to get the play call out. By the time I even get the play into the quarterback, you're lucky to have that play call in by probably 20 seconds on the clock. So meaning you got about 5 seconds left that in theory, if everything went perfect, you could give a couple of reminders. But that thing gets shut off.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I know. So you should theoretically have plenty of time. Hey, listen.
Well, no, I mean, I think theoretically there's not much time. There's not much time to get much in other than the play call.
Oh, yeah. There's not a lot of time for other extraneous chit-chat. I think upon looking at things, I feel like I should cut Bo a little bit more slack maybe about how the game went, because I do wonder if things from Sean's end were just kind of chaotic. And it's been a little bit chaotic trying to get the offense going. And Bo was kind of just doing the best he could under the circumstance once I hear Sean say what he said right there. So I'll take Sean at his word for it. Let me ask you, are you taking his word for it, or do you think those are just cliches?
No, I think that was pretty legit. I mean, you know, when I heard him say, especially for week 1, to me, that was an acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you smooth things out? What do you do if you're Sean to sort of settle everything down? How do you make things a little bit simpler?
I'm going to mention something that I haven't mentioned yet, but it's something I noticed, and I just didn't really know how to bring this up because I don't want to imply anything. Did you happen to notice how shaky Sean was?
I did not.
It was weird.
I did not. Well, I did rewatch the game, but I'm seeing the game live, so you can't really see the coach at the sideline. And when I was rewatching the game, I really wasn't paying attention.
So they zoomed in on him a handful of times as he's looking at his play sheet and he's calling the plays in.
Yeah,
and his hand it's shaking. It's
really?
shaking. He's got one hand on the play sheet and it's shaking like crazy.
Really?
And I'm thinking to myself, God, how does he even read that thing?
Huh? I did not pick up on that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to imply anything. I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just adrenaline of the game. Who knows? But I specifically noticed it, and I said it out loud. I was like, wow, I do not remember seeing his hands shake like that in the past.
Well, it wasn't a cold day. It wasn't an overly windy day. You know, the weather conditions were fine.
Yeah, a lot of people were chiming in. They saw it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll go back and take a peek at that. I really swear to God, I didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, it was weird.
Why?
And I was almost like, dude, put the other hand on the play sheet. Like put both hands on that thing so you can stabilize it a little bit. I would the way his hand was shaking, I wouldn't have been able to read that thing.
Okay, well, we'll take a different look at it, man. That's interesting. We have our injury report to get to, and it concerns who wasn't practicing yesterday, and how concerned should we be about that? Details coming up next. Broncos injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. From yesterday, Evan Engram was limited. So I actually think that's kind of good news. Surprised me a little bit. Adkins obviously is out. John Franklin Myers with a knee issue did not participate. And Dre Greenlaw is out. Malcolm Roach also is out too. So your depth in terms of your defensive line is dinged up just a little bit.
That's a lot, actually. That's quite a bit on the defensive line. Jonathan Myers, Malcolm Roach, and then Dre Greenlaw right there in the middle. That ain't ideal.
What's your concern?
Who was the second name you had?
Nate Adkins. But
Nate Adkins.
Yeah, but we know that. That's not an issue. And they haven't put him on IR, so he's gonna just keep popping up on the injury report.
Gotcha.
But we know that he's out for a little bit. And Franklin Myers, that sucks. I'll hold out a little hope for Evan Engram. I thought his was going to be the more serious of everything coming away from Sunday. So the fact that he can practice at all, I suppose, is a good sign. A little bit.
Sure. I mean, if you're already practicing on Wednesday, that's a very encouraging sign. I mean, a lot of guys, not a lot, but I should say a lot of guys that are in his situation, long-term veterans, you could go as deep as Friday without practicing and still playing the game. Younger guys, Mike Shanahan's rule, generally speaking, was if you're not a vet, if you don't practice on Wednesday and Thursday, you're not playing in the game.
All right, so what do you suppose is going on here with Greenlaw? What are we looking at?
I mean, I have no idea how to answer the question. The rumors that started coming out last week were that, he's going to be back really quick. So, don't freak out. He might be back as quickly as week 2. Not so fast, my friend. I mean, we don't have an official update. We're not going to get an official update.
Sean did have a little bit of a comment about it yesterday.
Yeah, so nothing to update you on. Progress is going well.
Right.
Well, there you go. That's about as little as you
can
get.
So like I said, we don't have an official update. Progress is going well. What does progress mean?
I would not hold my breath for this Sunday. But it's the NFL. Who knows? Crazy things happen.
Was Evan Engram, my understanding was he was doing things off to the side. Was he on the field with the guys?
He was limited. So, yeah, I would believe that's true. I think Franklin Myers and Greenlaw weren't even out there at all. So, yeah. So, Engram's limited's limited. So, he wasn't full go.
Okay.
So, it's not like, hey, everything's awesome. So, that could be an issue too. And you're down Nate Adkins. And so, I don't know. You got Troutman and Kroll.
Yeah.
So, you're a little bit light in the tight end department as well.
Hey, Lucas Kroll got the first catch of the season, though.
Hey, he's rolling. He's the MVP of the offseason.
Both those guys got catches before Evan Engram, matter of fact.
Yeah. Okay, this is what you deal with. You're a little banged up. Got to deal with little stuff here and there.
It is a little bit disturbing, though. I described it as like the biggest boom or bust free agency class in the history of the Broncos. If these guys can all stay healthy, what a freaking boom you got. Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Evan Engram, all guys coming off season-long injuries. If they could be healthy, it's like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a difference-making season. But if they don't stay healthy, everybody's going to be pointing the finger and be like, well, you should have known. You signed 3 dudes that have legitimate injury concerns, and here we are in week 2, and you got 2 of the 3 that are already on the injury report.
Yeah, Josh on the Sean Mazda text line, citing Leggy, who's on earlier today on the air. Legwold said he didn't do anything, doesn't expect him to play off to the side. We'll have Adam Schefter on with us in about an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll get into everything NFL with Adam. Adam was, I don't know if he took a shot at Ryan Clark on purpose or not.
I don't think he intended to be honest.
I think that was just kind of
I think he was. I think he was legitimately being disparaging about himself.
Right. We'll play it for you coming up. Well, actually, hold on. Do I got it right here? This is it. We'll play it for Adam too when he comes here.
That guy for 1 year, where your team can count on you, where you're giving maximum effort in the run game, where you're running full speed at all times. I mean, I haven't played the game, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But
you have no clue what you're talking about.
You know what you're talking about.
You have no idea.
To give full effort.
In football, you do not have to give effort. Yeah. That is clear.
Okay.
I think he just stepped in it accidentally.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he did it on purpose.
I'd be shocked if that was intentional.
That's pretty funny. Someone else needs to call the plays. Sean Payton sounds like Joe Biden waxing on about corn pop. Oh, there you go. Are you? You're not with that, are you? I mean, by the way, your whole like Sean Payton's hand is shaking. I don't know. The text line kind of exploded with that. I mean, there's a lot of people that noticed that same thing.
Yeah, apparently I'm not the only one, I guess. That was very concerning to me. I mean, I didn't want to bring it up because what if it was like a medical issue? Like, and I didn't want to be rude about it, you know? But I just do not remember seeing his hand shaking like that last year.
It might be a problem for Sean to call plays. He might need somebody else for that. Dylan Barnes, DMac, why do you dislike Sean Payton so much? I definitely don't do I come across like I dislike Sean Payton?
Not as much as you hate Dion.
I'm annoyed by Dion.
No, you hate him.
No, I don't hate Dion.
You definitely hate Dion.
Sco buffs.
Hate's a strong word.
I'm not a hater. I'm not a Dion hater.
You despise Dion.
I definitely do not.
You strongly dislike Dion.
I liked him on Tuesday. I thought he was fun on Tuesday. I thought he was fun and funny on Tuesday.
No, you gave him a courtesy. See, he's not always so bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it was for me on Tuesday. I'm not against Dion. And I'm certainly not against the Buffs. And I'm not against Sean either. I like Sean. I think Sean is a really, really good coach. I think Sean has some quirkiness to him. I think most players do like Sean. I think he does have a good relationship, Tyler, with the vast majority of players.
Yeah.
That seems apparent. I think he's got a great relationship with Drew Brees. Great relationship with him. But I do wonder sometimes, in a relationship with a coach, is it reasonable that, you sort of get to know each other? You may butt heads on some things for a little bit, but, you grow into a good relationship as time goes on, as you guys get to know each other. I don't think that's an unusual thing.
I think you're reading too much into the relationship thing, to be honest. I'm not worried about the relationship between Bo Nix and Sean Payton. I know that Bo Nix chirped that as he's coming to the sideline about getting the play calls in, but every quarterback does that. Hey, if you know something I don't, cool. But it sure as hell seems like those two guys are like, I mean, how could you hate a man that's anointing you as a top 5 quarterback? How could you hate a man that is hyping you up like nobody else in the world is, that handpicked you? It seems really, really early to have disharmony between those two guys.
Okay, so what do you think it was about Bo and the plays? And
he's just frustrated. I mean,
at himself?
No. I mean, I think he was frustrated with Sean. Are you talking about when he was chirping, or what are you talking about?
Talking about all of it. I'm talking about Sean saying, I got to do better with what I'm doing. I'm talking about Bo. And,
I think it's all true. I think it's all true. Like, Bo Nix is not excused because Sean Payton struggled to get a play call or two in, but it was a delay game. It's not like we had 5 of those things.
If it did come out, or if it was revealed to Sean that perhaps a more calming presence in Bo Nix's ear would be better served, do you think Sean would sort of say, okay, tough one for me to swallow, but I want the betterment for the team? Or do you think Sean is like, hey, forget it, man. Like, I'm not giving this over to Davis Webb. There's no way. I'm doing this, and we'll just figure it out. I'll be better. I really will just get better.
No, I don't see Sean Payton ever giving up play caller duties, if that's the question. So, like, where do I sit on that whole conversation? Ain't happening. If Sean Payton's your head coach, he's your play caller. And it's going to be that way until Sean Payton's no longer your play caller. But there's almost an implication in there that Sean Payton has been hectic to him. I don't know where that's coming from, I guess.
That mean?
Well, I'm asking you because you're the one that keeps bringing it up.
Oh, I mean, it's just the disconnect, just the issues that they've had getting things in. I mean,
when you say the disconnect, though, do you mean just like a bad offense?
Just everything's rushed. Everything's happening kind of in a weird way. The fact that Sean Payton said I had to just go call run plays in the second half to just calm things down instead of the RPO stuff. Just everything like that, along those lines. We were having fun with Nate and Andy, like, is it, too many R's, more P's, or too many P's, more R's? We need that. Well, that doesn't come without, Sean basically admitting, hey, in the second half, he said this. We ran the ball more specifically just to even things out, to make things less complicated.
Well, we did throw the ball 40 times. I mean,
yeah.
Bo Nix has only thrown the ball over 40 times 3 times last year.
Mm-hmm.
So in the first game, we did something that we only did 3 times the entire season.
What do you see that's interesting, challenging about Indianapolis's defense? We haven't talked much about it. We're kind of stuck in the Daniel Jones sort of world, but it's not like they didn't make some or try to make some improvements, and it might help them just a little bit that Charvarius Ward, who they acquired, he's got a concussion. He's questionable. Latu's questionable. But I look at their, defense, and I'm like, okay, is there something really scary about this? Is there something to be concerned about this defense, or is it just sort of so-so, just kind of okay?
Well, the first name to keep an eye on is going to be DeForest Buckner. So this dude's been doing it at a high level, just like Jeffrey Simmons kind of wrecked shop on us at times last week playing in the interior defensive line. That's who DeForest Buckner is. He's a Jeffrey Simmons type of player, and so watch that matchup. Have a game plan for it. Their defensive coordinator is Lou Anaramo. Gosh, I always
Amarillo.
Yeah, there you go.
Something like that.
Yeah. He's a longtime defensive coordinator for the Bengals, and he's had some success over the years. The way that he calls plays is very. I call it like a Rolodex blitzer, meaning I'm not going to call the same blitz all the time. I'm going to spin the wheel, and whatever blitz comes up, I'm going to run that thing. And then I'm going to run something that's radically different. So it's not a bunch of vanilla defenses. He's going to try to confuse you through the chaos of versatility in his schemes. It can be very unpredictable at times.
Yeah, Lou Anarumo. Anarumo. How am I doing on my pronunciation? Anarumo.
Sounds great.
Anarumo. Emamomo.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, he's new to them, like you said.
Edamame.
So
Edamame.
So how does the Broncos offense? How does the offensive line set up for a defense like that?
Well, I thought the Broncos offensive line actually played really well. After going back and watching the film, look, Simmons had a couple moments. He's going to get his. He's a damn good player. He's an elite football player in the NFL. So he did have a couple moments there. Overall, though, the offensive line did a good job pass protecting. Offensive line did a decent job in the run game. They were not on the same page with their running backs a couple different times. But I liked the performance from the offensive line, and I would expect them to handle their business against this defensive line as well. I mean, Kwity Paye is a guy that's going to be rushing off the left defensive end. He only had 1 tackle in the first game. There's a lot of names on that defense that the average fan is not going to know.
Right. And how bad is Miami?
Correct. Bad. Very bad.
Okay. The Broncos defense is just thinking about Greenlaw here. How much better would they listen? I understand how good the guy is, okay? How much better would the defense be with Greenlaw? Like, what changes? What even makes them that much better with him out there?
Well, what was the one? I mean, I guess I could just say it. My one concern with the defense last week was the run defense right up the middle, and especially early on. I thought they settled in, but early on I was like, oh boy, we got a problem defending the A and B gaps. Like, they're just getting downhill on us. That ain't going to happen when Drake Greenlaw's in there.
Gotcha.
That's not going to happen. He's going to be difference maker. Justin Strnad, I respect as a football player, but he's doing the best he can in there, and he's not a thumper. Like, Drake Greenlaw is a bit of an old school thumping linebacker that has got the ability to actually cover, and those guys are hard to find.
Okay, well, here we go, and we have games tonight. We have the Commanders and the Packers. We have a doubleheader on Monday night, like a pure like 1 game at 5, 1 game at 8 doubleheader.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a few years now, and I hate it. I despise it. But Monday Night Football, I want to lock into 1 game. Don't give me 2 options.
But they're not being played at the same time.
I know.
So, I mean, you kind of will be able to just watch it back to back.
They've done both, though.
They have, yeah. But they're changing that. Well, I mean, it's 5 and 8 o'clock. I mean, there might be a little overlap.
I guess I don't mind as long as they're not playing at the same time.
And here we go again with the are you feeling a Broncos win still?
I do. And I think they should win relatively handedly.
What does that mean? What point differential is that? What's handily?
Honestly, in the NFL, 8+ points.
Wow, you see it like that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh wow, man. I guess I'm way more conservative. I'm way more cautious about this week. That would be fantastic.
I don't see Daniel Jones. I mean, I know Brett Kane had his take that like Daniel Jones is going to get sent back into the bench for the rest of his life after this game.
Yeah,
more or less. Might have put a few words in his mouth there. But I mean, I'm not implying that this is going to be the death of Daniel Jones. But Daniel Jones is not going to have the luxury of 15 play drives of the run-pass balance that he had in the first week. Like our defense should do some good against that offense.
Don't forget, both threw 3 picks against the Colts defense last year. Tony in Denver.
Well, I'm more worried about what he did last week than last year, but it's fair.
Well, let's get to Bo Nix coming up next. PhD here on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, and finding the right treatment, that can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. They got you set there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with 5 locations up and down I-25. It's easy to find, and the location in Castle Rock, refurbished and looking absolutely spectacular. Think about that if you're in that part of town. Way to go, Castle Rock. Go on in. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. How about that? That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out today. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's interesting hearing from Bo Nix yesterday, Tyler, about a couple of different things, and he's relatively drab, but the topics are kind of interesting. So after you had a bad game, so I'll ask you personally.
I cried.
Okay.
Curled up in a ball.
Okay.
Drank too much, which is why I don't drink anymore.
Okay. A lot of bad games.
Yeah.
A lot of bad games.
Turns out I experienced that a lot.
Okay. Do you think your reaction after bad games is different than quarterbacks or the quarterbacks that you knew after they had a bad game? Could you tell differences with your quarterbacks?
I doubt it. I doubt if their experience after bad games is any different than ours. We all care, you know. They've got a very pressure-filled position, but pressure is mostly intrinsic, in my opinion, right? So whether you play a position that's going to get covered in the newspaper by every single play, or whether you play a position that only gets covered when you mess up, like offensive line. We only get covered when we mess up. The pressure comes very internal. So I'd be surprised if it looked any different.
All right, here's Bo about, what do you do after a bad game?
Not really anything different. And just watching them, tough plays. I think both their guys made a good play. All three of them. Their D lineman did a good job of going for the football. And, just in the future, maybe not be so aggressive, but at the same time, that's what makes us quarterbacks good. So it's a fine line of being aggressive, but sometimes it happens and you just got to move on, but can definitely take a little bit more calculated attempts, and that's what I'll attempt to do in the future.
Okay. And this is interesting because there's a couple of moments where it looked like, well, what are these guys thinking? And every time that you think about what the Broncos did that was a little questionable of what they were thinking, you realize it was all they were erring on the side of being aggressive. They weren't being conservative. They were being aggressive. They were trying to, push things. For example, Sean admitted on the kickoff, they did have time. They, on purpose, at the end of the first half, they wanted that ball to be returned. They were going for an aggressive move that they could stop the guy, maybe force a fumble, get a field goal, something like that. That was better to them than just kicking it, through the end zone and the whole thing. At first, in being there, it just was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Just kick the ball away and let's go to halftime. You did a great job. You lucked out, man. You got a touchdown. That they were pretty stupid being overly aggressive. And then the 4th and 8 is another one. I mean, that's a really aggressive move. A really aggressive move. Okay. So I
love being aggressive, but I don't like being stupid.
Well, what's the difference?
You just know. I mean, you just know. Like aggressive to me is awesome. I love going for it on 4th down. I love when you got a coach that is past the 50 and is like basically everything's in 4-down territory. I'm so down with that, dude. But that is when the game is not in hand. When the game is in hand, when you've got a game won and all you got to do is manage things, you got to change it. You got to change the approach, right? Staying uber aggressive when you've got an 8-point lead with what was on the clock. Do you remember?
They got the ball 48 seconds, I believe.
Okay, 48 seconds left.
Yeah.
And we could punt the ball, which would be the safest decision.
Mm-hmm.
We could pin them, make them go 90-plus yards, and our defense has been tremendous all game. We could kick a field goal, be a little bit aggressive there, go for it at the risk of either missing it or getting it blocked and giving them the ball where we're at right now. Or we could do something stupid, and we could go for it on 4th down when our offense has sucked all game long. So aggressive to me is something that you continue until you don't have to continue it.
Well, Bo was asked because Cortland was wide open. I mean, he was more open than Mims on that play, and he was asked, did him and Court talk about it?
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean, every game I've ever played, I go back and watch, and there's always several, 2 or 3 that you're like, man, ball should have gone here. It would have been an explosive play. And other times you throw it and you get lucky because the ball should have gone somewhere else. It probably wouldn't have been a great play, but you ended up making one. So that's just football. It's the way the ball bounces. But, Cortland was he walking off the field, he had a smile, and I knew something was up. So, unfortunately, sometimes play doesn't always go exactly to plan, and that's why you regroup and you call the same plays for the next week and you try to hit the big ones.
Do Do you think they'll be equally aggressive if they're in a similar situation? Or do you think it really is, hey, man, it's our home opener. Our defense is playing great. We're playing Tennessee. They're not very good.
But see, that's the stupid part. Like, that's disrespectful,
Like, I think that was a pretty disrespectful play. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was disrespectful
no
as all
doubt
get
about
out. It doesn't get any more two middle fingers up in the air than that move right there.
Right.
I don't know, man. I mean, Sean had a play. I worked all week on a play. I knew their tendencies on fourth down. I knew we were going to get cover zero.
Yeah.
I drew up the perfect play.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry that you worked for 2.5 hours and you might not get to call the play that you worked on for 2.5 hours. But them's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes,
Here's Bo talking about the confidence Sean trusts with him on fourth down plays.
Absolutely. I'll always love the aggression. I know it's not always my choice. Sometimes you got to take the points, kick the field goal. But I didn't mind that. We got another crack at it, and unfortunately we missed it. But we were really close, like we just talked about, to have an explosive play.
Okay. Listen, they won, and it didn't cost them the game. I didn't love the kickoff thing either because I was like, what's the point here? But I will say, man,
you seem to have liked the end of the game, though.
I'm liking things a little bit more as time goes on.
Break it down for me like I'm 5 years old, how that decision made sense.
I just like the philosophy. We're going to be more aggressive, and we did have a play, and it was.
But wouldn't you agree there's a time and place for being aggressive?
Hey, everybody thought they were trying to draw them offsides. Nobody thought they were really going for it. So in the moment, it was definitely a moment of what? I'm sorry, I was around a bunch of the media. Everybody was shocked. Nobody could believe what was actually happening.
Because it was stupid.
But then again, I did not realize how open Cortland Sutton really was. Like how good the play call actually was that they didn't just execute it. I guess.
Hey, man, I could put my mortgage on black and it could hit. And it's cool. Like, hey, I gambled and it hit. Doesn't make it smart.
I guess there's just part of me that likes a team pulling for a team that stays aggressive on things.
It's like crushing Dan Campbell for being like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think this was a weird game because if this was against the Buffalo Bills or the Chiefs or a team that had another dynamic offense that could chew you up, I probably would think completely different.
Dude, I totally disagree. If it's the Buffalo Bills, I get going for it. Because you don't think it matters if you give them the ball on the 40-yard line or if you give them the ball on the 10-yard line, they're going to march down the field and the score. So to me, that's a radically different situation that I'm like, yeah, we got to go win it now because it don't matter where this dude gets the ball. If he gets the ball, he got to score.
Here is Cortland Sutton talking about that 4th and 8 play.
We didn't talk too much about it, man. At the end of the day, we're just happy that we was able to get the dub, man. If that was a situation that, we needed it and, it came down to like a win or loss situation, I think it would have been more evaluated. But it's something that, we looked at and we watched it on film. Hey, we get this situation again. There's the possibility that this could be here, but it's nothing that I don't give them a hard time about it. It's just, we watched it, we laughed about it, we kept it moving. We got the win, and at the end of the day, that's all that really mattered.
Okay. I don't know if they can even ever use that play again. I mean, that's going to be pretty well.
Oh, sure you can.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean,
you think that's in the bucket?
There's just you got a handful of cover 0 beaters. You got a handful of cover 2 beaters. The beaters don't change, and you'll use them when you know you're getting cover 0 again. Because all you got to do is get a step on it.
Oh, so open.
Dude, so is Marvin Mims, though.
They were both open. But
Marvin Mims is open. Like, I got it. Cortland Sutton is so open because there's not a dude within 10 yards of him.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's covering him. But in terms of, like, an open wide receiver, it don't get more open than Marvin Mims was there.
Yeah, and Marvin Mims was NFL wide open.
Yes.
Cortland Sutton was elementary school flag
Cortland
football.
Sutton was busted play wide open.
Yeah. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
And Cortland, of course.
Play it one more time, Dan. I just want to see Bo's eyes. Oh, okay.
And he was getting pressure from, what's his face? The guy who talks smack during the week.
Jeffrey Simmons?
Yeah, Jeffrey Simmons, yes. Right there. Yeah, Bo got a little sketchy, though. He had a little bit more time than he thinks.
Yeah. I mean, it sure looked to me like he had his eyes on Marvin Mims first. I'm not going to blame the dude for looking at Marvin first. And if Marvin's open, I'm throwing the ball too.
Well, when he throws it, Cortland isn't exactly that open. Like if you go back just a little bit, Court just he's about to bust open when Bo makes his mind up to throw it to Mims. So he's watching Mims all the way, and Cortland's yet to cross over the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm.
So as the ball gets in the air, the busted coverage becomes a little bit more apparent. I think he probably.
I mean, it's about as simple of a concept as you could ever get in the NFL. You only got two receivers out. That's it. You got two routes. They're running the same route. They're crossing it against each other.
Nothing to it. That's why it's amazing to me that he just didn't pick Cortland. Like, it's a big play. Obviously, it's fourth down. Like, Cortland's your guy. But who knows? I don't know. Who knows? There was something else that Sean went in detail about yesterday, Tyler, that you may see a different decision based on new rules that breaks a current trend. And Sean explains it. You'll hear it coming up next. As we do on Thursdays, No Dumb Questions coming up in about 16, 17 minutes. So get them in at 303-504-0925 or on Twitch or on YouTube, however you want to communicate with us. Fine by us. All guests appearing on PhD on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, find him at ramoslaw.com. We'll get to Sean Payton and an interesting change in perhaps philosophy in a second. Did you see Adam Silver just say, hey, if you can't afford...
Hey, rich people, we love you.
If you can't
you ain't rich, we don't care.
Yeah, if you can't watch the game, just watch a highlight.
What a horribly ignorant thing to say. I mean, it's one thing to actually think that, and it just does go to show you these leagues don't care about the fans.
Oh, God, no.
They don't care about the fans. They care about the dollar.
Yeah.
But, yeah, go ahead and play. Or do you have the audio? Or
Dan does. Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport.
There you go.
So, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising based that consumers can consume.
Yeah, shut up and just watch the highlights.
So why should anybody ever pay for a subscription if this is a highlight sport?
Yeah, why are you bothering?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. He doesn't care if you do.
You don't actually need to watch our games.
No.
This is a highlight-driven league.
Hell, we just got highlights. Just watch TikTok feed. Hey, how was that 2-hour basketball game? It was awesome. I watched it in about 17 seconds.
That's all you needed.
I got bored after about 14 seconds, so I swiped up.
What an idiot.
It's funny.
I mean, it's one thing to make business decisions, but to actually publicly say something like that, oh my gosh.
All he did, though, was say what they're all thinking.
Yeah.
We're doing tonight's game. Prime. It's on Prime tonight. This is a pay game tonight.
You might as well have been like, hey, go to Stream East and just watch the games.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty funny.
I heard Stream East was still up, by the way.
I have no idea. I'm not one of those illegal guys. You tell me. You seem to be more the expert on that than me. Got me.
There was a time I needed to. Like a few years that I needed to.
All right. Well, that's basketball. And he just said,
have you ever illegally pirated a game?
I have not.
Really?
No.
Would you have any idea how to do it?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't even know how to do that.
For reals?
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't know how to get on the internet and just watch any sporting event.
Like, illegally? No. No,
Wow.
I've never done it.
Wow.
I have never done it.
I mean, you're pretty dialed in with technology and stuff. That surprises me a little bit.
Well, I'm an idiot, though. You got to understand I'm a moron who has just paid a ridiculous amount of money to watch sports over the years. You have to understand my vacations suck.
Okay.
And the only thing we do in our household that's a little extravagant.
But thank God you got to watch that Cubs game.
You want to go into the Rockies game from last night? I can help you out with that one.
God, I messed up so bad right there.
Yeah.
Tyler, what are you doing?
That was such a terrible, terrible mistake on my behalf.
I can tell you about the 9-0 shutout.
Like, I didn't ask for this.
Remember when I said they could possibly lose 13 games in a row? And then they unbelievably actually won a game against the Padres?
I just would like to make a public apology to everybody that's listening right now. This is my fault. I didn't realize what I was doing.
They have lost 8 of their last 9 games. I'll give you a fun one. 2 fun stats about the Rockies.
Oh, so they could finally lose 9 straight? Or was it 8 in a row, or was it just 8 or 9?
Yeah, it's 8 in a row. Okay. So right now they've lost 5 in a row since that miracle win against the Padres to start this road trip. How they won that game. Oh, actually, no, that was at home. How they won that game. That was with Kyle Freeland when he's throwing a shutout and Warren Schaefer takes him out in the 9th inning. Well, they've lost every game since then. That's 5 in a row. They have 4 games against the Padres who are playing really well. You're right, though. 5 times this year, they have lost 8 in a row to break it up on the 9th game. So they have a distinct... I wasn't that wrong about the 13 in a row, and they're well on pace for that. Tyler, and their 3-game set with the Dodgers. Check this out. Their 8 hits is the fewest amount of hits they've had in a 3-game series in their club's history. In the first game and second game, for the first time in club history, they were no hit through 5 innings back-to-back nights. That's never happened to them. And never mind their ridiculous plus-minus and giving up 1,000 runs and being in last place and stuck at 40 right now, 2 away from the promised land. But after the 4-game set with the Padres, they have the Marlins at home, the Angels, and the Mariners before they finish the season in San Francisco. So they probably will get the 2 games. But they are, my friend, playing as bad right now as they've played all year.
Hey, did you know Dan just did a 7-day fast?
Yes, I do know that. You asked for it. What can I tell you?
It's going to be my new strategy. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to acknowledge anything he says about it. I'm just going to.
Anytime DMac brings up the Rockies, you just
look,
bring up something about my personal
back,
life.
I lounged back. I just started thinking about my chores I got to do on the way home. I think about how proud I was of Dan for just doing a 7-day water-only fast.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty badass, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
Sean Payton, I don't know if you found it or not, Dan, but I can just sum it up. So Sean Payton went on and on and on about something. It was really long, so it'd be hard to play because it's Sean. However, it was interesting strategy-wise.
We could 3x it. We could play it at 3x speed.
That would help for sure. But here's his concept. Talking about just being more aggressive, period. That he may not defer anymore if they win the toss.
Why?
For his explanation, the fact that the ball could start at the 35-yard line changes how you would flip the field, meaning you don't really have to go all that far for your punter to be able to put the opponent inside their own 10-yard line, and that's different as opposed to the 30-yard line, the 35-yard line. He sees that as a big difference, and he thinks there's going to be more teams that choose to not defer to get the ball in the second half, and they would stay more aggressive in the first because they're going to put their opponent behind the 8 ball earlier, even if their drive doesn't work out.
I got to think about the science behind that. I guess I'm not entirely understanding it. I guess I don't really get what the punt has to do with the first drive.
He sees that 5 yards as a huge difference.
Well, I understand.
And he says that most of the time.
What does that have to do with getting the double score at the end of the half?
He's saying it's more important to be able to get a lead earlier in the game and easier to get a lead in the beginning of the game rather than the double score. Like he's valuing, and he's looking at the Indy game. The Indy game was kind of like that. Like it was like 17-0 in like 5 minutes. It was crazy because, well, there were turnovers too, but there was just an aggressive offensive presence from Indy, and it was 20-0 at half. So he's just talking about, hey, if you can put more points on the board earlier, I guess that's the basic concept. If you can put more points on the board earlier, that's going to mean more than the double score at halftime and easier to achieve because most of these drives are starting at the 35. And he said, listen, if you get one first down that the ball starts at the 35, the upside for your team in terms of even if the drive stalls is so much more superior if you can make a decent punt and put your opponent inside their own 10-yard line.
Okay.
This is Sean who he thinks about this stuff. I mean, he really dials in.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand the logic of the punt, meaning like, okay, sometimes when you kick it off in the olden days, you used to try to get the ball to land on the 2-yard line because you're trying to pin him on the 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying, well, that's not feasible. It's not attainable anymore. So actually, the easier way to do that is to take the ball. If you're a ball control team, a field position team, then take the ball and just punt it, and you've got a far greater likelihood of actually pinning the team.
Yeah, he's just making a big deal about this new rule. He said that they talked about the tush push.
I just struggle with that, though. Like, you still got to know what your team is. All right, cool. You got a high-powered offense you feel good about? Awesome. You could probably sell me on the logic behind it. This team right now, that don't make sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
he thinks they're a high-powered offense. He wants them to be a high-powered offense.
Yeah, of course he wants it. And I want to be driving my Raptor again.
I bet. I like it. Listen, here's what I really like about Sean. I love that he thinks about things like this a lot. You know, he really does think football strategy-wise. He has a huge pet peeve that if you kick the ball out of bounds, it ends up at the 40-yard line, and if you just kick it through the end zone, it's at the 35. He thinks that's dumb. He thinks it just should be one way or the other. Like there shouldn't be a difference between kicking the ball out of bounds on the sideline on a kickoff rather than through the end zone. He thinks that's stupid. He thinks the sideline is dumb. the way that's used right now, which is kind of an interesting concept. And it kind of reared its ugly head in that Monday night game with the Vikings and the Bears. And it was a really fascinating situation. There was like 2:05 left, and the Bears are kicking off. They've got the 2-minute warning and 1 timeout. Well, O'Connell, the coach of the Vikings, is screaming at his kickoff returner.
Bring it out.
Bring it out. And
I was trying to figure out because it was clear that O'Connell told his returner, hey, look at me and I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah.
Right? Which is very unusual. I was trying to think of what situation O'Connell would have told him to stay. I don't care if he caught that ball like with his foot on the back line of the end zone.
None.
Still bring that ball out.
He was.
So I don't even know what the discussion was. I would have just told the dude, no matter what, you're taking that ball out.
But what's crazy is that Ben Johnson of the Bears and on the Manning cast, they are talking all about it before the kick's happening. Manning was like, you got to kick this out of bounds. But what Sean Payton pointed out yesterday is you don't even have to kick it out of bounds. If you just
could kick it 1 yard.
Correct. That's what Sean said.
Yeah, you could literally kick it 1 yard and have the same effect.
And that's why he said that's kind of weird that that's at the 35-yard line too, whereas if you kick it out of bounds, it's at the 40. I mean, the Bears clearly, Tyler, should have dribbled the ball 1 inch off the tee, and that's that. It would have looked stupid, but you would have had 2:05 because no time would have gone off, and you would have had the 2-minute warning and a timeout. Instead, they return it, and you don't get – that's the 2-minute warning right there. You do not get it.
Ben Johnson did tell him – he did tell his kicker to kick the ball through the end zone, and apparently his kicker just didn't have the leg to get it done.
But that's Ben Johnson really not understanding the rule because his kicker.
I mean, kicking it through the end zone, that would have had the same effect.
Okay, but what's easier, kicking it through the end zone or touching it?
Literally touching it.
Right.
I don't know. I would think that my NFL kicker could kick it through the end zone.
I know, but it's going to be at the same place no matter what you do.
I understand. I don't know. I literally would think if I told my kicker to put it through the end zone, I would have no problem putting it through the end zone.
I would guess that you're just telling your kicker to kick it through the end zone because the other option, which would give you the same result,
you had 3 options.
Looks stupid.
You had 3 options, and 2 of them were slightly better than the third. But any of the 3 options would have been okay. Kick it through the end zone, kick it out of bounds, or tap the ball and have it go 6 inches.
Yeah, I would. Listen, it would look stupid, but the easiest play, obviously, is to tap it and have it go 6. And Sean Payton said that, by the way, yesterday.
Well, did you see the clip that was circulating that was like proving that point?
No,
I think it was the Steelers kicker from last season.
Yeah.
He was trying to do some fancy onside kick.
Yeah.
And he's a right-footed kicker. And he stepped past the ball and he tried to kick it with his left foot behind his right leg.
Yeah.
And he just whiffed it.
Okay.
And the ball went like 6 inches, like we're describing.
Yeah.
And it would have been the exact same effect.
Yeah, same difference. Which is stupid. There should be you should be incentivized to kick it through the end zone more than just dribble it off the tee. Like if you dribble it off the tee, the ball should probably start. Like if you don't make it to the box, the ball should probably start at the 50. It should be a harsher penalty for not even trying to kick it.
I should know this question, so I'm a little bit embarrassed here. But if you kick it out of bounds, does it still start at the 40?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's Sean's issue too. Like, why do we have different rules for the sideline compared to the end line? This is dumb. It's all the same thing. Out of bounds is out of bounds. And it's a pretty fair point when you think about it. Other dumb questions? Hit us up. 303-504-0925. Adam Schefter at 140 is PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your weekend. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, the best inventory, the best prices, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter to me, and that's why I keep going back to Phil Long every time I need a car ever since my rookie year. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So that means whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is probably already on the lot right now, and you are going to get the best price with the best customer service. And keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Our guy, Adam Schefter. People are spying on Adam Schefter. They spotted him somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, somewhere fancy pants.
He doing the big life?
Well, if you get spotted at the U.S. Open in a box, are you living the big life?
You doing the big life.
And was Adam trying to goof on Ryan Clark or not? We'll get into it with Adam coming up here in a little bit, so stick around for that. That'll happen around 1:40. No dumb question. Oh, where's Scott? Scott has a tradition, which is really amazing. And I believe it's high school friends, which is wild, that they get together. Most of them are Kansas City Chiefs fans, by the way. And he always says they get a cabin. But we've seen video of the cabin. I'm rolling my eyes. It's like a gorgeous house on a lake. It's, cabin. And he gets together with his high school friends for a weekend in the fall, and they just chill and watch football and hang out and just do guy stuff together.
That's cool. That's cool.
I think it's awesome. So that's this weekend for Scott.
I don't have high school friends.
You don't have? I'm on a high school group chain. You're not.
Oh no! I don't have
nothing like that.
Like I had a high school friend that was in my wedding, but even he and I kind of lost touch over the years. I got great college buddies.
Yeah.
I got my offensive line in Washington. That's probably my closest little circle of boys.
Yeah.
Zero high school friends.
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky on that one.
And I live 15 minutes from my high school.
Maybe that's it. My high school friends are all scattered. Like they didn't stay just around one place. I'm closer with my high school guys than my college friends.
Really? So you guys had become a bunch of townies back there, huh?
We would be fine doing that. We'd get together at the pub. And, in Ipswich and Shope Bridge pub. We just hang out and have some brews, have some Sam Adams.
Why do I'm not sure I have a question as much as it's just.
You're bugged by something?
Yeah.
What's that?
Why do we have middle school start so early? I mean, seriously.
What are you talking, like time-wise?
Yeah.
What time does it start?
Well, it starts at 7:25, but sometimes they've got preschool activities and stuff that they got to get to. My daughter was doing announcements for a long time and, honor society or whatever. I mean, they've got reasons to get there early.
I know why.
So they're setting their clocks for 5:30, 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm out my house on a late day, no later than 6:45 a.m. Sometimes they got to be there early. You're out the door by 6:15 a.m. And I'm looking around at this, and my youngest daughter, I come home, who she's the one that gets up early, and it's why are the little kids not the ones going to school early?
They did a sleep study years ago, at least in the Cherry Creek School District, and it showed that high school kids that started too early were falling asleep and unproductive. So they decided for the high school kids to start a little bit later. Because of that, on the bus schedule, it just had a trickle-down effect. So it's all because of the buses.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the reason.
I'm sure there's some stupid reason. Well, how about you just flip it? How about you just flip the bus schedule and take the little kids earlier and pick up the middle schoolers after? How about that?
I don't know what to tell you. It's all based on high school. It's based on high school and it goes from there.
These are not little kids anymore. They got post-school activities. I pick up my daughters from swim at 8:45. 30 minutes later, you get home, it's 9:30. They're working on homework. They can't even get to bed before 11 o'clock, and they're not even goofing around.
Okay,
Dad,
I'm with you.
Here's the moral of the story. Dad's tired today because he had to get up early.
A little cranky.
Yeah.
I gotcha. We could tell. No dumb questions. If Sean Payton didn't kick the field goal at the close of the game because he didn't want to risk Lutz missing a 50-yarder, why is Will Lutz on the team? Well, you're kind of missing the point about that was all BS. We're realizing that now, right? That whole it was going to be kicked and returned. That was all BS. Sean had a play. It was as simple as that. Sean had a play that he thought would work, and he wanted to use it. And he wanted to snap Bo out of a funk that he was in, and his own funk as a play caller.
What if it was as simple as this? Sean was jealous of the success of his defense.
Oh, that could easily be the case, too. It could all be in one package.
Hey, Hey, defense, we got to do something over here, or else everybody's going to be talking about how great the defense was.
In the final preseason game, when he said Bo would only play, or the first team would play 8 plays or so, why'd they send him out there for a third series? Come on. It's because it wasn't working well. They wanted to see it click.
I mean, listen, you guys know how I feel about it. I think it was a terrible decision. I think it was idiotic. It was probably pride-filled. I had a play. I worked on this play for 2.5 hours, figured out the perfect cover 0 beater, and dang it, I know they're going to give us cover 0, so I have to call this play right now because I worked on it. No, just go do the smart thing for your football team. Punt the ball would probably be the safest thing, or a still relatively safe thing is kick a field goal, especially in the NFL with a 53-yarder.
Upon reflection, the Broncos may have been treating the Titans as disrespectfully as you could possibly treat another NFL team.
They treated it like a preseason game.
They
almost treated it like Deion Sanders treated the game against Delaware.
He did. He treated it like a preseason game, which I actually think was smart for CU's part. I think it was a little risky for the Broncos, but that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. And Sean definitely has leaned into, do not be surprised if Sean wins the toss on the road against Indy, that they get the ball first, and he's explained why he's thinking that's a
I'm not sure I'm
go.
buying the science behind that.
We'll see.
I get it, and at least he's got justification, a rationale for it, but I'm not sure I'm buying it.
No dumb question for Tyler. How bad are the piles in the NFL? Is there really as much prodding and grabbing as they say?
Well, yeah. There's a lot of dirty stuff that goes on in the NFL. It's not so much grabbing as it is like a sharp little punch to the right area, right? Very few guys are actually grabbing, except for that one dude that
he was
got cut by the Raiders, Christian Wilkinson.
Whoop whoop.
Yeah, he was giving the whoop whoop. Hello. He was giving the old credit card swipes.
Like doing the puppet move. Hey, Pinocchio.
I think he actually snipped his finger after.
Oh, my God, dude. Tyler, Adams 12 starts at 8:30. I don't know what you're talking about. Tyler, my kid's school starts at 9:05. It's great.
Yeah, not mine. Mine's Douglas County, 7:25.
I teach in Douglas County. Our start times are awful, and Tyler is right about that.
It's stupid,
he
man.
He says this guy, Sac State Scott, bus schedule and cafeteria size, drive the schedule.
Wait. What's the cafeteria have anything to do with this?
First, I've heard about the cafeteria.
What's the cafeteria? Explain that one.
You got to get kids in and out? I don't know. I don't know. I always just thought it was the bus. I thought it was the bus and the buses only dictated everything. I had no idea it's about the kids eating.
My daughter wants to transfer to a school in Castle Rock just because it starts at 9 o'clock. I mean, I get it.
I can't blame her.
I know.
How far away would that school be from your house?
Oh,
would that be significantly different from where you are now?
Her school right now, 9 minutes. Probably be 18, 20 minutes.
It would double it?
Yeah. I mean, it's doable for sure.
35 minutes if the Broncos build their stadium near here.
Well,
that's right.
That's not an issue anymore, though, Dan, is it? Well, we know what the preferred site is. By the way, no update on SRM Concrete. I think we're status quo as we were yesterday on that whole thing. All right, Adam Schefter.
I think there's some dead bodies in that cement plant. They can't sell because they buried them bodies.
Who knows? But we know Kawhi Leonard's getting paid to not be there. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and low T causes all sorts of issues. You're just not feeling like yourself. The sex drive is low. Bad sleep patterns, your productive workouts, where'd they go? Well, if this is what's going on with you and your man machine just ain't what it should be, it needs to get back into action, then go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. Get those results reviewed, figure out what's what. The cost of the appointment is only $99. Get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So check them out. Most guys wait a year, maybe longer. You don't need to. You can go today to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and their location in Castle Rock, absolutely spectacular. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, our guy Adam Schefter will be along here shortly. Tonight at 6:15 kickoff, 6 o'clock though, it's Commanders at the Packers. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tomorrow night, Legend at Arvada West at 7:30. Connor Cape and Coach Sanford on the call of that game. And then a full slate of football, college football on Saturday and Sunday as well. Right here on Altitude.
Sanford's calling games?
Yeah, they got a bye week.
Okay.
This guy doesn't take a night off.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait a second. We got some real Tom Brady stuff going on here. What's going on here? Are we breaking Chassa rules?
I don't know. He might be pretty critical about Jake Heaps taking on Arvada West. You never know,
buddy.
He could be laying into the coach.
Might be an interesting loophole. In college, a coach cannot go scout other teams in person. You're not allowed to do that.
Interesting.
Okay.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can't go to the game.
Okay.
And try to pick up hand signals or whatever. That's Connor Stallions, right?
Okay.
But what's stopping you from announcing the game?
Nothing.
Taking a few notes up in the box?
Yeah, I'm going to guess Coacher is pretty tied up on most Friday nights, but not this week because they got a bye week.
All right.
Yeah, so good luck, Jake. It's going to be fun down the wire. What happens here in high school football this year? No doubt about it.
Legends got a quarterback with like 40 some offers.
I heard.
Yeah.
Well, and Jake's his coach. We gave Jake a certain amount of crapola for the whole Russ stuff, but he's doing his own thing now.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, he's still Russ's coach also.
He's still doing that?
Yeah, for sure.
How?
Don't know.
Okay. So while he's living here, coaching at Legend, he's also okay. That's fine.
Not my problem.
All right, our guy Adam Schefter is coming on right now. Let's go, Dan. Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, you just heard, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza, Johnson Auto Plaza. And it was Adam Schefter sticking up for all of us non-athletes earlier.
That guy for 1 year where your team can count on you, where you're giving maximum effort in the run game, where you're running full speed at all times. I mean, I haven't played the game, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But
you have no clue what you're talking about.
You know what you're talking about.
You have no idea.
To give full effort
in football, you do not have to give effort. That is clear.
Okay.
We were laughing at him because there's no way you were intentionally taking a shot at Ryan Clark there. We understand that, but we were still laughing, thought it was funny.
Hey, can I tell you something? I'm being honest when I say this. There was zero intent on my part. I was just having a conversation. All of a sudden, I'm reading that I'm like, that wasn't bad at all, but okay.
Yeah, but that's the class. Yeah.
Take that as a shot?
Well, your timing of saying that this week isn't great.
Hey, Adam,
with what's going on with Clark and Peter Schrager, but no.
He brought it up earlier in the show, Adam. I'm going to be honest. I got to be honest. He brought it up. I had to defend it. I'm kidding. He did really.
It was probably in my subconscious because we've heard so much talk about it that's probably defaulted to. There was zero intent on my part. Zero.
I know. The whole oh gosh, I didn't play the game. You played the game. Blah 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 blah. It's one of those things. It's just one of those things that I think athletes and non-athletes who talk about sports just have to sort of come to some sort of agreement or common ground with. I'm sure it's not the first time. I mean, I'll say this. I don't know what it's like to be in the huddle, on the field, all those sort of things. You're right. There's things about Tyler, you being a pro athlete that are, what the hell am I talking about? But I do think when it comes to certain things, Adam, like strategy or, maybe finances, contracts, things that are a little bit more objective, I don't know. I think anybody who pays attention and watches football has as right of to the opinion as anybody else. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's kind of where I stand.
Tyler's got a certain perspective on the game. I have a certain perspective on the game. You have a certain perspective. Everybody's got a different perspective. All perspectives are welcome. Okay. I never played, so I don't know what it's like to have to give maximum effort on 60 plays, which is what I was talking about this morning with George Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how whether you can or can't do that. I think some guys seem to do that. But I've watched. I mean, I've covered the sport for 35 years. Talked to a lot of smart people in the sport on a regular basis.
Right.
So that's my perspective.
Hey, we at the end of the day, aren't we all just sitting at the bar talking sports?
I mean, that's at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. I hope everything is fine there back at the behind the scenes at the old ESPN. I'm assuming it is.
There was zero intent on my part, but I appreciate them turning into a headline. Like, whatever. Okay.
By the way, really quick, were you at the U.S. Open sitting behind Adam Silver and Bob Iger, the head of Disney, the other day?
Can't hide money. Can't hide it.
Well, the funny part about that, I'm glad you asked that, DMac.
Because a listener literally sent us a photo of, I think it's you. I mean, a little bit of your head's cut off, but it really looks like it's you sitting directly behind Bob Iger, and Adam Silver's a little to your right there.
So here's the backstory.
Okay.
So SportsCenter called, and they're like, hey, could you do SportsCenter from the U.S. Open on Tuesday night? I'm like, sure. Is it possible to get a ticket to the match afterwards? Like, if I'm there, I'm standing outside why would I not just go inside?
Yeah.
So get your ticket, your credential. Great. Okay. So I brought my son.
Oh.
And so I got done with SportsCenter. We're walking into Arthur Ashe Stadium into the concourse. Who do we bump into? Roger Goodell and his wife, Jane.
Okay.
We start talking to them for a little while. Roger's like, hey, I'm going over to the ESPN suite now. Do you know anybody that works for ESPN that can get you in there? I'm like, let's see how this goes. So my son with Roger and his wife to the ESPN suite. We walked inside, and it's Roger, Adam Silver, Bob Iger, me, my son, some other people. So at some point, they're like, yeah, let's go down to the seats. That ESPN. Great. Okay. Come sit here, Adam. Great. So we sat there, and it happened to be right behind Bob Iger, Adam Silver, and the other guy in the middle.
Yeah.
You didn't say his name, right?
No, who's that?
That was Josh Kushner, who I guess is Jared Kushner's brother.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, Adam, man. It's man, where you have come. I tell you what, brother. I mean, there's just like some Forrest Gump-like moments with you, man, every now and then. It's just not that we're not used to your success and everything, but it's just fun. It's just a fun stuff, Adam. Life can be fun like that sometimes. That's all I'm saying, I guess.
That was a wild one.
Yeah.
That was even my son said to me, he turns to me at one point, he goes, ooh. He goes, we've been in some unbelievable places. I don't know that I've met many more powerful people than this collection of people that we've encountered this evening.
That's a good one. That's a good one right there.
It's tough to impress the kids.
All right. Go ahead, Ed.
Adam, what'd you make about the Colts in week one? Were you surprised at the efficiency of Daniel Jones? I mean, did something that's never been done before. Scored in 7 straight drives. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning never done it. What's your takeaway of what you saw from the Colts?
Paxton Lynch never did it, right? Like a lot of people.
Oh, wow.
That was a good one, Adam.
That was funny.
You got me on that one.
That was funny.
I think it was one of those games where Indy just played an A game, and they got on them early, and Tua looked like he lost some confidence and was shaken after the first interception, and he was trying to get it all back and throw some deep balls rather than take some of the underneath things. And when you get a lead like that and you can run the ball, like, the game becomes easier for everybody. So Miami didn't play well. Indy did play well. I think Indy's a good team. I really do. And it's going to be a tough matchup on Sunday. But are they that good? We'll find out a little bit more on Sunday.
We'll see. Like, Nick Bonito had more pressures percentage-wise than the entire front of the Miami Dolphins. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're trying to parse that out right now, Adam, whether or not Indy and Jones are that much better or that Miami is just poof, like really bad. And we have a personal connection, of course, with Mike McDaniel and the Colorado, Denver, and all that sort of stuff. So Tyler's friends with Mike, and but it does feel like it's falling apart for him there in Southern Florida.
That was a rough beginning, and I can tell you that they don't think they're not overly alarmed. Like they think they just have one of those bad days. That teams sometimes they think they're a much better team and that they're going to bounce back, and they might. We're going to find that out too, right? That's the great part about it. We'll see.
Hey, unrelated to anything Broncos, but can you believe what's happened in San Francisco for the fifth straight year? I mean, have you ever seen a team as decimated by injuries for half a decade straight as what they've got going on?
Purdy's out for 2 to 5 weeks?
Yeah.
As well as Kittle. Yeah, sorry.
What's amazing there to me is sometimes games end, and I know this because we have Monday Night Countdown from 6 to 8 Eastern, 4 to 6 Mountain Time. I cannot tell you the number of times as that show was going on air or just got on air that I've gotten a text about some 49er being injured. It is unbelievable. So I was checking on Kittle this past week, who left the game with his hamstring. I was checking on Juwan Jennings, who left the game with a shoulder. And I get a call. I speak to somebody there like, hold on. We don't have some good stuff going on with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy? What do you mean?
Unreal.
He finished the game. He finished the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It looks like he's going to miss some time here. What?
Crazy.
They're the only team that consistently has guys surface that you weren't even expecting, like injury curveballs out of nowhere where guys are hurt. And here's another one where Mac Jones looks like he'll be starting on Sunday for the 49ers.
Crazy. Poor Kyle, man. You can't catch a break. We know now that the NFL, no discipline for Lamar Jackson. So Adam, under certain circumstances, as an NFL player, it's okay to shove a fan, I guess.
Well, let me say this. I'm not going to, what's the word, condone what Lamar Jackson did? Is that right? Is that the right word here?
Yes.
But you got this guy in the stands slapping guys on helmet, okay?
Right.
Okay. I mean, that should not be happening either. So I don't think what Lamar did was right at all. But you know what? If somebody shoved me or slapped my head, I might slap them back. Right?
Understandable.
Now, you got to be more poised as a player to keep your composure and never touch anybody. But sometimes in the heat of battle like that, that's kind of how you feel, I guess.
Hey, I don't know how closely you've been following the Clippers situation with Kawhi and circumventing the salary cap. And
he's sitting behind Adam Silver, Tyler.
Well, that's right.
He's right there.
I mean, I'm sure he's got all the inside scoop.
Yeah.
Well, if you do have some inside scoop on that, I'd love to know it. But I was really going to ask, NFL-wise, would you be surprised if we ever heard a story like this pop out in the NFL? It just seems like, gosh, this has to have happened someplace, sometime.
Well, didn't we hear about John Elway getting inducements to try kind of own the team, a percentage of the team, or offers? So if you think that things like this have never happened in the National Football League, that would be naive and ignorant, I would think. Of course, that have happened, and we just don't know all of them. But yeah, people are always trying to push the envelope, for lack of a better phrase.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's a wild one. No show, that doesn't look good. That one does not look good. Does it?
Are these no-show jobs for Scott Hastings right now, or what?
That's right.
Scott is. Check this out, Adam. We were having this conversation. How friendly are you with your high school friends? Because I'll explain. Scott is taking some time off this weekend to get together with about a dozen. I mean, there's quite a few of them. High school friends. And they're all from the Kansas area, so they're all Chiefs fans. And they're getting a cabin. It's not a cabin. It's like this gorgeous house on a lake to hang out together. And they do this once a year with high school friends.
Wow. Well, I have my 40-year high school reunion Saturday night.
Oh, my God.
And one of my high school friends put me on a text chain this afternoon or this morning with 15 or 20 people. And all of a sudden, I'm doing Pat McAfee show. My phone's blowing up. I'm like, I texted my friend. I'm like, do me a favor. Do not include me. 20 people, okay? I'm on air. My phone's going nuts. I don't mean to be a jerk about it, but you want to invite me to dinner as you did? I welcome that. I appreciate it. Thank you for thinking me. But just send me a text. Like, don't put me with 20 people, man.
No.
Wait a second. Are you going to your reunion or not?
The reunion is Saturday night. I am going to stop by.
Really?
I'm going to do my best. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Why are you going to go to your high school reunion?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I guess it would be the peer pressure that if I didn't go, that people would say, "Oh yeah, oh he didn't show, he's too big." Like I'm not like whatever. Like they're my friends, and I'd like to say hello. Like do I care about honesty? Not really. Like it's fine. It's nice to see people, but I'll go by. Probably the nice thing to do, the right thing to do. Say hello to some people that I do like.
Yeah.
And go back home and get back to work.
I went to my 20 year and it was awesome. The 20 year was great.
I've never been to one.
Oh, my 20 year was, I was so happy I went to it. I don't know about my 40-year one, Adam, in all honesty. I mean, if it's convenient for you and whatever. And, it was
supposed to be June. It was supposed to be in June. I would have felt a lot more enthusiasm about going in June rather than a Saturday night when I have to be at 5 a.m. for week 2 to be in New York City. But that's fine.
Hey, Adam, this is the anniversary of 9/11, and I know you're incredibly connected to it, and you wrote about it in your book, which is tremendous. And I just want to give you an opportunity to reflect on this anniversary.
I think I'd have a different message every year if you asked me this question, DMac, and I appreciate you asking. Obviously, first and foremost, my thoughts are with all the people who lost loved ones connected to this day. It is hard to grasp the magnitude of it, even though we know the numbers of it. Like today, I came home, and it is always a very somber, sad, and surreal day for my family and many. And I put on the TV, and in New York, they carry the live reading of the names where people come in and read the names of the lives that we lost that day. And I just sat there on the TV just watching. You see the ages of these people. I must have been staring at the TV for a good 5 minutes, and that was just to get through the S's. Just to get through the S's. And you see the ages of these people who lost their lives before many were married, or before they could raise their children, or before they could become grandparents. And honestly, it just it's never not devastating. It's never not indescribably sad. It's never not somber. It's never not any of those things on this day. It will always be that way, no matter how much time goes by. 24 years today. Next year will be an even bigger deal at the 25th anniversary of it, which it's always an unpleasant day to get through.
Yeah.
It never is, and it always will be.
All right, Adam.
Well said.
We love you, and we'll talk to you later, and we'll see who your fancy pants you're hanging out with next time. Appreciate it, Adam.
That ain't my life. I'm just telling you, every now and then you find
Hey, let Adam Silver know the poor people like to watch basketball also.
Hey, I'm fine not watching games. I just like highlights. It's fine by me.
I'm going out with my high school friends Saturday night. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. All right, Adam. We'll see you later. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where your bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Sports, not sports. Here we go, Dan. What do you got?
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
Well, I guess I just got sports, actually. It's not really sports, not sports. It's sports, because Shane Steichen. What do you think of him as a coach? Coach of the Colts, Shane Steichen.
Well, he was the laughing stock when he got it, right? Well, no, I'm sorry. I just confused him with Nick Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni, yeah.
Shane is, to me, caught up in the current fad of these younger guys. How old is he? Do you know?
Oh, gosh, no idea. He seems younger.
Yeah,
but...
he seems young, right?
Yeah.
The NFL's very cyclical, and that's been the current cycle that we've been going after these young guys. I think the dude knows ball. I did wonder a little bit about his leadership abilities, but I think the dude knows ball.
He is 40 years old, so you and Shane are the same age.
Okay.
So there you go. He was born May 11th, 1985.
I mean, back in the day, if you hired a 40-year-old, like, what are you doing? Nowadays, we hire 32-year-olds.
Yeah, it does not seem like that big of a deal. not at all. Here he is talking about the Broncos defense.
Great question. I think they do a lot of good things. I think it starts up front. I think 15's a hell of a player. Obviously, he just got paid a lot of money for a good reason. I think Allen's a good player. Number 2, Surtain. He's one of the best in the business. They're aggressive. They like to play in your face and match and rush and cover. So I think Vance Joseph does a heck of a job with the scheme. Had a chance to go against him for many years. So a lot of respect there for those guys and the way they play and how hard they play.
Okay. A little bit more from Shane about Bo Nix.
I think he's done a nice job. He stepped in, made some really good plays. Obviously, he can create with his legs and his arm. He makes great scramble plays with his legs, but he also throws a good ball too. So I think he does a good job. I think Sean Payton does a good job with him, with the offense, within the offense, of keeping him on schedule.
Good coach.
Not so much in week 1, but it was a nice compliment.
Why do you think he's melding a little bit? Or I know it's only one game, but it seems that he's melding pretty well with Daniel Jones. Why do you think that is?
Well, you start out with the fact that Daniel Jones is a very capable quarterback. I mean, Daniel Jones got paid a lot of money by the Giants, and I get that it was controversial. And it's not like everybody had the same opinion of Daniel Jones when he got paid. But there were enough people that had a good opinion that he got paid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a very capable quarterback. It feels like, as Scott likes to point out, we're in the redemption season of quarterbacks that struggled elsewhere, get another opportunity in a new place. And I think as a play caller, when you bring in a veteran like that, it's just so nice because you don't have to explain all the tiny little nuances. Maybe the language is a little bit different. Okay, how can we make our language jive a little bit better together? It's just so much easier when you're doing it with a veteran than trying to teach a young player from the jump.
Shane Steichen, coach of the Colts, good things to say about the Broncos. Let's get to the big question of the day. Do you buy this from Sean Payton?
Look, I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, I came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, and the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent and you haven't really, you've heard me use that term, debrief properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that.
How much to blame, and what do you think Sean's talking about when he's sort of falling on the sword there?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things he could be talking about. The easy one to fall back on is just getting the plays in on time. We had kind of back-to-back series there where we had the delayed game, and then we had to call a timeout just 1 or 2 plays later. Bo Nix comes to the sideline. He's yelling, hey, get the play in on time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a play caller, that's your number one responsibility. There's a lot of things that go into calling plays, and sometimes you get delayed calling the play because you're waiting on your spotter to tell you where you're at, right? Like, hey, is it 3rd and 6 or is it 3rd and 4? Like, I need to know. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 4. Well, hold on. I'm waiting for the referee to show me, right? And so there's a lot of variables that go into this thing. I would guess that that's what he's talking about because we had a couple examples of it pop up.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it was an outright disaster the entire game, but 1 is too many. 2 is definitely too many. Other things, like, am I using too many personnel groupings? Have I put in too much in week 1? Did I assume that Bo Nix is farther developed than he really is? I don't know. I can't answer what he's specifically referring to. I'm not in the meetings, but I would guess it's in terms of getting the plays in.
Okay. What are you looking for against the Colts when it comes to the getting the plays in, the personnel groupings, the efficiency of Bo Nix?
Despite Sean being defensive about the personnel groupings, and he was, like this is what we do. We like it because it stresses the defense. We can put them in conflict. We can put them in sub when we're in base. We can be in base. They get in sub, vice versa, right? Despite the fact that he defended it, I would be surprised if we saw as many personnel groupings going in and out this game. So I think that that's going to be one thing that you can notice. It's just an easy way to simplify things. Will we see a commitment to the running game early on? I don't know. I really don't. Like, at the end of the day, Sean Payton had to run the ball on his play sheet because he has to convince himself to run the ball. It's just not who he is. So, like CU last year, they weren't going to run the ball. Denver needs to run the ball, and I'm not saying they can be like CU because that would be a disaster.
Right.
But in our heart of hearts, we know who Sean wants to be.
Oh, I've got no doubts about it.
Don't throw the ball 40 times.
Will you see, as Sean said, in the second half, they more or less got away from RPO stuff just to say, well, we're going to run the ball. And it did work. Worked better.
I mean, I'm not worried about the RPOs. I like RPOs. It's a hell of a tool. When you got a quarterback with feet, there's so many ways to put the defense in conflict. And the beauty of the RPO is you've always got the answer.
Mm-hmm.
You've always got the right answer. So if the right answer is I'm supposed to throw this pass right now, I got no issue with it because that's the conflict the defense gave you. And if there's a vacancy there for you to take advantage of it, I would love to see the Broncos feature an RPO game. Now, like when you know, like over time, over the course of the game, you figure out how they're going to play certain plays. So if you figure out every time we call a certain RPO, well, they're baiting us to throw the ball. That's what they want us to do in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, now I got to understand as a play caller, it doesn't mean that's a bad play. It might be an effective play. But if I really want to run the ball, if my goal is to set the tone, well, sometimes I got to put a fullback on the field and I got to run the ball.
We'll let you know what's going on in Broncos practice as soon as we know. They're scheduled to wrap up in 10 minutes, but yesterday they didn't get done until about 2:55. So I'm anticipating that this is the way it's going to be all year. I don't think it's a red flag from what I've been told. They've just been starting a little bit later. You know, they're getting out of their meetings and getting on the field maybe a little bit later than expected. I don't think it's a big deal at all. I'm just giving you a heads up like what we'll do when we can do it. And we'll let you know if there's anything to be known about. Yesterday, Dre Greenlaw didn't practice. John Franklin Myers didn't practice. Evan Engram was very limited, meaning he wasn't really participating on the field, but, you know, he's off to the side. At least he was out there, period, right? Like he didn't not do anything, but that's not looking great. How will these injuries impact the Broncos if we just sort of assumed neither of those guys, all three are not going to play?
Well, I said yesterday that I don't think the Colts can have 14, 15 play series like they did in their first game. I feel differently about that if we don't have Jonathan Franklin Myers, if we don't have Malcolm Roach, and if we don't have Dre Greenlaw.
Right.
It's different, right? Because my biggest concern about this defense after week one, and it was minor because I thought they played fantastic, but if there was a concern, it was running the ball right down our throats in the A-gaps. So if we're missing three interior run stuffers, that's concerning. The Colts have got a hell of a running back in Jonathan Taylor, and in theory, that might actually open up the availability for them to stay balanced. You get the Colts off balance, you're going to win this game easily. If they can maintain balance offensively, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, Wazirike, Savion Jones didn't even play. Okay. DJ Jones. Wow, you are a little, it's a little light there. You know, how'd Justin Strnad do overall, did you think?
I didn't study Justin very closely, so I don't want to act like I've got a deep analysis of him. I didn't see anything that was overly concerning. I guess I'd put it that way. But what you did not feel was like a thumping presence that Dre Greenlaw should provide.
The Colts definitely mix it up between the run and the pass. They were pretty balanced.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor, where would you put Jonathan Taylor in terms of running backs in the NFL?
Oh, he's right up there. I mean, top 5.
Top 5.
Yeah.
Henry, Barkley, Robinson, Bijan. Right there? Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's some guys like every now and then.
Christian, would you put Christian there still or not?
Well, I mean, with the caveat, if healthy, yes.
Okay. Let's just say he's healthy because he was healthy last week.
Okay.
So you put
All
Jonathan Taylor.
Let me think about this logically. Okay. Saquon Barkley is the best running back in the NFL.
Okay.
Plain and simple. Derrick Henry is probably the second best running back in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
You're going to put Bijan Robinson in there. Jahmyr Gibbs is up in that conversation.
Okay.
Look, I mean, is Jonathan Taylor top 5? I don't know. It's up to semantics. It's up to debate, but he's right in that conversation.
Okay. I mean, they did have the Broncos beat last year. That was unbelievable, man. With Taylor dropping that ball at the
both
goal
threw
line.
3 interceptions.
That's right. And Jonathan Taylor dropped the ball at the half-yard line for no reason.
That was helpful.
Yeah, that's to say the least. Sean, by the way, did point out yesterday, teams that won giveaway takeaway were 8-1, and the Broncos were the 1 team. They were the only team in the NFL last weekend that actually won the game losing giveaway takeaway.
It's the one stat line that if you didn't want to look at the actual score itself and figure out who won the game, 98% of the time you could look at the takeaways, and that's going to tell you the story of who won.
Right.
It's the only stat line because it can still get confusing with runs and passes and all that. Weird things happen. Turnovers win and lose football games.
Okay.
Unless you're the Buffs and you can't convert on 3 of them, and unless you're the Titans and you can't convert on 3 of them.
God, you want to talk about a mystery? What do you know about Houston?
Nothing. I am so far from a college football expert.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I can barely track what the Buffs got going on. You think I can track all these moving bodies in college football?
It makes it exciting. Makes the games exciting.
Well, it does make it makes it nice because I don't have expectations of CU. I really am going into every game just blind.
Right. Like, aside from playing Delaware.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they did what they were expected in that game.
You would think they're better than Houston, but not necessarily.
I don't know. Houston's had some teams.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? And that's tomorrow night. So we'll see.
Now
we'll
I'm looking
see.
up Houston.
And I assume Staub is playing as the starter. I assume. And Prime said whoever starts is it's not a rotating sort of situation. Stability, who needs it? But he said that he'll be going with that guy.
Houston beat 2 local powerhouses in their first 2 weeks of the season.
Who'd they get?
Stephen F. Austin.
Okay.
27-0. Went right down the road in Houston about, they had to come to you, actually. Actually, did you play? I think they went to Rice. Then they played at Rice, beat them 35-9.
Okay. The Buffs are probably going to...
They haven't left Texas yet.
It's nice if you can figure it out, right? And then it's Wyoming, right? At home, I think, for the Buffs.
I think Stephen F. Austin is in Houston also, actually. Isn't it?
Oh, dude.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I know it's in Texas. I have no idea.
I think their first 2 games were against other Houston schools.
So they're playing 3 games in a row all at home, and they're not traveling to literally any.
No,
nobody's
they
traveling.
actually they went to Rice, but it was just 10 minutes down the road.
They beat Rice.
Yeah, 35-9.
Well, good for them. We'll see. We'll see. It makes it exciting. Tomorrow night will be fun to watch CU.
5:30 start?
Oh, gosh. I have no idea. I doubt it. Is that early?
I think
really?
so.
That'd be great. I'm all for it. Is it really that early?
Hey, Surrey, what time is the Colorado Buffaloes football game tomorrow?
By the way, tomorrow we will be at...
Colorado takes on Houston tomorrow at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
5:30.
Well, that's great. We'll be at the Old Town Tavern tomorrow from noon to 3 in Arvada. 7355 Ralston Road in Arvada with our great friends from Bud Light. So a Bud Light Football Friday, and we'll be out at Old Town Tavern. A reminder, at number 38 tonight, it's Nate Kreckman and Birdo, as Andy's actually on the road with the Buffs as he's on the sideline for the call of the game. So they're there, and the watch party will roll on with Tullamore Dew. That's happening at number 38 tonight with the Commanders taking on the Packers, where you can hear that game, courtesy of Westwood One, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, where we love football. I'm looking at the stats for these games, and I have a hard time. I do love the stat comparison between teams, but I think I need at least 3, maybe even 4 weeks to sort of, get a vibe of like what these teams are really all about. That being said, the Colts had a great game. And again, are they really that good or is Miami really that bad?
Tough to tell, but I've got an important question.
Sure.
Pronounce this. N-A-C.
N-A-C.
N-A-C-O.
N-A-C-O.
G. N-A-C-O-G.
Yeah.
D-O-C-H-E-S.
Naganchus?
That sounds pretty good.
I don't know.
That actually sounds really good.
What is it?
Nagach? No.
Nagach?
There's no N at the end. Nagachus. Nagachus.
Nagachus?
That's where Stephen F. Austin is. Nagachus, Texas. I don't know how to say that.
Dan, you want to help us out on that one?
Nacho Doches?
Nachos, Texas?
Nacho Doches.
That's got to be in the middle of nowhere, man. That has got to be like, or is that some sort of crazy suburb just like
144 miles from Houston?
Like by itself?
It's got to be in the middle of nowhere.
Seriously, we are in the middle of nowhere, Texas.
Yeah. I think
144 miles?
Yeah. That's solid, 2.5 hours?
That'd be like in Pueblo from here.
Yeah.
Maybe that'd be more like Trinidad from here. Yeah, that'd be in the middle of, it's a big state.
I'm going to be so impressed if you got that right.
Oh, I doubt I did.
Now that you say it, all right.
I'm not going to say it again.
Nagadoches.
Not going to work here anymore.
Nagadoches. Not going to talk about that name again.
The two Bobs.
Nagadoches.
Not going to work here anymore. All right, we come back with Mr. Dan did do something kind of amazing. Going on a 7-day water fast. That really is incredible.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Have you ever done anything like that?
No. God, no. No, I have not.
I did it once before, but I allowed myself to drink juice like once or twice a day.
Dan, how'd you fare on that?
The first 2 days sucked, but after that, it was pretty easy, and I felt great.
Easy?
After the first 2 days, it was pretty easy.
Oh, my gosh.
Good for you,
Your
man.
hunger goes away after the first 48
You know what I was
hours.
doing about 9:30 p.m.?
Pounding peanut butter crackers?
No, over the last week, I was sending Dan photos of pizzas.
Yeah, he told me that.
I was like, Tyler, you're such a jerk.
real supportive. Let's Football Go comes up next.
All right, guys. Hey, if you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Guys, you're going to love the results. Matter of fact, they guarantee your results for life. Lifetime guarantee on that hair with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Shout out to my guy Brad and everybody at Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Because we have the smartest listeners.
Yeah.
With time on their hands. Nacogdoches or Nacogdoches?
Well, see, we're getting variations of it.
We are. We're getting Nac and Knock. Like back to back. So
yeah.
Nacogdoches or Nacogdoches?
There are more Nacogdoches than there are Nacogdoches.
And then there's the text. Listening to you two try to pronounce that is hurting my head.
There's also a Necodocious.
Uh-huh.
I think that one's just wrong.
Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Let's football go, brother.
All right, guys, let's hear from Sean Payton from yesterday. Here's a cut we haven't gotten to yet. I'm curious your guys' thoughts on this. So Sean did get into yesterday a little bit of the Broncos' new stadium plans. And he was asked, do you like the fact that it's going to have a retractable roof?
I think, listen, there's a sterileness sometimes if you choose to go with, the roof. And I think that there's an advantage for the home team. Natural grass, it's healthier for the players. We wouldn't want to confuse a closed roof with changing how the altitude affects you.
Huh?
Obviously.
What?
But I just think the elements are important. I think, and I think certainly, I know from speaking with Greg and Carrie and their vision and plan, just having that flexibility to control it to some degree. New York snuck, like literally in the middle of the night, snuck a Super Bowl in.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Okay, so if you think about this logically, though, like when you close the roof, there's like less oxygen, so that changes the altitude a little bit. If you open up the roof, there's like more oxygen.
Really?
So like is
that right, Professor?
It's a different experience.
You sure about that?
That you don't want to get confused by it, but there are small little nuances to the oxygen levels.
So you think there's an impact on altitude with the roof open or closed?
Well, it's like you get to manufacture the altitude when you close it.
What do you think? You're sleeping in a hyperbaric sleep tent, like to get ready for climbing Everest?
It actually takes you from the mile-high city to the double-high city.
Uh-huh.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think Sean's talking out of his butt right there. Listen, man, we're all like, the snow, the rain, isn't that awesome? Yeah, okay. You realize in 2012, 2013 playoffs, the Broncos probably would have had a Super Bowl if they had a roof. So you tell me what's better. Would you rather have a roof and a Super Bowl or play in the snow twice a year?
But that goes both ways, DMac. You get a team like Miami that comes into town and you got the ability to play in the elements when they're not used to the elements. Say Miami's 16-0.
Yeah.
Well, that could go into your favor.
All right.
I mean, it really does. It goes both ways. I understand your point, and it's a fair point. And if it's a playoff game, you're closing that thing. But I really do think it's an advantage bringing teams in that are not accustomed to playing in the elements.
One of my favorite things about this whole stadium, which is years down the road. If everything goes great, it's 2031.
I cannot believe I'm going to do this, but can you believe that people think I was being serious about my oxygen comment? Like, there are people out there that literally took me serious on that.
Well, those are people that assume you don't have a sense of humor.
Oh, those people that just actually think I'm an idiot. I am.
Next story, Dad.
All right, guys, let's hear from Rob Gronkowski. Here he is talking about why he thinks the Chiefs' reign is over.
Remember Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas? And Buster Douglas finally beat the crap out of Mike Tyson and made Mike Tyson not invincible anymore. Well, this is kind of the same situation. The Philadelphia Eagles opened the floodgates last year in the Super Bowl versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, hey, we're not afraid of this super team, Kansas City Chiefs, that are very, very well known. I feel like a lot of teams last year had that fear. Oh, I can't swing on the Chiefs. We can't give them our best shot because they're so well known and everyone is talking about them. So the the Philadelphia Eagles punched them in the face. The Chiefs didn't know how to react to that because no one else was doing that. Well, going into this year now, the Los Angeles Chargers punched them in the face. The Chiefs were like, whoa, they're coming at us. How do we react? Well, they didn't know how to react because no one was doing that before. So the Philadelphia Eagles opened that floodgate of, hey, if you punch these guys in the face, you take it to them, you come out swinging, they're going to fold and they're not going to be the team that you've been seeing all last year.
Just 1 second.
Holy cow, does he sound stupid?
Does Gronk not remember that when he was on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they also kicked the crap out of the Chiefs in a Super Bowl. And after that, the Chiefs seemed to be just fine.
Stop overthinking this. When in doubt, punch him in the face.
Is that what he was trying to say?
Yeah.
To this day, I'd like to punch him in the face.
I don't know what the hell he was talking about. I don't even get the...
Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face.
Well, that's a Mike Tyson quote.
Yeah.
But who's Buster Douglas?
What? You've never heard of the Buster Douglas Mike Tyson
No.
fight?
Of course I know about it. But like in his analogy,
he's saying the Chargers were Buster Douglas.
No, the Eagles.
But the Chargers just punched him in the face.
But he was talking about the game this weekend. He wasn't making any sense. The analogy just doesn't connect.
No. He was saying the Eagles.
No, I get it.
Were Buster Douglas.
I get it.
Look, we are all dumber. May God have mercy on our soul.
Really? I mean, for us to even try to figure out a stupid analogy in the first place makes no sense. The Eagles weren't Buster Douglas. The Eagles had won the NFC East. Or NFC. They weren't. Buster Douglas came out of nowhere, man. And by the way,
what?
To go on with his stupid analogy, Buster Douglas would face Tyson again and get the crap knocked out of him.
But that first time.
The first time he got in it's a great story with Buster Douglas. He got himself in great shape. Tyson took it lightly. They had the fight like in Japan or something, and nobody was really watching. And Tyson lost.
Tyson was doing cocaine with tigers.
Tyson had some shaky times back in the day. Oh, by the way, sports, not sports. Did you hear that Tyson's going to fight Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah.
You interested in watching that one?
I mean, of course I'll watch it. Yes, because I'm a sucker. Of course I'll watch it. Talk about a stupid matchup.
How do these guys both of them, how do they still need money? How do these guys still need money?
I mean, listen, is it ever a bad day to go make $40 million,
No,
$100 million?
I guess not. But
like, no matter how much money you got, is there ever a bad day to go put an extra 40 in the bank for an exhibition fight against some old timer?
Dude, I'll lose respect for anybody who I find out paid for that fight. Are you kidding me? Tyson against Floyd Mayweather? Seriously, who cares?
I mean, I'll go to one of the sites. But I'll watch it.
Oh, on the illegal stream?
Yeah.
You'll get the illegal stream
I'll go
going?
to Stream East.
Okay, next, Dan.
All right, here is listen to this weird exchange between a Detroit Lions reporter and Dan Campbell.
Oh, this was awkward.
Yeah, this was very awkward.
This is very, skin crawling.
The premise of the question is, is your play calling going to suck this year because both of your coordinators are gone?
With just how good the offense was last year under Ben Johnson, people are just wondering, myself just included, would it have been feasible just to, even I know John's a different coordinator, but would it have been feasible to just, Jared talked about changes in communication, there wasn't a lot of pre-snap motion, would it have been feasible just to run the exact same offense as last year?
What are you asking? What did Jared say?
I'm saying your offense last year.
Well, no, you said something Jared said, so let me hear it.
Changes in communication.
Yeah, but you said something about emotions and keep.
Yeah, I'm saying that would it have been feasible to, and people are wondering, the offense looks drastically different than it does last year. Would it have been
so
feasible
nervous
to
right now.
just exactly run the exact same offense?
So after one game, tell me what it looks like that's drastically different.
Not a lot of pre-snap motions. Explosive plays weren't there. Wasn't as creative. Wasn't as.
You didn't see any pre-snap motions in that game?
As much as we've seen before.
I want you to go back and look at all of our motions, pre-snap motions, fast motion shifts on the road.
Oh, boy.
Hey, sometimes you need a ladder, not a shovel.
Hey, I think that Muggle set himself up, man. If you're going to make some sort of, first of all, what an insane comment. Why don't you just run the same offense? Dude, that reporter is assuming a lot with that question. That is, I mean, because he's assuming he knows. Hey, I'm on Dan Campbell's side on this one, by the way. That reporter came off like a snotty know-it-all who probably has his own talk show and is ripping them for, not running the same offense or whatever. If you got it all figured out there, bro, you better come prepared if you're going to make an accusation. Good for Dan Campbell as far as I'm concerned with that. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. It was funny. That's all I know.
It was uncomfortable.
What do you mean pre-snap motion? Count them.
Yeah, I know. You're going to get. All right. I mean, I don't even know what he was trying to say. I know what he's trying to say.
Here's how he could have solved this. Even though you lost your coordinators, can you still run the same offense as last year?
That's a yes or no question. Yes, we can. Of course we can.
Fine. Well, it would have been better than what he just did right there.
Yeah, like he's like confronting him then. Yeah. You know, if you ask that and Dan Campbell says, sure, of course we can.
Yeah.
The next, what's the follow-up? Then why don't you? What are we doing here? Are we sitting at the bar? Are we just having a beer? Are we yelling at Dan Campbell? Wow. Is the media going to turn on Dan Campbell a little bit?
No. Hell no. They love that dude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're giving a mm-hmm.
Let's see how they do. Who are they playing this weekend?
Hey.
Bears. They better win. They're playing the Bears at home.
Just because you like to have it both ways and you hate Dan Campbell's aggressiveness, but you love Sean Payton's aggressiveness, doesn't mean that they hate Dan Campbell like you do.
Well, they should win. If they lose to the Bears, there'll be some it wasn't just that they lost. It's that they
Bears
just
looked all right, dude.
Okay, you want to pick the Bears in that one?
I don't know. I mean,
Detroit's favored by 6.5.
All I know is I thought the Bears looked all right.
Fine, but if the Bears beat the Lions, there are a lot of people going to be down on Dan Campbell if they lose that game. A lot. It will not be comfy for Dan Campbell. You lose that one.
What are you talking about? Not comfy. That is an idiotic statement. Dan Campbell isn't even remotely on a hot seat. Dan Campbell doesn't have a coal underneath his seat. There is no spark underneath Dan Campbell's seat. Dan Campbell is an absolute legend in Detroit. Like, you are out of your damn mind if you think Dan Campbell, they're trying to run that dude out of town.
You lose 2 division games right off the bat?
Okay, cool.
Lose one to the Bears at home?
They'll be mad at you, but there still ain't even a coal underneath your seat.
John Fox used to say, DMac, you're only a 2-game losing streak from being fired. Let's say
probably 3-game.
Foxy said 2, but kind of like this. You're always 2 games away from
Dan Campbell is a minimum 2 losing seasons away from being on a hot seat.
2 losing seasons?
Yep. That's how much he's brought to that town.
Look who they have after the Bears.
They ain't turning their back on Dan Campbell.
They're at Baltimore. Oh, they start 0-3? Yeesh.
I don't care.
Then they get the Browns, who appear to be a little bit better. Bengals. Then the Chiefs. Then the Bucks. Whoa.
Dude,
Detroit's got a bit of a schedule here.
We can play this game with every team. Every team's going to play great
I'm just saying, the one game you got to win if you're the Lions is home against the Bears. You got to put that in your back pocket.
Hey, listen, I don't disagree that it's a bad look to – I mean, people will point the finger and be like, haha, well, it's all the coordinators. Like, you weren't doing it anyways. But I'm just saying, in reality, that dude's got as secure of a job as anybody in the NFL.
I don't know, man. Owen, I'm not saying he's about to get fired or anything, but people, I just said it would be uncomfortable. I didn't say he was going to get fired. You'll just get more questions like that. You'll have more people sort of questioning, was it really you, Dan, or was it your coordinators who you both lost to head coaching jobs? That's all. I'm not saying he's going to get fired. It's not even close to that. Where do you think the Lions are going to stack up in the NFC this year? You think they'll be right back there?
Yeah, I think, like, it's not going to be a magical year, but my prediction would be at the end of the year, you don't want to face the Lions.
Okay. It's a tough division.
Yeah.
Ain't easy. I mean, if you're saying the Bears are better and they're going to be what they're going to be, Packers are going to be great.
Vikings. I don't know what the Vikings are.
We'll see. Well, they were great in the fourth quarter, that's for sure.
Lions will be a playoff team.
Okay. Boy, how about maybe the Chiefs start 0-2? Ooh. When was the last? I don't think it's ever happened. I don't think Reed and Mahomes have ever been 0-2. But they're playing the Eagles. Dude.
Why is that game not primetime?
It's a 2:25. I don't know.
Who is the primetime game?
Not that one. That's a 2:25. That's not a game that the networks want to give up. That's for sure. Let's see here. 225. So your 225 game. Well, it's the only 225 start.
We got the
and
Falcons
it's on Fox.
versus Vikings in prime time.
Yeah, on Sunday night. Yeah, I'm sure Fox was, fighting for that game. They don't want to give that game up. You're right. It's not prime time, but there's only 3 games in the 2 o'clock window, and the Broncos and Indy start at 2:05. Carolina at Arizona at 2:05. It's not prime time. I know what you're saying, but the vast majority of the country is going to get that game at 2:25. So it's kind of a virtual, national game. It's as close as you can get without it being prime time.
Okay.
But that's a doozy, man. Chiefs 0-2. I bet that's never happened. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I'm going to guess Mahomes and Reed have never been together 0-2. And the Broncos scrape that win, get it done. You have a 2-game lead over Kansas City. Take that, huh? How fun would that be? We got Nate and Berto. They'll be at number 38. I do have a funny moment from the Rockies game. It was a funny play-by-play moment. You'll hear that coming up. All right, I got a bunch of little housekeeping things that are kind of interesting.
Okay.
And then Nate and Berto at number 38. And they'll be there doing their show. And then stick around for the Commanders of the Packers that you can hear right here. We Love Football on Westwood 1 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Close, a mile long, 3 inches deep. Buster Douglas, in his only defense of his title, didn't face Mike Tyson again. It was Evander Holyfield who beat the crap out of him in 3 rounds and ended Buster Douglas's career. So it wasn't Mike Tyson again. It was Evander Holyfield.
Okay.
Same spirit, though. Like, you beat the guy, and somebody's like, that had 100 million viewers. It's because I said,
he was 1-0 against Tyson, is what you're saying.
I guess so. I don't believe there was a rematch against Tyson for Buster Douglas. I think it was back to being a nobody. Jake Heaps got a little birdie here. So apparently every Saturday he flies out to wherever Russ is and works with Russ Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and flies back to town. So
what do you mean Sunday? How's he working with Russ on Sunday?
Well, I don't know.
Wow.
But yeah, like you.
Well, we do know that was a part of his, like, that sounds similar to what he was doing when he was here with the Broncos, because he would do stuff on Mondays. Jake was even in the building on Mondays, like doing film review stuff with the guys.
Do you think he's in the building with the Giants?
No, hell no.
That feels weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could work with him like before he was with the team and after the game's over, I suppose.
On Sunday?
I don't know.
No.
Watching tape or something?
No.
No?
I mean, I guess, well, after the game, yeah, I guess you could go to the dude's house and watch film with him.
Couldn't do some high knees in the lobby, before you gotta be on the team bus?
Well, I don't think that's what his role is. He's not a trader.
I don't know.
I mean, he's not a trader. He's a coach. Right?
What am I? I'm getting information.
No. I'm not doubting your information. I'm just trying to figure out the logic of what he's doing on Sundays.
Got me. I have no idea. Hey, good for Jake.
That's a lot going on, man.
They figured it out and
start
coaching.
Game planning on Tuesdays for the next high school opponent.
I guess. I don't know how.
Or you got a lot of playing time there. That's a lot of time to watch film.
Yeah. You got assistant coaches, don't you?
Sure.
I mean, you don't practice on Sunday in high school, do you?
I don't think so.
No? I mean, on Monday, I would think you'd probably get back at it a little bit.
I think you go bid on Saturdays and then back up Monday.
Okay. The Rockies. I'm not going to give you the full thing, but there was a moment yesterday, Tyler, in the game where in this miserable season, you have to have a little empathy for our pal Drew Goodman, Jeff Hewson, Corey Sullivan, Mark Stout, Kelsey. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that have to do these games, game after game after game. You got to have a little empathy for them. And sometimes when something happens in a game and the broadcasters are just like, they cannot believe what's going on because it's so bad, you hear these heartbreaking moments in their voices. So I want to present to you the bottom of the first inning. Nobody's on. The game's very early. And there's a pop-up between first base and second base.
Okay.
Mookie Betts pops the ball up. And it sounded like this yesterday.
Betts as well. This one's popped up right side. And Kyle Farmer.
Are you serious?
How did that happen?
Orlando's just looking at it, and then Kyle, I don't know if he got spooked by Orlando being right there. That's going to go down as a hit, too. I mean, oh.
Well, kind of speechless on that one.
Yes.
So what happened? Just nobody tried to catch it?
It's a shallow pop-up, Tyler. I mean, it's not even that high. And Farmer goes like 1 foot to his right. And Arcia comes in a little bit. And it looks like Farmer's going to easily catch it. And then at the last second, he just pulls his glove back, and Arcia is standing like 3 feet away from him, just like. And you can hear their reaction. Here, play it one more time, Dan. Here's what they say. Now that you know the play.
bets as well. This one's popped up
Easy
right
pop
side.
up. Easy out.
And Kyle Farmer.
Are you serious?
Are you serious? How did that happen?
Orlando's just looking at it, and then Kyle, I don't know if he got spooked by Orlando being right there. That's going to go down as a hit, too. I mean,
Well, kind of speechless on that one.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Unbelievable. How do we describe this one? Well, there really are no words for how dumb that was.
Can't really, no words on this one. Oh, my God. It looks so stupid. It actually didn't lead to anything, believe it or not. It was like kind of a nothing play. It didn't really even matter in the game. But it's just, if you want to just look
How
at
many wins they got?
40.
Oh.
They're right there, buddy.
Oh.
They are right there.
How many left?
That's a good question. It's like 20, but I want to be more. It's a good question. Let me see what their absolute record is. The numbers with the Rockies are staggering. They are 40 and 106. Wow. So 146 games. 16. So 16.
Yeah.
That's it. 16 games to get to. You got to win 1 out of every 8 games. Dude.
Sounds tough.
Even in April, Tyler, the worst month in this whole thing, they won 4 games. So they would have to, if they don't get to 42, if they only win 1 more, which seems amazingly impossible, they could get there. So that's your Rockies.
I'm rooting for history.
And they're starting a 4-game set with the Padres.
Hey, you
tonight.
know what? Good news is we're only going to have the 3rd worst record of all time. Not the actual worst record, but we will have the 3rd worst.
That's the goal, I guess, if they're
Congratulations.
Lucky. Okay, going into, we're seeing some of the coordinators talk right now. It's Darren Rizzi right up there, special teams. We good on special teams? Special teams seems fine, right?
Well, we don't like our kicker.
We don't like our kicker?
No, we don't think he can make a 53-yarder.
Oh. Dan, he wasn't asked about that, was he?
We must be shopping new kickers this week, right?
It's a good one. Wow, I wonder if he was asked about that. That'd have been a great question for Rizzi.
Hey, Riz, what did you think was about to happen there?
Right.
Did you think you were going to punt it or kick it? Because certainly you thought one of your 2 guys was about to touch the ball.
It goes a little deeper than that, too, because Sean ultimately said, we can't trust that special teams won't get it blocked and have it returned. How you feeling about your special teams, Coach? You think you guys can block a 53-yarder effectively?
I don't know, Coach.
That's a tough one.
This one's not looking good out there today.
Is your blocking that bad? Do you feel the same as Sean, that it's just too much of a risk to attempt a 53-yard field goal late in the game because your blocking sucks?
No, but what I can understand is we don't want to risk missing it, right? So if we miss it, we're going to give the ball on the 40-yard line. Well, it's the same thing as going for it on 4th and 8. Like, the only really logical, safe decision there was actually to punt the ball.
I guess, but 53-yarders are
I know.
Shots.
I mean, I agree with you. I do.
Chip shots.
I'm just saying if I were to give them a little bit of grace, it would be on missing it and giving them the ball with great field position.
Listen, special teams was great. Crawshaw was great. Our punter, all those issues we had with the punter, that dude
was really
nails.
Good for him.
Yeah,
good for him.
Let's the opportunities he had, he did fine. He was fine. He was told to, have a returnable kick at the end of the first half. That was the plan. He kicked it exactly where they wanted him to kick it. They just couldn't cover it. That's not on him. I mean, I guess that's on his special teams, though, right? I suppose, on the coverage unit. So I guess you fall on the sword for that one.
I'll be interested to see the evolution of the kickoff this year. I mean, we had the most kickoff returns ever, I guess, this weekend.
They had the highest percentage of kickoff returns since 2010. And I have no idea what was going on in 2010, but it was way up.
Now, to my knowledge, there was none actually returned for a touchdown. But if it does start getting more dynamic, if there are more big returns, I don't know, we might just revert backwards and start giving the ball at the 35-yard line.
You could easily do that and not even worry about it. In fact, you don't have to kick it through the end zone, as Sean Payton pointed out. You can just dribble it off the tee.
God, wouldn't that be funny if that became the new trend?
Just Just forget it.
Like, we don't trust our kicker to get into the end zone or all the way out, so we're just going to tap this thing.
Yeah, and we don't even want anybody to get hurt. We don't want any of our players to run into each other, so we're really...
Can't risk a hammy on this one.
Because the penalty is the same, just dribbling it off the tee. It's at the 35 one way or the other.
That's stupid.
It is so stupid. There should be, hey, you're here.
He's here.
You're here.
They're on remote.
They're there. It's so cool. All right, Berto, my man. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
What's up? You're at number 38 with Tullamore Dew.
Yeah.
Doing the do. Talking to the folks. Making friends. Watching games.
DMac, the last time I was here was the dueling Game 7s. Back in May when the Avs had a Game 7 against the Stars and the Nuggets had their Game 7.
Yeah.
That was the last time I was here. There was some good vibes in this joint.
Well, the Nuggets won that game, Berto.
Yeah.
And the Avalanche collapsed.
Yes.
That was painful. That was so painful.
Hey, I got a question for Sanford.
He's here.
So, in college football, it would not have been okay for you to go travel to another game to scout your opponent, right?
This is 100% correct.
Correct, right?
And so this is the weirdest thing for me in high school, making the adjustment to it being permissible to go to somebody else's game.
So it's okay to call another high school's game. Like, we're going serious Tom Brady stuff here. You're getting inside information from the coaches. Are you doing coaches calls with the coaches for this game?
I recused myself from, the thing that was pretty fun is that we don't have either Arvada West or Legend on the regular season schedule. But both teams are really good. We scrimmaged against both teams in the preseason, so I don't need to do a production meeting. I already basically did it.
Yeah, all I know is something about this feels sketch. Something about it.
I called both coaches, man.
Yeah,
I called both coaches. CJ Hanna at Arvada West. Told him, man, I'm like, hey, I'm going to recuse myself from the production meeting. I don't want any depth charts. I'll just literally watch the game, see the jersey number, look down on the roster, and make a...
Was he like, that's BS?
Well, is your partner getting a depth chart?
I haven't seen one yet. I haven't seen a depth chart. I think we are the definition
you might not
of
be
raw
on the
dogging.
phone call, but your partner is.
That's Connor Cape, man.
He's a pro.
Connor Cape's used to just getting soccer-y, man.
Dude does soccer play-by-play. Yeah. He'll be fine.
Wouldn't that be great if we did them both in British accents?
That'd be fantastic.
Oh, the entire
Men in Blazers.
And a bloke from the Arvada West Wildcats.
Is Krecker there yet, Berto? Or
Krecker's currently stuck in traffic, I believe.
Oh, all right.
He's not handling I-25 very well right now, I believe.
Okay, all right. Well, that's number 38's a great place, but it's in that Rhino. Was that Rhino? I'd say it's Rhino,
it's
right?
pure Rhino, man.
Yeah, it's Rhino.
River North, baby.
Hell of a place.
I
Beautiful
love
place.
Rhino.
You gotta. Rhino and you got some traffic there though. You gotta figure that out.
I mean, where don't you have traffic in the metro area right now?
Well, I just take my bike up and down Yosemite, and I'm pretty good.
Yeah, you're a biker.
On the bicycle there, Berto. You know what I'm
saying?
You're
biking to Arvada tomorrow?
I will be biking to Arvada tomorrow.
Shut up.
Yeah,
DMac, I heard you talking. Yeah. I heard you talking about the Rockies, brother, and I would like
first
you to,
mistake.
Yes. I would like you to
stop.
That stop it. But this Colorado Rockies team, this team that are about to end the season, this is the worst professional sports team in the history of this city, DMac.
Yeah, well, I'm agreeing with you. I don't disagree with you. And why I've been following them is to sort of justify an opinion about them one way or the other, aside from just saying they suck, which is an easy, lazy way to do it. However, they do suck, and they're not showing a whole heck of a lot of heart. And in 3 games, they had 8 hits. It's the lowest amount of hits they've had in 3 games. With a 4-game set against the Padres, they have a chance to lose 9 games in a row, which means that would be the first time all year, despite losing 8 games in a row 5 different times. They literally could be playing the worst they have all year, right here and right now, as they struggle for 2 more wins to try to get to that magic number 42 to not have the worst record of all time.
So what you're saying is that this is a lock for Warren Schaefer to become the permanent skipper.
He should not be hired.
That's what you're saying.
No, Bert.
Do you have a solution? DMac, do you have a solution to the problem that is the Rockies?
Yes. Oh, my gosh. His name is escaping me right now.
It's
gosh,
a great solution, though.
Right? If you can't remember his name, I don't know.
We're going to be fired up by the solution.
Is his name Victor Conti?
No, Victor Conti.
Is it Bud Black?
No, it's, gosh darn it, White Sox manager, bilingual.
Ozzie Guillen?
Ozzie Guillen. They should hire Ozzie Guillen to be their manager. I'm not joking about that. Half your team is Spanish-based guys.
That's every baseball team.
That is correct. And if you look at some effective managers, one of the things I think they do is need to bond better with the Hispanic players on their teams. I think that would go a long way. They got to do a lot of other things, but they need a manager who can speak Spanish fluently that doesn't give a crap about the history of the organization. It's not their home.
So they should hire me. I'm bilingual.
Are you bilingual?
I am. I speak Spanish.
I did not know that.
You guys should apply.
Do you have any experience in baseball?
I watch it a lot. I know how to keep a good scorebook. I'm really, really thorough with my pitch count.
I know. I'm not
Swing
joking.
throughs, balls,
All right, shut
foul
up.
tips.
Who
the
cares?
Whole deal.
Ozzie
Hold
Guillen
on,
should
they
be
can't
hired.
hire Ozzie.
Are we just taking him at his word that he's bilingual? Like when he says that, like we just took him at his word.
No, yo puedo hablar español.
I witnessed it.
Perfecto.
Sí.
No hay problema con mi español. Mi español es perfecto.
Me too.
Sí.
My Spanish is
No
perfect
sé.
also.
Oh, sí.
Yeah. See, I can even understand it.
¿En qué parte vives ahorita?
Well, the time is 3:01.
No, man. Yep, we were able to break that one down pretty quickly.
Yes, Krecker, you're trying to get in here. I see you. I hear you.
What's up, dudes?
What's up, man? That's my.
He is bilingual, by the way. I have witnessed it because he talked to our cab driver in Vegas last summer about what was happening. What soccer tournament was going on at that time?
What was it? Was it the Euros?
Club World Cup, maybe?
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not Ozzie Guillen, then another manager who is bilingual. I think that's a critical component for the Rockies, amongst a million other things. I mean, they need. I
don't hate that idea. Ozzie Guillen's a terrible idea, but another individual that isn't Ozzie Guillen is a better idea.
And that's come from Nate Kreckman, that knows Chicago sports lore better than maybe anybody.
Well,
Ozzie Guillen was a dumpster fire. He is a
he was actually Ozzie was a good manager for some time, and then he went to war with the front office with the White Sox, and he and Kenny Williams were trying to kill each other.
Good. I want a manager who's going to stand up to the front office.
Ozzie is so checked out. Like he.
All right. Well, if it's not him, then somebody else that is kind of on that tip.
Let's go Felipe.
I don't think that's the worst idea. Yeah, I have no problem checking that box though.
Yeah, I mean, amongst a million other things. But
because
I talk about the Rockies does not mean I support what's going on there, by the way.
Because we both know Warren Schaefer is going to be the manager of this
he shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be, but he will be.
Well, that's horrible, and that is a terrible
Do the
mistake.
two of you think there's going to be no repercussions for this season at all? Nobody's going to get fired. I mean, Bud obviously got in the middle of this, but you're telling me that the two of you think there's going to be no repercussions for the season that we just saw from the Colorado Rockies?
There's no history with management that would indicate they would make changes that need to be made.
Nah. So
I guess we agree on that. I guess you're right.
Maybe there's a world where Saunders had a great mailbag earlier this week that was when he was talking about people inside the organization have no clue as to what is going on right now. There's basically two schools of thought from the people that I'm talking to in the know. There's the Thad Levine school of thought, former Rockies executive who has been with the Rangers and been with the Minnesota Twins, that Thad Levine, because of his experience and altitude, would be favored by this ownership group. And, that absolutely checks a lot of boxes. There's another school of thought based on a couple of people that I've spoken to that have said it's pretty highly likely they don't do anything. Because the biggest thing that Dick Monfort's focus is on right now is the CBA fight and trying to get a salary cap in place. Yeah. And why would Dick Monfort go changing up his front office right now before the new collective bargaining agreement is settled in Major League Baseball and the sport actually has a plan for what it's going to do going forward? Now, I say all of that with I have talked to people whose knowledge and opinions I trust on this, and there's varying different schools of thought on what the Rockies could go and do. But both of those explanations make sense. Like, you should blow everything up, and you should bring in somebody from outside the organization. But also, to DMac's point, I could see him doing absolutely nothing.
No, they can't. No, can't happen.
It's going to happen.
Well, we'll see.
No way, man.
Yes,
I'll tell you this, though. It is remarkable to me, as bad as they've been, they may have their worst month all year. However, they do have the Marlins, the Angels, and the Mariners are at least above 500. They're an okay team.
Got to get those 2 wins, man.
You got to get those 2 wins, and you got 16 to get them. But I'll tell you this, it'll be a freaking miracle if they can. I can't believe they beat the Padres a few days ago with Kyle Freeland. That's a miracle. That happened, or they would be on their way to losing 13 straight games. And they've lost 5, and I don't know how they're going to win any of the next 4. So they may set their record for incompetence this deep in the year. However, they've got 3 teams, or at least 2 teams in a row with the Marlins and the Angels, like Nate, Berto, Mike. They probably scrape up 2 more wins right there, right, somehow. DMac,
I just want to point out, since you asked me and Andy, what if Dick Monfort was right?
Yeah.
3-16.
Yeah, I know. That's a great number. That's a great stat. because at the time,
when they had won, what was it, 6 of 7? I think.
It was
they
like
were,
that. Yes.
Yeah, they had a week.
Do you think they think about the fan base at all when they make these decisions?
Yeah, it's bark at the park. Then they think about the fans there and dogs. Then they think about dollar hot dog night, and then they think about
loves those dogs. That's
like,
always a fun
Can
time.
we get the Cubs in for another series? Is that possible? That's how they think about the fans, Berto. That's
40 and 100. What is it? 40 and 106.
40 and 106 right now.
Ugliest record. Oh,
every loss is a new record for the franchise.
Well, they are setting. There's crazy numbers like 8 hits in 3 games, the lowest ever in this series against the Dodgers.
2 hits last night.
Back to 2 hits last night.
2 errors.
2 errors. Yes. Back to back games where they were no hit for 5 straight innings in the first 2 games against the Dodgers. I mean, it's like that.
How many teams have been mathematically eliminated from postseason contention in Major League Baseball?
Right now, the Rockies are the only one. No, the White Sox are.
Okay, there are 2.
There are 2.
Now, comparing the American League cellar dweller, the Chicago White Sox, whose record at 57 and 90 looks very handsome compared to your 40 and 106. How about this stat?
Yeah.
Run differential from the best team in the American League to the Chicago White Sox, a mere 76 runs. Compared to what the Colorado Rockies have, run differential is 386.
How about this one? Their 931 runs allowed are top. The second team, the Washington Nationals, are at 793. So it's close to 140 from second worst. And you would say, well, what about scoring runs? And yes, the Rockies are not worse than the league.
There's only one team
They're
worse.
second worst. The Pirates are actually worse at 527. But miraculously, that last place team has only allowed 599 runs.
That's because they got Skeens.
So they got Skeens.
They got Libby. They got Libby done.
We don't have Sensatella and Marquez are just fat guys. You know what's funny as a professional athlete? Where you're a fat guy, but you still perform. You're still an athlete because you perform.
You can do it in baseball. Yeah, baseball's the game.
You can, but as soon as you stop performing, you're just a fat guy. You're not an athlete anymore. You're just fat.
You could be a rich fat guy, though.
Well, Marquez and Sensatella certainly are rich.
You could be a bilingual, rich fat guy.
Well, they make about $14 million a year, so they're doing fine in terms of the money, but they're fat guys. Kyle Freeland, and he had a great game a few games ago. He wouldn't be in the starting rotation for any team in Major League Baseball. Zero.
He's arguably the best starter they have.
The best starter they have right now is probably Tanner Brown, actually. But, what am I talking about, right?
What are we doing?
The fact that I even know that
Isn't his name
ridiculous.
Tanner Gordon?
Right, Tanner Gordon. Sorry, I even screwed up his name. You're right,
You just
Tanner
mixed
Gordon.
up Tanner Gordon and McCade Brown.
I did. I put them together.
I believe McCade Brown, his Bro Country album is selling through the roof right now. Got to go to that McCade Brown show.
No, Berto,
one more,
just to sum up.
Is it McCade? McCade's at the Grizzly Rose on Friday, isn't he?
McCade Brown is at the Grizzly Rose. They are the worst team in Denver sports. I think I got to look at those Nuggets teams, Nate, back in the day. I mean, there were
some bad ones.
Even the worst Nugget season doesn't compare to this
Wait,
season.
the Hanslick 11 win?
Yeah, no way.
Hold on. Let me...
We got to look that up. We got to look some numbers up of that team.
Is that, you're saying win percentage-wise?
Yeah,
win.
11
hold on.
and 71.
Hanslick's
11 and 71.
11 and 71.
Compared to
40 97-98.
Let's call it 45.
So that's a 134 win percentage. The Rockies are better than that.
Yeah, so that might be
the 11
worst
win
team.
Hanslick Nuggets were worse.
No way. You're never going to convince me that Nuggets team is the worst team in the history of this.
Back in
city.
theaters tomorrow, Bert. 11. 11
Spinal Tap.
wins.
Can't wait. I'm going to be there.
Okay.
No doubt.
I don't know, man. No, this Rockies team, worst ever. Worst I've ever seen in my life in this city.
Worst baseball team for sure. Worst pro team ever. They're giving that 11-win Nuggets team a run for their money. And the Avs were a last-place team, too, with the 46 points, right? But, it wasn't epic. It was bad. No. It was last. But it wasn't, historically bad.
It wasn't like this could be the worst team in the sport.
No,
and the Rockies could end up being the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball.
Broncos had a 4-win team. Was that the 60s? They had some bad teams.
2010. The year McDaniels got fired for Studesville at the end, they were 4-12.
4-12, modern era, right after 1970 or so. 60s,
they were horrible.
60s, we shouldn't even. We should just talk about the 16-game
I know we're talking
schedule.
about professional athletics right now, but I look at Bill Hanslick and his 134 win percentage, and I say, my time here in Colorado, Bill, hold my beer. I was sub 100 at the CU Buffs, 1-11. Just do some simple math, and I can say.
Well, wait though, but your interim record was better.
Yeah, you're right. And I think if I take
bunch of those losses are on Carl Durrell. You don't have to carry man.
I think he takes 5 of them.
Yeah,
and I get a 1. Actually, I get a 2-5 because
I was going to say because Arizona State, right?
Arizona State was on probation playing illegal players.
Right, yeah. You got the win for that.
Yeah, but I'm taking the whole year, man.
You're not the worst.
I want 1-11.
You can't get it.
Give it to me.
We're not going to give
Tattoo
it to you.
it on my forehead.
We are not giving it to you.
You want to know why you can't have it? Because you weren't paid Durrell's salary, okay? That's why.
This is very, very accurate.
You did okay for yourself, but it wasn't Carl Durrell's salary.
It was not. I wouldn't be doing radio right now if I had a nice 3-year buyout at that rate. Would have been a good one.
You'd be doing pretty good.
I'd be in Arizona right now.
What is Mel Tucker doing right now?
Oh, my God.
He lost it all.
Making phone calls.
He lost it all.
What does that dude do?
What's up, baby?
Hello, well, baby. He's still fighting the he was fighting the termination, though. Like, he had the lawsuit against Michigan State.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, he got the fat raise, but then because Ishbia donated all that money so he could get the raise, but then after he got fired, they were trying to withhold his buyout, and that was all tied up in the courts. I don't know how that ever resolved itself.
He'll probably get the money. Is probably what'll happen. He'll probably get it.
I actually, because I did the Wyoming game last week. Wyoming's OC was Mel's OC.
He was
with the Buffs. Jay Johnson.
Jay Johnson, good coach.
Yeah, and he was he also was at Michigan State with Mel.
How about this? Just recently in the Lansing State Journal, the headline: Michigan State University says Brenda Tracy is using Mel Tucker's firing to seek, in quote, multi-million-dollar windfall.
What a shock. I can't believe it. I'm stunned.
Yikes.
Hey, speaking of newspapers really quickly, I want to read to you guys a headline that I saw on today's Denver Post. Okay, I went to denverpost.com, and I just, again, the utmost sympathy for everybody in Evergreen, and all the headlines in the Denver Post today are just as horrific as you could imagine, which made this one stand out to me so much more that I screenshotted. Here was the sidebar headline next to all the awful news today in the Denver Post, and I quote: "Go Wiener go! 5 places to see dachshund races in Colorado this fall."
We racing dachshunds?
I didn't know that this was such a thing.
Can you put money on dachshund racing? Like, is there a joker of dachshunds out there?
This is what I'm saying.
Is there a Nikola Jokic who's like just obsessed with dachshunds?
Are wiener dog races bigger than I realized? Because remember, like, dog racing got such a bad rap for the treatment of the greyhounds, but are the dachshunds, are they treated better?
I bet you
because they're cuter?
I bet you Mark Springer has put money on a dachshund race before. I bet you he has.
How do you handicap a dachshund race?
That's a good question. I don't know. Based on color? Based on leg length? Like, I don't know, ear length? I don't know.
Vertical distance from the ground to the belly?
Yes, that's a good one.
Critical.
That's a good one. Yes.
You have to assume the longer-legged dachshunds are going to be the faster ones.
Much faster. They're like the cheetah, the dachshund ones.
I would certainly think so, but maybe the little guys can scoot better.
Well,
I have no idea.
I'm certainly glad we have more than 3 options.
Go Wiener go! 5 places to see dachshund races in Colorado.
Where's the first place it's rolling into?
This fall. You know what's funny?
Like, did they just have it at like the Buc-ee's parking lot or something? Or where does this thing go down? Is it Ball Arena?
Here's the thing that's probably silly about it, and maybe I just wanted to read the sports section. I didn't even click on the story. I just screenshotted the headline because the contrast between that and every other piece of news in the paper today was really something to see. Anyway, any dachshund owners out there? Any wiener dog racing enthusiasts?
Yeah, I want to know the top speed of a dachshund.
303-504-0925, like 7?
Oh,
8?
Denver's ballpark neighborhood near Larimer Street. So they're going to race by Coors?
So we're not that far from it.
They're just racing these little turkeys in the street? While the traffic, I mean, this is a blood sport is what this is. This ain't a race. This is a blood sport.
I tell you what, it's, the Buffs play on Friday. It's not a great college football weekend. If there's a race on Saturday, I'm interested.
Long Dog Derby.
I could see. Sanford's a big enough degenerate to get into betting on dachshund racing.
It's right up my alley. There's no doubt whatsoever. So, is this a thing like everywhere? Is this a Colorado thing? Is it?
I'm assuming this is an everywhere thing, right, Coach?
I've never been around dachshund racing. Yeah, never seen it.
All right, 5 events where you can get your cuteness fixed by watching dachshunds race or enter your dog into the competition this fall. We get the Highlands Oktoberfest. Vic Lombardi would like you to know it's the North Denver Oktoberfest. You got the Denver Oktoberfest, which features the Long Dog Derby. You have Barktemberfest in Lakewood, so that's my neck of the woods. The Springs has their own Oktoberfest, and then there's one at a brewery as well. So is this like a common? Do they do this in Germany at the actual Oktoberfest?
Right. Is this where they started?
Race sea dachshunds?
And did you say so the advertisement was for getting your cuteness fix on, and by cuteness it has to mean your illicit wagering on that's German.
Yes.
Cute in German means wagering, degenerate
beers,
wagering.
brats, polka, and wiener dog racing.
Does Denver still have a Greyhound track? Didn't we used to have a Greyhound track or something? Didn't we? An off-track baiting place here somewhere? Like, why am I thinking great?
I think the Hitman was down there.
I was about to say, didn't choke. That's where I got it from. I swear, I think that man lost a lot of money there.
Yeah, I think Hitman and Armstrong used to kick it down there at the old. They'd hit Red and Jerry's and then go over to the dog track. And that was a quality afternoon. Hasn't society determined that like dog racing is inhumane?
Yeah.
They were all treating the greyhounds poorly, and they weren't feeding them or whatever else was happening out there. It wasn't kind. I know that.
Right, so I think maybe they moved on from it. But
also, in greyhounds, and I know they're dogs, it's not their fault. They look like aliens.
Bro, a dachshund can reach a top speed of 15 to 20 miles per hour.
That's faster than I realized.
That little dude can go that's Usain Bolt, isn't it? What does Bolt do? Well, no, that's not true.
No, he's a lot faster.
He's a lot faster.
Yeah, he was like 25.
My bad.
Yeah, because like when a good ball carrier, when they clock those guys in the open field, like Derrick Henry can go like 23 miles an hour.
Yeah. And on skates,
and actually,
like
Tyreek Hill can run faster than that away from NFL investigators.
Yeah, man.
So there's the text line is blowing up right now, and apparently it was called
dachshunds?
About the old Greyhound track. It was east of Bennett. There's one that's still standing, but it's been closed for years. And then there was another one in Commerce City that was a Greyhound track called Cloverleaf, is what I see.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I never went.
Yeah, I don't think I ever went either.
Dog racing is one of those things like where it's like, how the hell do you bet on that? Mm-hmm. How do you? Like, I get it with horses. Like, they talk to the trainer and, like, they know the jockey and all of that. It's a dog.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say they talk to the horse. Let's ask Springer. Springer, how do you like figure out which dachshund's going to win a race, bro? How do you feel out or greyhound,
quad size?
Quad size.
I always go with
the thunder thigh dachshund.
I always go with skinniness of ankles. That's a big one to me.
Do they walk the dogs through the paddock like the horses so the bettors can see, like, that's a good-looking horse right there, or that's a good-looking dog right there?
Good-looking dachshund.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
That wiener looks like he can really run.
There's somebody breeding dachshunds for speed.
I also go for who has the biggest meathead owner, because there's a chance that there might be some juicing going on. The Victor Conti. I'm looking for the Victor Conti of corgis.
How do you juice a dog? What do? You just you have them drink a beer before? I mean, what?
Give it the same stuff. Good old-fashioned Winstrol, okay? Just load them up. Their eyes can turn all red like Ben Johnson in the '88 Olympics.
Like, can you buy those greenies from Major League Baseball and just pour them into the bowl?
Give it the old James Laurinaitis Boldenon straight out of the vial.
This is what happens. This is that Jurassic Park thing where scientists do something. They don't realize that they shouldn't do it, and they do it anyway. You can't. All of a sudden, you're going to have dachshunds pushing 50 miles per hour out here chasing down humans, man. No, I don't want it.
Life finds a way, Bert. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. It's me and Mark Bertinoli. We are out here today at number 38. Come on down. Have a dew and a brew, a Tullamore dew and a cold beer, and watch Thursday Night Football tonight, which we're going to be doing that right here at number 38. Sandman is back at the shop. Nate Landman. Yes, legendary buff, Nate Landman. He of the most infamous, or I suppose famous, peanut punch of Week 1 to clinch a victory for the LA Rams against the Houston Texans. So Nate Landman's going to stop by the show today. We very much look forward to that. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Sandman, I got some Broncos stuff we got to dive into here a little bit. The matchup of the Denver defense against one Daniel Dimes. How's it going to go? Let's break it down next. Yeah, big voice guy's got his hands full today. You're listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Mark Bertinoli, live at number 38, brought to you by Lombardi. And then our pal Mike Sanford back at the shop right now in Lone Tree, the home of a single tree.
Just one tree.
Yes. Also, and as Andy and I pointed out this week, because of the Burnham Yards announcement, that tree will not get knocked over.
No,
it will continue to stand.
No.
The single tree.
And they were going to build that new stadium. If they were going to build it in Lone Tree, they were going to build it right next door to us, weren't they? Like, it was right because the mayor of Lone Tree was saying,
is Lone Tree really that big that it wouldn't be next door to us?
Or no, yeah.
Were they going to knock down the Home Depot for?
Yes, basically, man.
Where does the singular tree actually reside?
I don't know. They keep it a secret. They keep it hidden. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's only one though.
It reminds me of my time at Palo Alto, which is tall tree. That's what it stands for. Palo Alto.
There was just one tall tree there.
And there was actually a Palo Alto.
Have either of you ever gone and seen a redwood forest live?
I have.
Have you really?
I sure have too.
Yeah, no, I have not.
Yeah, Muir Woods. Been to Muir Woods. I've also I stayed in a cabin in the redwoods once.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, Sandman's he's been all over. He's California dude. He knows a good redwood when he sees
stayed at a good bed and breakfast in the redwoods. Nice little place called the Bed and Bow Inn.
Bed and Bow.
The Benbow.
Maybe that's what Knicks can do when his whole NFL thing don't work out.
Yeah. No, it's redwood trees are cool. You've never seen a redwood?
No, I mean just on TV and stuff. I've never gone up.
They're really big trees.
Yeah.
I'm down they live up to the hype. I gotta say,
okay.
They really do.
Okay.
All right, Sandman. Last week against Miami, Daniel Jones. One of the better Week 1 performances that we saw in the entire NFL. I don't know if you know this or not. This is a little bit of a hot take. I think that Denver defense. A little bit better than Miami's.
A little tougher, a little grittier.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think Denver creates a different kind of challenge. And let's go in the numbers a little bit on why Daniel Jones played so well last week. All right? So Sanford turned me on to NFL Pro. Dude, I'm nerding out on this
fun,
stuff.
Isn't it?
It's so fun, and I'm digging through this stuff. Okay, so here's what I got. Here's what I'm going to tell you on Daniel Jones, okay? So Danny Dimes pressured on only 24% of his dropbacks last week. That is the third lowest mark of his entire NFL career and the fourth lowest mark in the NFL in Week 1. He had one of the lowest pressure rates upon him.
So
ironically,
to revisit that, 24.9% of snaps, of drop-back snaps, the Miami Dolphins defense created some semblance of pressure.
Yes.
Which is a
pretty low rate.
Monumentally low rate.
Here's what's crazy about it. Bo Nix was one of the few quarterbacks in the league who was actually pressured less than Danny Dimes last week. Nix was only pressured 18% of the time. He only had 7 pass attempts against pressure last week. But here's the other problem. On those 7 pressures, he was butt. 2 of 7 for 8 yards. He was terrible. In fact, he was the worst quarterback in the NFL in Week 1 against pressure. And when we were looking for areas where's Bo going to get better in year 2, that was one we were focusing on. And early returns, small sample size, it's not better yet. All right. So Daniel Jones, a big part of why was he so good in Week 1? Well, he largely was operating inside of a clean pocket. Okay? Now, how clean of a pocket are you going to get against the Denver Broncos? Again, going off the numbers, Cam Ward in Week 1 was pressured on 50% of his dropbacks. That was tied for the second highest rate in Week 1. The only quarterback in the NFL that was pressured more was Brock Purdy in San Francisco, and that didn't really work out for Brock Purdy, who is now out. So, number one, Daniel Jones will see substantially more pressure in Week 2 than he would have seen in Week 1. I think anecdotally we could have reached that conclusion, but the numbers most likely will bear it out as well. So that's something that Jones is going to have to deal with. But here's the other side of this whole thing, Sandman, and I'm sure you dug into the film because you're an all-22 dork. Daniel Jones was getting the ball out in a hurry. 2.5 second time to throw. 2.5 seconds, fifth fastest in week 1, and he had one of the lowest air yards per attempt. It was a lot of point guard quarterback going on out of Daniel Jones. He had one of the lowest downfield deep pass rates, 3.4%, fourth lowest in week 1. So again, get the ball in your hand, get it out quickly, and get it to a pass catcher that is somewhere near the line of scrimmage. That was largely the game plan. This is what I ask of offensive game planner extraordinaire Mike Sanford. How much will Shane Steichen be able to do that against Denver's defense?
Not going to be able to do it, and here's why. Because the Denver Broncos defense is built around a very similar strategy that Lou Anarumo, the new defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts, you play a lot of middle field close. You bring a lot of different pressure from various spots. You bring it from the nickel position, the safety position. Talanoa Hufanga for the Broncos, Cam Bynum for the Colts, the newly signed Indianapolis Colts by way of the Minnesota Vikings. You get a lot of man coverage. And when I'm talking about man coverage, press, tightly contested, in your kitchen type of man coverage. Therefore, there just aren't the ability, there's no ability to get rid of the football and have throws available to you that are high completion right away. And Danny Dimes, in his opening game under Shane Steichen, was very efficient. He was relatively speaking, compared to his recent trends in his career, he was highly efficient, highly accurate, and just didn't make any mistakes. That's going to be a horse of a different color that you're facing this coming Sunday against the Denver Broncos. But this also isn't Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans offense that the Broncos defense will be seeing, and they're going to be doing it on the road. So it will. I think this is going to be a fascinating matchup. And I don't think that Danny Dimes is going to continue these otherworldly numbers that put him in the top 5 category in the National Football League this week against the Broncos like he did a week ago. But I don't think he's going to be a massive fall from grace. This is going to be a competitive ball game.
I absolutely think it will as well. Now, one of the things that, and Sean Payton was careful to point this out yesterday, the Broncos were the only NFL team to win week 1 while losing the turnover battle. And when you lose it as badly as the Broncos did in week 1, you're going to lose 90% of the time in the NFL. They were, -3 for the game?
4-1.
Yeah, terrible. But I don't... And this would have been worth looking up as what is the overall win percentage of NFL teams that go -3 in the turnover ratio? I bet it's quite atrocious. I bet it's Bill Hanslick 11-win Nuggets kind of bad. I bet it's 2025 Bud Black, Warren Schaefer Rockies kind of bad. You don't get to win a lot of games like that in the NFL. That's where the Broncos have to do a much better job taking care of the football. And this is one, and I made this point yesterday with Andy, is guys like Bo Nix did not play well in week 1. Okay, cool. You know what? You're going up against Daniel Jones and the Colts. Get super conservative, lean into the run game, sit on the football. Punting isn't bad. Crawshaw, in fact, punted the ball quite well.
Is that the game plan you think Sean Payton's going to employ this week?
That's, again, this is just like the Rockies conversation. I can tell you what they should do, and then I can tell you what they're probably going to do. Yeah. But if you just lean into your run game and let your defense do its thing, you should be able to go win a road game against the Colts. It shouldn't be all that tough. Now, when you play the Chargers, when you play the Bengals, when you play the Eagles, you're going to have to score some damn points.
Well, how good are the Colts? I mean, Coach, what do you think? I mean, how much of it is the Dolphins are that bad, and how much of it is that the Colts have improved as a team?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I go back to the Indianapolis Colts before you were completely locked in on Anthony Richardson as your starting quarterback. Shane Steichen, guys, he was working wonders with Gardner Minshew. That was a team that was a 4th down conversion away from making the postseason in C.J. Stroud's Rookie of the Year offensively that led to C.J. Stroud getting to the postseason. You remember that game? I think it was the very final game. It was a play-in game, in a sense, between conference foes in Houston and Indianapolis. Shane Steichen's a good offensive mind. He was the offensive coordinator for the first Super Bowl Nick Sirianni appearance where he gushed tears during the national anthem. They were just dripping out of his eyelids. Shane Steichen's done a good job, I think, of putting Danny Dimes in situations and in positions that he can be successful. And so this is a much better team. The Colts have been slowly accumulating some really good young talent.
They have good players.
They have good players.
Yeah.
And not to mention that they do have some good vets as well. I mean, defensively, Zaire Franklin and DeForest Buckner, when healthy, that's as good as it gets in the front. Combination of a defensive lineman, interior, 4 technique, in DeForest Buckner's 6'8", 6'7". I coached against him when he was at Oregon. And then, man, Zaire Franklin is a tackling machine. He just sideline to sideline player, has great instincts, and has led the National Football League in tackles most of the last 3 years.
Along those lines, I guess we'll call it good news for the Broncos. Latu did not practice.
That's very good news.
Today.
Very
Hamstring
good news.
injury, first-round pick out of UCLA, the pass rusher, who I liked for Denver a lot. He
Good
did
player.
not practice today.
And he had that interception, too, last week. He was dropping out as a defensive end in coverage, looked really athletic. Like, that was a big-time play for him. I think that he's starting to trend in the right direction his second year.
Limited yesterday, did not practice today because of his hamstring. So something worth looking at.
Would a rookie tight end make you nervous as a coach?
It's funny that you bring that up because there is, I believe, a major misconception about the Broncos defense, which should be mentioned, and quite frankly, as we'll get into, I think it should be celebrated ahead of this week's matchup with the Colts. We'll tell you what that is next. Thanks to our friends at Tullamore Dew for having us out here to number 38. Thursday night football tonight, Manders Packers. So if you want to watch the game, well, number 38 is the best place to do it. Have a Tullamore Dew and a beer. We call it a Dew and a brew. And hang out with us. We're going to have giveaways. It's going to be a gigantic pile of fun. I'm hosting the watch party tonight,
Ooh,
Bert.
are you?
Yes, I'm a watch party host this evening.
Last time I was here, Andy was hosting the watch party.
Yeah.
He had a good time.
I'm handling the raffles and everything.
He's a very social creature, though. Are you
He
as social
is.
as Andy? Are you going to be like – because he was schmoozing, brother.
Yeah, Andy likes people a lot more than I do. I'm more of a get on the mic and wage war with the audience kind of guy.
Krecker, I could see you having the kind of Cancun spring break Senor Frogs guy with the whistle and the tequila shots type of energy right there. That's what I see out of
get a sombrero on and go wild out here tonight. No, we're gonna. It's gonna be fun. I will entertain the people. It'll be a good time. Really quickly, let me tell you a little bit about my MC history.
Oh,
all right.
Yeah.
Because I will be honest. I wrote this joke, and I was very proud of it.
Oh no.
All right. So a number of years ago, at an old stop, we hosted a fantasy football seminar. It was like this big like fantasy football class, and it was a ton of people came to this thing. Like they sold like hundreds of tickets, and Adam Schefter was the featured speaker at the fantasy football seminar. So he's up there. Plus, there's guys from like Football Guys and stuff like that. They got a panel discussion, and they're doing the whole fantasy football thing. And my job was to host it and introduce all the stars of the show that would be talking fantasy football. And so this is what I went with. This was my opener, in fact. I went with I went like who's here to, who's here and fired up about fantasy football, and the crowd cheered. And I was like, do we got any ladies in the house? And there was a good number of women.
Yeah.
And they were like, woo, yeah. Mm-hmm. And this is what I went with. I went with, hey, fantasy football guys, those are women. Go talk to them, okay? And
how'd that go over?
I got a laugh out of Schefter.
See, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. You're like, Shefty's laughing. I'm good.
That's all.
Y'all need one.
That's all that matters to me. It's not the big laugh. It's the right laugh, Bert. Sometimes that's all you got to go for.
Yeah, man. I like it.
That's what I told myself to the crickets.
I like it. Right. I mean, Coach, did you think you had a money line for a recruit and you said something and then you realized it was completely stupid and that player was never going to play?
Went nowhere.
Yeah, just terrible idea.
More just vibes with family. That's the one I always got. Like, I want to recruit. I want to land this recruit so dang bad. And sometimes the family comes on the official visit, especially mama. When mama comes in, you can just read the room right away if you have even a shot to get the kid. And you can tell if mama comes and she is she's got her hair all done up and she's got her makeup done, she's ready to go, you're going to get the kid. The kid's going to commit to you. But if mama shows up and she has no interest whatsoever, you can just see, man. She didn't bring her nice clothes. Yeah. Do you guys remember in the movie Friday, the character Felicia, as in Bye Felicia?
Bye Felicia, yeah.
So that's the actual mother of a recruit that I like.
Really?
The actress Angela Means was the mother of who ended up being University of Miami quarterback Brad Kaya, if you remember the name.
I was going to say Natron Means.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the first name I thought
so
too.
Brad Kaya, his mother Angela Means Kaya, she was all in on Boise State. She was all excited. I did an in-home visit. Everything's good to go. And then Al Golden, who was the head coach at the time at the Miami Hurricanes, did an in-home visit the next morning. And for whatever reason, whether the bag was right, the money was right, I don't know. But what the official visit, I'm not lying when I say this, Angela Means Kaya showed up to Boise, Idaho in full character costume of Felicia. I'm not lying. She had zero interest, and she just came in like, whatever. And then at the end of the weekend, I just said, like Ice Cube did, bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
I was going to say, when you left, did you?
Yeah, you had to hit her with that.
It's like anytime, that's got to be one of those lines she's heard 1,000 times. Like, anytime anybody has ever encountered the actor Wayne Knight, they've all gone, hello, Newman.
You're right. Yeah,
Every single time.
Yes.
You have to.
The wild thing about this actress is that when I did the home visit the first time, done up, I mean, I'm talking drop dead knockout. Beautiful. But when she showed up in Felicia mode, I mean, she was not attractive. She was not. I mean, it was bad. And I'm like,
a good actress.
She's a fantastic actress.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's like when Halle Berry was in Monster. You were just like,
Yeah, she's still pretty strong. Still pretty strong.
That was the old Gaffigan joke that was like, hey, clean up, get some pictures together. You could be the next Halle Berry.
I was able to find some information as it relates to the turnover battle. And this is a sample size of the National Football League from 2005 to 2019, so I apologize. But 35 games were won by teams that lost the turnover margin by 3.
How many were lost?
372.
Yeah, that's
basically the Colorado Rockies record.
That's 40 and 106 kind of category right there.
That's Bill Hanslick style. That's Mike Sanford at CU Buff style right there.
Sandman, Tyler Warren, 7 catches, 76 yards in week 1 against Miami. Pretty good, right? And he was impressive, man. They used him in the run game. They used him as a blocker, and he held his own. Like Tyler Warren is do everything. That guy is going to win multiple All-Pro honors in his career.
He's no question.
He is that good.
Good as Brock?
Different.
Brock Bowers?
Different. Brock Bowers is a glorified running back or slot receiver.
Yeah, I think Warren's more the do-everything tight end. I mean, he's a mutant. Like
he's a mutant.
They don't make him like that anymore. You know? They haven't really – like, it's Gronkowski-like.
Yes.
And is he the physical freak Gronk is? Like, we'll give it time. He's only played 1 game. But in terms of, like, good at everything that you want a tight end to do, they lined him up at fullback. He carried the ball last week. He was very, very good.
The guy was 6'5.5" Wildcat tailback for the Penn State Nittany Lions. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, Wildcat running backs are built like Tim Tebow. Like, 6'1.5", compact, low to the ground. That's the thing that's so interesting about Tyler Warren is his ability to bend as a runner in addition to be long and athletic in the slot.
I believe in this town we fell into a belief or a trope, and it was because there was years of sample size with him as the head coach, and then when he went to Arizona, you continued to see it, that Vance Joseph's defense can't stop tight ends. Okay? That it really, like, it's become almost just, all right, that's a truism, and we all know this, that VJ can't handle tight ends. I want to point something out right here before this Denver defense goes up against Tyler Warren this week, is that against tight ends last year, the Broncos were 12th in yards allowed and limited opposing tight ends to 8.4 yards per reception, the lowest such mark in the NFL last season. Now, again, like, is that game plan specific? Is it just that Denver's defense was so good last year? I don't know, but that would suggest that the tides are turning and that VJ has figured out how to actually account for good opposing tight ends on the other side. So, Tyler Warren, don't just put it down in ink that guy is going for 85 yards and 2 tutties this week, because Denver has shown the ability to be able to slow down opposing tight ends.
No, they sure have. What I would look to last year, maybe as an outlier, is the tight end that did have success in both appearances against the Broncos was Brock Bowers. That game in Denver, the 34-18 victory for the Broncos, Adam Power Field.
Well, he had the huge touchdown catch.
It was early. Yeah, it was early. It was
early, and then after that, it wasn't as devastating, but his final numbers looked really, really good.
8 catches, 97 yards, and a teeter.
Yeah, but how long was that tutty?
It was, I think it was like a 48-yarder.
Yeah. I mean, again, if you're looking at like 7 catches at 40 yards beyond that, like, you can live with that. That's not going to kill you right there.
It was a 57 banger.
50. Okay, even greater. Okay, so
Gardner Minshew.
You can live with that kind of stuff. Like, again, I think it's burned in everybody's brains, like George Kittle going for 285 or whatever from Nick Mullins in that game against the Broncos. What was that, 17 or 18? I think that was 18. That was VJ's second season here in Denver. But that's like burned into everybody's brains of just like, oh, they can never stop tight ends. And to be fair, they couldn't when VJ was the head coach right here. But I don't know, Mike. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but like, aren't all coaches just smarter when they have better players?
Yeah, and you got better players right now.
Yeah,
and that's you got even better from last year with the stats that you read off. I would argue that you didn't have length at the safety position a year ago. Brandon Jones, as good as he is, he doesn't possess the arm length and overall height that he can match up from a man-to-man perspective with a tight end like you do have now in Talanoa Hufanga. Same thing with P.J. Locke. He's a very compact, bite-sized, although very thick, kind of Rottweiler type of a safety. Hufanga gives you a lot of flexibility, and I looked at the numbers from the 2023 season on NFL Pro. Talanoa Hufanga was a top 6 safety in terms of matchups and yards and expected points added with tight ends in the slot in coverage. He was a top 6 guy in the National Football League his last fully healthy year.
He's a Rottweiler of a safety, but is he a Dachshund of a safety?
He's more of a corgi.
That's 20 miles an hour, people. Still blows my mind a dachshund can go 20 miles an hour, bro.
Those fellas can move.
How about Brock Powers' second performance against the Denver Broncos, to your point? You take out that 57-yard touchdown. Brock Powers, 4 catches, just a mere 38 yards and no tutties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, you can live with that. If Tyler Warren has 4 catches and 38 yards this week, you can absolutely live with that. Don't let him get loose for a 57-yarder. God, that first game against the Raiders last year, too. Minshew threw that brain-dead interception after the Bowers touchdown, though, I think would have put them up 2 scores.
That was the pick six? Was that not the pick six to?
It was the pick.
Was that PS2?
Yes. That would have made that a very different football game if he doesn't try and force that ball to Brock Bowers right there. So, AFC West, better quarterbacks now. Mike Sanford, bye week for the Eagles of Valor Christian. What's practice like this week? Is it all about self-scouting and getting better?
It's all about BYE, man. That's who our opponent is this week. Better your execution. Nothing better than a good old-fashioned coach speak acronym for you, Nate Kreckman, on a Thursday.
Dude, I hated that one. That one was. Did you use it this week?
Of course I did. Why would I not? God. You know who used that? Chris Peterson used to use that at Boise State. Of course I have to do that to pay homage to my guy, Coach Pete.
Hawk didn't use that one?
No, he was more of a samurai sword guy. He loved talking about just, you got to pull out your sword and swing it. It's a Dan Hawkins right there. Big samurai sword guy.
I think a lot of college football players have gotten in trouble for pulling out their samurai sword and swinging it. That's going to do it for Mike Sanford's appearance today on the Kreckman
I'm going to put my
Lindahl
samurai
show.
sword right back in the sheath.
Sandman, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, pal.
Love y'all.
The great Mike Sanford. We're live at number 38. Nate Kreckman, Mark Bertinoli. We're rolling with you. Quick break. When we come back, I want to kick this around with you a little bit, Bert. We got 1 week of NFL sample size ahead of Manders Packers. I'm going to have you tell me a team that their week 1 performance swayed your view of them. Mm-hmm. For the good, for the bad, for the other. We'll do that next. Keep it here. We're out here at number 38 today. Stop by and see us. Number 38. We're here, courtesy of our friends at Tullamore Dew. Have a Tullamore Dew and a beer tonight. We call it a Dew and a Brew. And watch Thursday night football. Manders and Packers. If you can't make it to number 38, if you're out and about, well, then don't forget to listen to the Washington Commanders and the Green Bay Packers tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. We certainly do enjoy some football here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Washington and Green Bay, Pack Lane 3.5, 48.5 the total on this game. Both teams 1-0 here in the early season. The Packers quite impressive in dispatching with the Detroit Lions 27-13. The Manders, well, they destroyed the Giants 21-6. By the way, Debo had a rushing touchdown for the Manders last week. My guy Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the pride of Albuquerque, New Mexico, had a rushing touchdown as well in that game.
Commanders take it over, baby.
That's right.
No, man.
All right, Bert, we got 1 week of NFL that we've seen.
Yeah.
Week 2 starts here tonight with Washington and Green Bay. Going to be a fun week in the NFL because, let's be honest, they pretty much all are. All right? We have one game. We had a lot of takes. We had a lot of views. We had a lot of opinions about what everybody in the league was coming into this season. After 1 week, is there a team or teams that you view substantially differently now that you've seen them on the field playing a game?
There's a couple of teams that are better than I thought they were going to be. But the one team, and I mean, this is chalk, but there was only one team who had to have a players-only meeting after what happened this weekend, and that's the Miami Dolphins. So it's got to be that team and that game because it went so bad that the players are all like, all right, coaches, get the hell out of here. We're going to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with just the players. We're going to talk it out. And this we're talking about after game 1, first week of the season. That can't be happening, man.
It's so funny because late last week, Andy and I had the conversation of like, is anybody thinking the Dolphins are going to be good? And no, but I didn't think they were number 1 pick bad.
Yeah,
they might be number 1 pick bad. Tua turned it over 3 times last week, averages 5 yards of attempt. His QBR was 2.7 out of 100, 2.7. That's how bad Tua was in the opener. Things are not going well with that team. Tyreek is a bigger disaster than they even realized, and I think they realized it. They didn't want him there anyway.
Right. And then they're like, well, we're stuck with him.
We're kind of stuck with you.
Him. And now they're like, we got to get him out,
Yeah,
this is crazy. Mark Springer wished this into existence. Zach Wilson was in that game at the end of that bad boy, and like Springer's been calling for Wilson to start for over Tua, and they might have to do it, man. They might have to do it. They might have to change they might have to do something, man, because it is ugly there.
Yeah, they're worse. I mean, McDaniel was, to be fair, McDaniel was one of the betting favorites to be one of the first coaches fired this year. It ended poorly with him last year. But, yeah, that team is awful, and I did not anticipate them being as bad as they were.
Is there – I mean, I was maybe leaning Lions too, but is there a team that you saw this week that was the opposite of that you thought they might be a bad team, that they showed up and played some good football?
I'll say that about okay. I thought they were going to be better this year, but the Raiders really handled the Patriots in week 1. Mm-hmm. I mean, they really –
Right, and it did feel like the Patriots were some immediate darling. Like, they might be better than you could think. They might be better than you might. Yeah.
And they were not. Now, look, the Patriots have a very good defensive front, but Geno Smith played great, and he bailed them out. Geno's numbers, 24 of 34, 362 and a tutty. Like Geno balled out in week 1.
It is so weird. Like, Geno Smith is one of the guys to me that I don't know what happened in the middle of his career where all of a sudden he's like, you know what, I should just start throwing the ball better.
I'll tell you what happened.
What happened?
He didn't have to be on the Jets anymore. I'm serious.
Well, I mean, we're going to talk about
it happened
Daniel
to Sam
Jones,
Darnold too,
and he got out of New York, and he seems to be like, "Ooh, man, I got out of New York, and now let's go."
If you are stuck on in a bad organization, it makes it really tough on you. Like, again, why is Spring hyping Zach Wilson? Because he's not on the Jets anymore. Sam Darnold escapes. And look at that. Sam Darnold is a competent and well-compensated NFL quarterback
What
now.
do you think about Daniel Jones? What do you think about Indiana Jones?
See now I'm curious, okay? Is Daniel Jones this year's Sam Darnold? Is Daniel Jones the guy that needed to get out of a bad situation, was playing for a coach that was not setting him up for success? Because it's not like Daniel Jones' whole career has been a disaster. A couple of years ago.
Right, he got paid after that year, right? Because he had a pretty good year, and they paid him.
Had an okay year. He's athletic. He makes plays with his feet, and then it went downhill for him. Daniel Jones, and we played the clip from Schefter earlier in the week, like – Schefter talking to league sources, and when Daniel Jones signed with Indianapolis, there were a lot of people, and Schefter said this right here on Altitude Sports Radio this week. He said it on Moser and Lombardi and Kane on Monday morning, was a lot of people reached out to Schefter and said, Daniel Jones is going to work in Indianapolis. Like, that dude can play, and there were a number of different teams that were looking at him. Now, Indianapolis ultimately committed the $14 million, which I think a lot of teams didn't necessarily want to go there. But I think teams viewed it and said, as reclamation projects go, Daniel Jones would be well worth it. Now, Indy paid him a buttload as a reclamation project, but that's also because they had Anthony Richardson and they were desperate.
Yeah. It feels like, let me ask you
but
this.
But Daniel Jones is making more money than Aaron Rodgers this year.
Speaking of the Indianapolis Colts, they celebrated their late owner in game one. And you know what absolutely freaked me out? And I realized it's something I haven't seen in 5 to 10 years. It was Peyton Manning wearing Colts blue. Because Payton was there as part of the celebration with the daughters and
Jim Irsay,
and I can't remember the last time I seen that dude wearing Colts blue. And he was he had a Colts hoodie on. I was like, man, because he has embraced the city of Denver full on. I can't remember the last time he repped the Colts anywhere at any time. It just feels like that dude's a Bronco now, man. Even though all the stuff he did in Indianapolis, that guy's a Bronco.
Well, he lives here. But here's the thing you got to remember about Peyton Manning, okay? That dude's got the savvy, okay? He knows when the Indiana Pacers go to the NBA Finals, like, you maintain a good relationship. You and Marshall are still sitting courtside, getting the popcorn for that game. Like maintain that relationship. They tell the kids, change careers, don't burn any bridges.
I get it. You know what I will say, though? That I feel like people always keep telling me how it's such a gentlemanly thing to do and such an honorable thing to do. Peyton Manning in his handwritten notes I find to be psycho. I find it's psychotic that you sit down and handwrite a letter, man. I don't know. Like, people keep telling me how amazing that is to get a handwritten note from, like, Peyton Manning or whatever. I'm like, that seems like serial killer behavior to me. Sitting down in this day and age with a pen and paper and writing. I mean, you could, like, look at your handwriting, Nate. You couldn't send a note to anybody. Your wife couldn't read what's on that page, man.
These are my work notes, though, where I'm scribbling quickly while I'm going. Like, if I'm going to sit down and if I write a thank you card to somebody, like, I have nicer pen.
On the Manning cast for the Chicago game, he told this whole story about he wrote a handwritten note to the Pope being like, yo, Pope, come on the Manning cast, bro. And I was like.
Did the Pope get it?
I'm sure he did.
Hey, Pope Bob.
I'm sure he did, right? Like, Peyton's got to know people who know people in Rome, right? And just be like, yo, get this to the Vatican. Vatican City, go, go, go.
Get this to Pope Bob.
But, like, if I got a handwritten note from my neighbor, I might consider calling the police. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't understand why people think this is such a great I just don't get it. It freaks me out.
I mean, I'll say this, like, it may be overrated a little bit as a nicety, but, like.
Right? A text is fine. Just hit me with that text.
Why is it frightening you?
Handwritten notes is freaky, man.
It's not.
Yes, it is. That's human heads in the freezer kind of stuff.
It's not a ransom. If it's a ransom note with like pictures cut out from the newspaper and magazines or whatever for the letters, like, by all means. If it's from the Riddler in a Batman movie, sure, be a little bit freaked out.
Maybe that's why. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's supervillain behavior to me. It's just it freaks. It's
I'll
weird.
Tell you what,
man.
Bert. The next time, why don't you try it? The next time that somebody does something kind for you, just write out a little thank you note and give it and see if it goes a long way.
You kidding me, man? Springer, if I gave you a handwritten note, what? And just saying,
well, coming
like,
from you, that would be a little odd.
Yeah, I just don't get I mean,
I still do thank you notes.
If you got a handwritten note, would you if you were the Pope? If Nate Kreckman was the Pope.
Well, the Pope gets a lot of stuff. If you were the Pope. There's a lot of he's in high demand. Okay?
I can imagine.
Yeah, if I'm riding around in my Pope mobile.
I don't really know who's calling the Pope to be like, yo, we need you here now.
Does he have a cell phone?
Yes.
Can you text the Pope?
Yes. I bet you the Pope has a number. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, right?
Okay.
Or does he have a guy who has to hold the phone, the papal phone or whatever?
The papal phone.
It has its own little tiny weird hat or whatever. I don't know, man. I just don't know. I'm just saying, if you were the Pope and you got a message from Peyton Manning, a handwritten message, would you be like, "Oh, this shows he cares. I'm going to Chicago."
I will. Here's my guess when it comes to the Pope part of this. I had not heard this story. By the way, that Peyton Manning had sent a handwritten note to the Pope.
He sent 2 of them, I think he said on the Manning cast.
I was going to say, I don't think it's going to be terribly effective when it's going to the Pope. But again, the Pope he's an extremely high demand.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of mail that the Pope takes in on a day-to-day basis. There's Catholics all over the planet.
What are they? They're just like, yo, pray for me, brother. They're not like, yo, come down here and fight the devil. You know what I mean? They're not like, yo, come on to Georgia or what? You know what I'm talking about?
Because the devil went down to Georgia?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're just not. They're not asking them to come and fight evil, right?
I bet some of them are. Yeah, it's. Do you think he gets exorcism requests?
Yes, I guess.
I bet he does.
I bet she does.
I bet he does.
I bet you if Payton was like, we got an exorcism, come on down.
Yeah,
that may be more successful than I want to interview about the Bears.
Yeah, he's like Arch played poorly against Ohio State because he is possessed by a demon, and you need to come down.
I need your help with it, brother.
And help out my nephew.
Yeah. I can't believe. I mean, somebody's got it in. Somebody knows the Pope. Right?
I'm assuming the Pope has an exorcism department.
Yeah, there's a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he's got guys because he's got a staff.
Yeah,
right?
No, I'm assuming it's Matt. How many people actually live in Vatican City? How many people? Because he's also isn't he when you're the Pope, you're also like the mayor of this. Of Vatican City.
He's got an offensive and defensive coordinator.
Okay, yeah.
He's got position coaches.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he calls in VJ, and he's like, yo, VJ, or whatever. Yeah, I have no idea how all that works.
Okay, yeah. Admittedly, 2 non-Catholic school guys here today.
Right, no, but
show.
I mean, I did grow up Catholic. I went to Catholic school when I was young, but they didn't tell you, here's the Pope's phone number if you need to reach out and be what's up.
Well, I don't think Pope John Paul had a cell phone.
No, you're right.
I don't think he had a brick cell phone in the 80s.
No, but I bet you the new Pope does.
I'd be curious to find out. How do you reach him? Can you slide into the Pope's DMs?
Right. Is there somebody here in Denver who knows, if you're like Father John at Mother of Heart,
email him Pope Bob at VaticanCity.org?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, man. I just think that the Peyton Manning, that's just weird to me. But that's just one of my picadillos.
Okay,
is the handwritten thing.
It's the handwritten note.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
Would you become suspicious?
I would. I would think you're a spy, you're a supervillain, you're a serial killer, because nobody does that, man. It's weird as hell.
What spy would announce himself with a handwritten note?
James Bond. Hey, remember James Bond calls himself James Bond to the bad guys, right?
He does.
They're like, what?
Tells everyone his name.
Sells himself
terrible
out. Undercover spy, right?
Pretty badly. This is another one of my $200 ideas I had. Is I considered this for a while. Is putting together a blog and finding somebody that works in human resources. Mm-hmm. Find somebody that works in HR. And sit down with them and go through all 25, 26, whatever Bond movies with them. And I would want them to mark down all of the HR violations.
Sean Connery doesn't make it 5 minutes. Sean Connery doesn't make it 5 minutes without that HR person coming at him with a steak knife. You know what I mean? Right? Like, are you kidding me, man? There's no way. To Sean Connery, no way.
Among Sean Connery, Roger Moore,
no way.
Pierce Brosnan.
Yes.
Hey, don't forget Timothy Dalton out there.
Yeah.
Like which one of them did the best with HR? I want to know.
Daniel Craig was probably the only one who'd make it through that, right? I don't know. Even then, bro.
He got pretty creepy a couple of times. Creepy.
Yeah, he did just like walk around nothing but a bathing suit on for having that first movie on Casino Royale.
It got inappropriate. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's what it's like when Birdo fills in, everybody. We get into some things.
I can't be the only one who thinks that handwritten letter stuff is some Mindhunter stuff, man.
Nate Landman, the Landman, coming up at 4:40. But we're rolling with you here. By the way, I think the Jets are better than I thought they were going to be.
Oh, really?
That was the original topic. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show, live at number 38. Number 38, that is the locale here today as we are broadcasting live, taking you up to Thursday Night Football. Number 38 here at 3560 Chestnut Place. Chestnut Place for you there, Bert. By the way, did you realize before last week's game that the Titans had a running back named Julius Chestnut?
No.
Fantastic name.
No.
I was really excited when I heard that one.
Like Morris Chestnut, the actor?
Well, like that, except it's Julius Chestnut, the running back, the backup running back.
Do they call him Juju too?
For the Tennessee Titans. By the way, out of Sacred Heart University. So maybe he's got the Pope's mailing address.
Somebody's got to.
Julius Chestnut.
Springer, did somebody hit the text line with the Pope's number? If somebody's got the Pope's number, hit the text line, please. Nate's got some sins he's got to get off his chest. If you could just.
It's really it's more of an email than a text. Yeah. That's a little bit more considerable. Nate Landman coming up in just a few minutes. NFC Defensive Player of the Week is Nate Landman, the former Buff. By the way, one more note on Nate Landman really quick before we talk to him later this hour. Did you realize he played for McIntyre, Mel Tucker, and Carl Durrell?
Really? He played for all three?
All three. He played for 3 different coaches in his time at Colorado.
Well, I mean, it worked out well for him. Although he wasn't drafted, right? He was a free agent pickup. Like, he
was an undrafted free agent that signed with Atlanta.
That's who.
And then he signed a 1-year deal with the Rams.
Like for this year.
Like 1 year, like bargain deal. By the way, there was question when Landman signed with the Rams. It was like, is Nate Landman going to make the team?
And now he's the starter, isn't he?
He played 98% of their defensive snaps last week, and he had that key forced fumble in the fourth quarter against Agumbawale, and they went out and won that game against the Houston Texans. What a story! NFC Defensive Player of the Week, 10 tackles. And the forced fumble last week against the Houston Texans. Phenomenal stuff. So we're really looking forward to talking to Nate Landman coming up here in a few minutes. By the way, born in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. I didn't know that either.
His dad was a rugby player.
Yeah, I saw that he played rugby too when he was younger. Man, rugby ain't no joke. I mean, football is a serious contact sport.
I've noticed.
But rugby is kind of crazy.
Yes, it's played by large human beings.
It's the mindset too, I guess. You know, where it's just like it feels like everybody who plays rugby is just like I want to see the world burn. I want pain. Let's go.
You know what's okay? So here's a saying. About the sport of rugby. I know this because I was that was the public address announcer at Infinity Park. I
forgot about that, man.
Years.
That's a long time ago.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago. I probably did. I don't know. I probably left that gig. 4 years ago, something like that. I've watched. I mean, like years worth of my life have been spent watching rugby, and I love the game. But somebody gave me this saying, and it was. And this was from somebody that was British. So when he said football, he meant soccer. But what he said was football is a gentleman's game played by hooligans. And rugby is a hooligan's game played by gentlemen.
Okay, I like it. And he's not wrong. You know what? Hey!
They tend to be nice fellows.
Insight, man. Yeah. All right. Yeah, no.
Now you get them in the bar after the match, and those dudes go. Man. Yeah. Rugby has a very cool culture about it. Like, if you guys have never been out to a match at Infinity Park, like go out there. It's really fun. They get some really high-level matches out there. But also, like, the culture of the sport of rugby is very cool. It's long afternoons of people being out in the sun, drinking beer, partying, having a good time, and watching dudes wreck each other.
Yeah. It's great, but it's kind of crazy.
It is an insane game. Very, very crazy. Let's get a Bronco injury report here. Latest from the Broncos selection of injuries. Injury reports here are brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Okay, so here we are, Bert. After practice number 2 of the week, Dre Greenlaw was the only DNP today, and that's substantial. Nate Adkins, who had been out in week 1 with the ankle injury, upgraded from a DNP yesterday to limited in practice today. So could Nate Adkins potentially be trending towards playing. We have no idea. Evan Engram went from a limited participant yesterday because of the calf injury to a full participant. So
that's good news.
I take that as he's fine.
Does this mean, though, that JFM is playing? If he was full today, because I was doubtful that he was going to –
John Franklin Myers did not practice today, full participant today. Again, we don't get statuses until later in the week. I read it as if you're a full participant on Thursday, you're playing.
You're playing.
Yeah.
You should be good to go.
I can't imagine a world in which you wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Otherwise, they'd be honestly, go work out to the side. Dre Greenlaw, another DNP, feels highly unlikely that he would play this week.
Yeah.
You know, having – oh, and here's what we wait for, because Sean Payton gave us the sooner than later earlier in the week. Well, again, it's getting later in the week now rather than sooner. So he still isn't out there. So I'm paying close attention to that right now. We're only going to know anything once they put him on IR. If they put him on IR, that gives us a definitive timeline. Outside of that, it seems as though Sean Payton is quite determined to give no injury updates.
Yeah, that's just the way he's been always, right? That's just, he at the beginning of the regular season, he gives his little speech how he's not going to talk about the injuries or it doesn't serve
his lecture.
Me. Yeah, it doesn't serve me nor the team at all to talk about it. Blah blah blah. So we just don't know. But what do you think? What is the Broncos going to be missing if Greenlaw can't go against the Colts?
They're going to be missing their best coverage linebacker.
Okay.
Like I know Greenlaw is. Sean Payton used the Mike Tyson thing, but Greenlaw is a phenomenal coverage linebacker. He's very, very good at that part of it. That's why he is compensated the way that he is. If you're just a thumper in the modern NFL, you don't have a ton of value. You really don't. Going up against the kind of formations that they go up against, if you can't cover, you cannot play linebacker in the NFL today.
Right. So you can't be one of those classic linebackers, just pin your ears back and I'm just going to go after the quarterback every single snap. No. That's not the league you play in anymore.
Yeah, you don't have much value to an NFL team playing like that.
You
really don't. If you cannot drop back in coverage and if you cannot play in space, you aren't in the NFL if you're a linebacker today.
I guess one of the surprising things about this Broncos team is Vance Joseph and where he is now compared to where he was. The people in the city used to mock that man when he was the head coach of this football team.
I think he was a really bad head coach.
He would make it worse in the middle of the week when he talked about the loss the week before, and it's
great week of work.
We looked great in practice, and it just didn't translate to the game. And
Spring, do you have your full selection of VJ? We had a great week of work drops.
Yeah, do we still have those, Spring?
Are those
somewhere? Those are 6 years or 7 years old.
They're getting outdated now.
But now you look at VJ, and I'm like, man, he might be more important to this team than Sean Payton is right now.
We had a great week of work. We had our best Wednesday of the year.
Best Wednesday of the year,
It's puzzling
Coach.
because, we're having great weeks of work. We had a great week of preparation.
The problem I always had with that statement was you lost, so you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
The judgment of the quality of work week in the NFL is quite literally pass-fail.
Right. It shouldn't be based on, hey, I thought we had good practice. It should be on what happened on game day, right?
If you lost, and if you lost in the fashion that so many of those teams did, you did not have a good week.
Experience is so important in the NFL. How do you think VJ would be as a head coach now? Because, if the Broncos' defense is as good as we think it's going to be, and it's going to be great all season long, and he gets head coaching offers during the offseason, how do you think he would, because it felt like it went completely sideways here in Denver, but then he comes back as a defensive coordinator. Everything's puppy dogs and rainbows. If he gets another head coaching job, how does he handle it?
All right, so anecdotally, experience would tell you that the opportunity to try and fail as an NFL head coach would suggest to you that somebody would be better the next time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then how do you explain Josh McDaniels? Yeah, man. You're still terrible the second time around. Yeah. And there were lessons to be learned along the way. and he didn't learn them.
Yeah.
He was still terrible. He still had an adversarial relationship with the media that covered the Raiders. It never got
and his players too
through to him. In addition to his players, of revealing to the Las Vegas Review-Journal that Darren Waller's wedding was going to be on the same day as Max Crosby's, like just like revealing personal details about his players to reporters. Again, like, did he do it purposefully to piss off Darren Waller? He very well could have, but his locker room was an absolute mess. Like, there were factions inside that locker room with the Raiders. It did not – and the team wasn't good. On top of all that, the team did not play well. And it's not as though they didn't have any talent. So, again, like, that belief of, like, oh, if you give a guy another opportunity, he's automatically going to be better. Sometimes they are.
Do you think somebody will with VG? Do you think there's a team out there that's like, yo, I like that defense in Denver. Let's see what this Vance Joseph
I hope so.
about.
I really hope so. And I tell you that the most important thing that can happen for that to be the case is for this team to make a deep run in the postseason and for people to talk about him, the way that they talked about Aaron Glenn with the Lions, of like, okay, this guy now should get an opportunity, or the way they talked about Jonathan Gannon, or these coaches out there that, like, they did well on the defensive side of the ball, their teams went deep into the postseason, so we should now give these guys an opportunity. Yeah, so let's. We shall see if those things are going to happen or not. We are going to talk to Rams linebacker Nate Landman, the NFC Defensive Player of the Week. He's scheduled to join us next. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and check out their latest auctions, including the City of Aurora Impound Vehicles auction that you can bid on right now. Impounded vehicles by the City of Aurora Police Department. Trucks, cars, SUVs, 4x4s, trailers, and so much more. That's right. Go and check it out at roller.bid and find some fantastic deals on these impound vehicles. I'm looking at a few of them right now, and guys, these deals are absolutely phenomenal. So go to roller.bid and check that out if you were looking for a car available at public auction at a wonderful deal. Before you go to roller.bid, go to roller.bid/altitude specifically, and you can sign up. Number 1, for the email list. Number 2, sign up. Number 3, you're entered to win tickets from us right here at Altitude. We're giving away Avalanche tickets. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right now and go to roller.bid and take a look. Peer through and take a gander at the City of Aurora Impound Vehicles auction that is available to be able to bid right now. Some sedans and SUVs I'm looking at right now available for unbelievable deals. Go to roller.bid.
Stroud. And he's got him underneath. It's caught by Ogunbowale. He fumbles the ball, and it's loose. And it's recovered by the Rams.
This time Ogunbowale, then you see the punch of Landman.
Fisk is the one to get it, vacuums it in, but the play by the newest Ram defender, Nate Landman.
Kevin Harlan on the call, courtesy of CBS. Nate Landman, NFC Defensive Player of the Week. He is scheduled to join us coming up here in just a moment. By the way, that forced fumble in the fourth quarter against Houston, he busted out the peanut punch. God, he drilled that thing out. Perfection. That was his 7th career forced fumble already.
That's a skill, man.
Yeah.
That's not luck. That's a skill, right?
Yeah, he's year number 4 in the league. Didn't have any as a rookie. He has now got 7 over the last 3 seasons, and that's a big-time skill right there to be able to make that play. So when we get Nate Landman on the horn here coming up in just a moment, we're going to ask him about how he has been developing that skill as he
they held Houston. They didn't score a single touchdown. Texans scored not a single touchdown. 3 field goals was it.
9 points.
And I think they got the first 6 in the first quarter, the first couple of possessions, and then they shut them down after that.
Puka Nacua, by the way, for the Rams, 10 catches for $130, even with his eye gashed open.
That's not bad.
That's some toughness right there, huh?
Yeah, man. That's a football player.
That's a good football team,
man,
right
I
there.
have no idea what to expect from the Rams this season. They could win the Super Bowl. They could miss the playoffs. I have no idea.
They were the team that put Philly, on notice a season ago if Stafford's healthy.
Yeah, man, he's still just so good. I love me some Matthew
He's
Stafford.
still so good. Here's another thing that the Rams have going for them when you take a look at the schedule. They play the NFC South and the AFC South this year.
Okay.
They're already 1-0 against the AFC South this season, but the NFC South is on the schedule as well. That's one of the things the NFC West teams have going for them this year.
You know what? Can Daniel Jones pull a Matt Stafford? Like, go to a new place and then suddenly skyrocket?
Stafford was already awesome when he was on the Lions. He was stuck on the Lions.
You think it was just
He was phenomenal. Yeah, no.
But then again, Goff has been – I'm not going to take shots at Goff for what he's done there in Detroit either. It's one of those rare trades that seem to have worked out for both teams. But, obviously I'd rather have Stafford.
And I know Goff has taken off since he has been in Detroit, and he got a chance to play with Ben Johnson. The skill position talent with the Lions is absolutely wonderful. That guy did quarterback the Rams to a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I know it was an unimpressive, uninspiring Super Bowl performance, but that was, that Star Wars numbers out of that Rams offense that year with McVay. Now, again, eventually the McVay and Goff relationship ran its course, and Goff wanted Stafford, and they'd been hanging out in Cancun, and they got him, and they go back, and they win a Super Bowl, and Sean McVay is a fantastic coach, but, Jared Goff, guy's a good quarterback. He's a good NFL quarterback. Mm-hmm. What's funny is, some of the criticism that I've seen of Caleb Williams after 1 week has been, man, that guy should play a little bit more like Goff.
Yeah.
To be able to fit into Ben Johnson's system. Mm-hmm. Right now, let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Well, the Houston Texans felt like they were running through some car accidents last week going up against this guy. We're pleased to be joined right now by the legendary Buff, but more recently, the NFC Defensive Player of the Week, Nate Landman, with us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Mark Bertinoli. Nate, welcome to the program. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to you on the NFC Defensive Player of the Week honors. Nate, you've been one of the great stories of the NFL here in Week 1. You sign a 1-year deal with the Rams. You had to earn everything, as you've had to do your entire NFL career, and earn your way onto that roster. And then 10 tackles. You played almost every snap, and you had the huge play in the fourth quarter. How did you get to this place where you went from 1-year deal to you're now a linchpin leader, key player in the middle of that defense?
Yeah, I think just being myself, coming in this offseason, just trying to earn the respect of the guys. And all credit to the guys that I'm playing with. They've really elevated my game, playing behind that front. And the guys in the back end are just, I can't say enough about them, and the way they've kind of taken me in allowed me to be myself, earn respect from them, and like I said, they've elevated my game. So super grateful to be on this team and to just have guys and coaches that believe in me.
Nate, the forced fumble. Let's talk about that play, okay? By the way, your 7th career forced fumble, 7th over the last 3 seasons. I was watching NFL Network on Sunday night, and Maurice Jones-Drew, who does your game on radio, was talking about, watching you in camp and watching you develop that skill set, and he said Nate Landman is as good as anybody in the NFL at forcing fumbles right now. That kind of peanut punch move right there, tell us about how you work on that, how you've developed it, and how that's become such a weapon for you.
Yeah, it's something that I didn't start really doing until I got into the league. I wish I started doing it earlier in college. But it's something that we work throughout individual. We've been working on it through OTAs, through camp, and then it kind of turns into the competition with the guys, who can get it out first, who can get it out the most times. And so being able to throw it, knowing when to throw it, when those opportunities are, and you're not sacrificing the integrity of the tackle by throwing the punch. It's a calculated risk, but the more you throw it, the more punches you throw, the more are going to connect, and that's kind of what we've been working on throughout OTAs and practice. That muscle memory, where it almost comes second nature, and you don't even have to think about it.
Is that something? Do you work on it in the off season? Like, do you get on the speed bag and do work on that, or is that all instinct on the football field?
It's something that I'm not on the speed bag, or I'm not doing boxing classes, even though I'm sure that would help. It's just a conscious effort. Whenever you are doing tackle drills, or with pads on or with pads off, you're working on. You don't even have to. You can even do it going through the motions. And like I said, then it comes second nature when you've been doing the repetitive process throughout, each practice. You do it in the walkthrough, and it becomes second nature.
How do running backs react when you miss and you just deck a guy in the arm? How do they feel about that?
Yeah, some guys get upset for sure. Some guys, don't even notice they're bruisers. Sometimes it's more damage to myself or the guy throwing the punch than the guy receiving the punch, because you miss and you hit a face mask or you hit an elbow or something. But when that one does connect clean through, it's the best feeling, and it's definitely worth it.
After seeing Travis play both sides of the ball last year and win the Heisman at your alma mater, have you ever gone to Coach Shula or Coach McVay and say, "Hey, I was a wide receiver in high school, Coach. I can play both sides of the ball. Give me a shot at playing both sides of the ball"?
Yeah, as a middle linebacker, you always joke, and I've brought it up because it's just always a middle linebacker's dream. I don't even want the ball, but I would love to be a fullback in a goal line package or something, and lead up through the hole and hit a linebacker. I think that's every middle linebacker's dream, just to get that one snap off, and that would be a dream come true if I could get that.
Well, see, now what you got to do is you got to pull off the punch, and then you need the scoop and score. And
Exactly.
I think if you can do that, that'll show the coaches the ball skills they're looking for.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Nate, what's it like to play for Sean McVay? You were in Atlanta for 3 seasons. You come to the Rams, and now you got a chance to be around McVay every single day. He's one of the most admired and respected coaches in the entire league. What's the experience been like for you to be around him every day?
Yeah, playing for Sean is a big blessing, and you understand why guys stick around here and why guys want to play for him. And his reputation is known even when I was with the Falcons, or even when I was in college. His reputation is incredible just because of the man he is at first, and then the coach. I think he does a great job of speaking life into his players, and it's a guy you really want to play for, just because he believes in you and he speaks life into you, and it's somebody he gets behind you and he's got your back, and you could truly feel that, and it's customized to each individual, which is special. He's able to adapt and relate to so many people on wide spectrum.
We're talking to the former Buff, and I guess you're Buff forever once you do it, Nate Landman, joining us here on the show. Buff for life. Well said, Berto. By the way, Nate, Buffs will be in action tomorrow night on the road at Houston. You played for McIntyre, Tucker, and Durrell in your time at Colorado. 99.9% of football players in the world, they transfer. Probably on the first coaching change, but definitely on the second coaching change. Nate, what made you stay at Colorado the whole time?
Yeah, when I went to Colorado, I made a commitment to the university, not to the staff that was there. I made a commitment to my teammates, and, the university gave me a shot, gave me the offer. And so, just talking with my family, it felt right to stay committed to them and be loyal to them because they gave me the shot. I thought each and every year I thought we had a shot. The guys I was playing with I really enjoyed. My best friends that I met in college are still there. That I met from college, we're still best friends till this day. So, I love the pride and tradition of Colorado. And a lot of people don't know it. They do now, with Deion bringing light to the school. But you can't really appreciate it unless you're in that program. So, a program that will always be special to my heart and my story. It's also where I met my wife. A lot of pride that I hold for University of Colorado.
Talking to Nate Landman, the NFC Defensive Player of the Week, 10 tackles and a forced fumble, and a 14-9 victory over the Houston Texans. So, Nate, we need your scouting report. 2 games into it so far for the Buffs. They open up Big 12 play at Houston tomorrow night. What are your thoughts on Coach Prime's new-look Buffs this year?
Yeah, I think it's great. He's got them rolling. They had some adversity out there, and they came back and overcame it, and them getting the 3 quarterbacks in there, and what a story for Staub, who's been named the starter. We're all rooting for him. All the Buffs fans are rooting for him, and you can see why a guy like that has come in and made plays, and he stuck it out too. Didn't transfer and just kept grinding. So excited to see what he can do. And his leadership on the field, it looked like the guys really rallied around him. As long as the defense can travel and play some good defense, I'm sure the outcome will be in favor of the Buffs.
Yeah, big game coming up here tomorrow night. Nate, you now are getting ready for the Tennessee Titans coming up here this week. The Denver Broncos faced off against Cam Ward and the Titans there in Week 1. How much do you guys watch to see what Denver did, what a defense that has already faced an offense like that, how much do you look at that and say, okay, these are the things in the game plan that we should emulate? Or do you guys just go totally unique?
I think we stick to what we've been doing, our base stuff. The call is that we're confident. We don't want to change for anybody. We want teams to change for us because we have such unique weapons on our defense. Like I was talking about, our front. That's a lot to handle for an offensive line, just the skill we have up there. And then, the speed and stuff we have in the secondary and the intelligence we have, being able to get in and out of looks, show different shell coverages and stem to other looks, really is a problem for any quarterback in this league, let alone, a rookie. But credit to them, that Tennessee team. They played the Broncos tough, and they got a great quarterback. Great running back. They got Calvin. So they have weapons that, that made plays against the Broncos. They left some stuff out there, but, we're expecting to get their best and really just focusing on ourselves, seeing how they match up against our players and our defenses.
Nate Landman and the Rams getting ready to take on the Tennessee Titans. By the way, Nate, last thing, You may know this, you may not. This is Altitude Sports Radio here in Denver. We actually we're kind of coworkers. We have the same boss. All right, Nate. So our boss is Kevin Demoff, the team president of the LA Rams, the president of all media ventures at Kroenke Sports. You want to give a quick shout out to Kevin Demoff before you get off the air right here. And if you do that, I would appreciate it because it'll make me look good.
Yeah, of course. Big shout out to Kevin Demoff. and everything he's doing for this this program. It's run best in the world, best in the league, best in the business. So big shout out.
Okay, Spring, clip that. Make sure you email it directly to Kevin, and that would help out a whole lot. Now, in all seriousness, Nate Landman, congratulations, man! NFC Defensive Player of the Week. Great game in Week 1. Keep up the great work, and hey, if you keep doing these things, we'll talk to you again this season.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right, Nate Landman stopping by right there. Elite first name, by the way, Bert.
Yeah. Just that, is it just Nate, or do you have, Nathaniel on your birth certificate?
I'm a Nathaniel. I believe he's a Nathan, actually.
Oh, really?
So that's a little Nate on Nate crime right there. Those of us within the Nate community, we take those things very seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of those things. You've never gone. There's nobody on the planet that calls you Nathaniel, right?
I mean, like every official document that I get.
Right. The government calls you Nathaniel, but nobody else. Your government name.
Exactly.
But not, okay.
Yeah, like any mail that I receive says Nathaniel, but in general, nobody does actually call me that. There's also, I'll take you inside Nate. By the way, that's my favorite word in the English language, innate.
Innate?
Because if it's something for me is innate, it's innate.
Listen, man, I'm not sure I have that's not something I've ever considered. What's my favorite word in the English language?
Well,
actually, no, I know my favorite word in the English language. That's my bad.
But there's also, within the Nathaniel community, there's the AELs versus the IELs. It's a whole.
See, in the mark world, we just have the normal marks and then those weird freaks who put the C at the end there.
I don't know any of those freaks that work at our radio station.
This is weird, man.
Yeah, people that misspell their own names. Anyway, thanks again to Nate Landman. He was awesome. And
he was great.
Shout out to Kevin Demoff. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Mark Bertinoli on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's dive right into it as we're out here at number 38. Yes, number 38. Brought to you by our friends at Tullamore Dew. Come down here, get a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew. See what we're doing right there? Yeah, it's pretty good. 3560 Chestnut Place, Thursday night football. We do have a college game tonight.
College football!
Little ACC action tonight, Bert, NC State, and Wake.
Okay.
If you want to get your ACC on tonight, plus Manders and Packers, we're out here watching football tonight at number 38. Right now, we're talking about football on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. 5 biggest stories of the day. Mark Springer back at the shop in Lone Tree. Hey, Spring.
Hey, dudes. Let's hear from Broncos coordinators. Let's start with the offensive coordinator, Sean Payton's right-hand man, or is that Davis Webb? Well, it also could be the offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi.
Has anyone ever been a left-hand man, by the way?
That's a great question.
No.
Okay.
Right? No.
That's a great question.
Like if Randy Johnson or Clayton Kershaw had an assistant, wouldn't they be their left-hand man?
You know what? I saw Randy at something. He was doing something important now. I was like, wait, wasn't he like a random photographer? Like, remember he retired and he's like, I'm going to be a sports photographer.
He was.
But now he's like.
Griffey is now, too.
Is that what Griffey's doing?
Yep. Ken Griffey Jr. is also a noted sports photographer now.
If I had that kind of money, I don't need a damn hobby. I don't need a hobby. I'm so crazy, man.
Your hobby is just
being rich,
rolling around in your money.
That's exactly what I do.
Swimming through change like you're Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, exactly, man. So wild.
You know what I would get into? Owning several yachts. That's what I would get into.
Exactly right.
That would be my hobby. Purchasing another yacht.
Yeah.
All right, Spring, sorry.
My bad. Joe Lombardi, thoughts on the Broncos' offensive performance against the Titans?
Expected better. The turnovers are always a huge thing and not something that, we expect. But they happened, and we were able to overcome them. So a little didn't find our rhythm as quickly as we wanted to, but, did enough to win, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, you did enough to win. You cannot turn the football over 4 times. I know one of those was on special teams, but you can't turn the ball over 4 times going forward. Bo Nix, 25 of 40, $176, a tutty, and 2 picks. Was not good under pressure. Just in general, was not particularly good in that game. Second 3-turnover game of Bo Nix's 18-game career. First lost fumble going back to his junior season at Auburn. Bert, they didn't look good in camp, and they didn't look good in the preseason, and then they didn't look good in game 1. I think that they will progress over the course of the season because they have good players and a smart coach, but how much of a big leap forward should we expect here just in week 2
Nothing.
Going on the road to Indianapolis?
Nothing. You know what I was thinking about just today? I was like, you know what? We're going to have so many weeks like we just had with this Denver Bronco team during this season where Broncos win, but we're not happy about it the next day because the offense looked like the offense. Like we're going to – I don't know how many times this season we're going to be on a football Monday talking about how the Broncos won – but nobody's happy about it because the offense looked terrible and Bo looked mediocre. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like we're going to get a lot of those this season.
And quite frankly, like I think Broncos fans, and I gave this soliloquy the other day, that I believe Broncos fans would do quite well for themselves to get used to a world where this team is going to win football games and they're going to do it on the backs of what looks like it might be an historically good defense with an offense that I think its ceiling is a middle-of-the-road NFL offense.
Okay, yeah. And it's so stupid that a middle-of-the-road offense could probably win you a Super Bowl. With this defense, if they continue to play like that.
It can certainly take you far. It can certainly take you far, and I think people would do quite well to when they get here on Monday And it's so funny because, again, Andy is the ambassador to Broncos country and the Bronco dark web for me, and I wanted to talk about, oh, my God, Hufanga was amazing, and now Brandon Jones is flying around, and 6 different guys had sacks, and Nick Bonito had the highest pressure rate of his NFL career.
Yeah, Bonito was
and
great, but people don't want to talk about that,
this
man.
defense, and Zach Allen had a huge 11-yard sack, and Tennessee had the ball at the 24-yard line, and you drove them back 26 yards in 2 plays, and then they had to punt the football away. That's how freaking good this defense is.
Nobody wants to hear it.
And I think a lot of people like to tell you that they love defensive football, and almost all of them are lying.
I'm lying. I hate defensive football. I like wins, man. I like wins. But
that's
where
how this
the
team
hell
wins.
Is the Sean Payton, the 2011 New Orleans Saints, set the record that they currently hold for most offensive yards from scrimmage in a single season. They averaged, I think it was almost 500 yards per game, something completely ridiculous, like 490-something yards per game.
They were above the 13 Broncos?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They finished the season. I just saw the number. It's something crazy. It's like almost 8,000 yards or something.
Drew Brees ain't walking through that door, man.
Yeah. So where's that? Where's that, man? Where's offensive genius? That's what I want. That's what I want. I'll take wins and I'll take defensive wins all day long.
Couple offensive genius with a top 10 quarterback of all time, and that's what it looks like. You couple offensive genius with a second-year player that is a good player, that is improving, but also a player that has weaknesses. And you see performances like you did a week ago. I think the biggest thing that this team needs to do, and it's such a bad cliche, run the ball. But in all seriousness, a run game that forces opposing defenders into the box, which then opens up play action for Bo Nix, which then opens up the middle of the field for Bo Nix when he is at his very best. I just think that what Tennessee did last week is they forced Bo Nix into his uncomfortable zone, which is having to throw the football outside the numbers.
If you're the coach, if you're Steichen of the Colts, and you're like, we're going to make Bo Nix's life as hard as possible, what do you think that game plan looks like?
I think it looks a lot like what Tennessee did a week ago.
Okay.
I think it's a whole lot. There's going to be a bunch of safeties on the field, and the middle of the field is just going to be clogged. And that's what it's going to look like. Now, look, the Colts got some dudes. They don't have Jeffrey Simmons, okay, who I think is one of the very best defensive linemen in the entire NFL. And I think that he was a big part of what worked so well.
Yeah, he's the best player on that team.
He's a phenomenal player. Yeah, I completely.
Unless
I completely agree with you on that. Simmons is an absolute stud. Colts got some very good players on the defensive side of the ball, and we had Sandman before talking up Zaire Franklin. There's some really good players on that defense, but I don't think they got a Jeffrey Simmons out there. I don't think Latu, who by the way missed practice today, is about to be that guy. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, now let's hear from the Broncos defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph. Colts have a good young tight end, Tyler Warren, who flew up the draft boards out of Penn State, ended up going 14th overall to Indy. He had 7 catches for 76 yards in last week's Colts win over the Dolphins. Vance Joseph talked about Tyler Warren today.
Well, we watched him in college, actually, on staff, and he's a special player. I mean, the size, the ball skills. He's got some. I told Sean this. He's got some Taysom Hill in him. Right? He can run the football. I mean, he's thrown the football in college. He's a receiver. He's an inline tight end blocker. I mean, he's all around good player. You saw it last week. Obviously in the first 2 or 3 drives. I mean, the plays are being designed for him to make them, and he's making them. So having a plan for that player is going to be critical.
Okay. Exactly to VJ's point. Listen to this breakdown on Tyler Warren from week 1 against Miami. He played 50 snaps on offense last week. 33 lined up at tight end, 9 lined up in the slot, 6 split wide, either in an X or a Z, and 2 in the backfield.
Wow.
According to NFL Pro. Plus, he is an outstanding blocker, which really, when you have a player that can do all those sorts of things, it's really funny. One of the tells for modern defense is which tight end is on the field, because so many guys have the designation blocking guy or pass-catching guy. Tyler Warren is one of the few do-everything tight ends, meaning, you can disguise stuff a hell of a lot better with that guy on your team than you can otherwise, and that's one of the things that the Broncos are going to have to figure out this week.
I don't even – it was Colston Loveland was the other tight end, and he went to New
Bears.
England? Oh, he went to Chicago.
Yeah, he went to Chicago.
And I mean, I watched that whole game. He was non-existent. I don't remember hearing his name called or seeing him out there doing anything. But, man, Tyler Warren was all over the place. He was all over the place. And it feels like after game one and the way the coaching staff of the Colts was talking about Tyler, it's like we might see more of him. They might do even crazier stuff with him this week in week number 2.
In addition to that, they've got Pittman. In addition to that, they have Pierce, who is another good receiver. In addition to that, oh, by the way, Jonathan Taylor when he remembers to carry the ball over the goal line, can be devastating. There's weapons, and Daniel Jones played good, quick out, ball distributing kind of quarterback in week 1.
I assumed that this was going to be the 2 easiest games of the schedule for the Broncos, the first one and this one coming up here. But I might be incorrect with that if Indianapolis is actually
I think
real deal.
I think Tennessee will prove out to be one of the easiest on the schedule. I do think based on what Steichen showed us there in week 1 and the way that Jones played, and this team has been accumulating talent, then maybe this game is tougher than we initially gave it credit for, because I think we were all thinking about the Daniel Jones saddled with having to play for Brian Daboll quarterback, and not the Daniel Jones, let me actually play to this guy's strength quarterback. Yeah. Now, again, is he going to do what he did last week? God, no.
Probably
Denver's defense is vastly better, and they're going to have a way higher pressure rate on him than what Miami gave him last week. They had a 50% pressure rate last week against Tennessee, so it's going to be tougher for him. But I think this is a tough game for the Broncos. I think this is a close game coming up on Sunday. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Buffs getting ready for Houston tomorrow night. We're going to check in with Andy Lindahl from very humid Houston, Texas, later this hour. We're out here at number 38. We're going up to Thursday Night Football. Manders, Pack, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Quick break. When we come back, Bert, I got a couple of other Broncos notes that I want to hit right here, and then I have a piece of Nuggets audio that I have to play for you.
Ooh, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I know. See, I'm scratching you right where you itch on that
Serbia
one.
Serbia lose to Finland? Was it Finland? Dog, man. Yeah. What you doing?
It's don't mess with Lowry marketing.
He went off for like 29.
Do you hear Jokic's? Do you hear his comments after the game? By the way?
I didn't.
Jokic killed himself.
What did he?
He trashed his performance.
Wow.
Yeah, he called out himself. He called out his teammates. He was quite frustrated with the way that his team played.
Interesting.
Yeah. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 38 Thursday Night Football, Commanders and Green Bay at Lambeau. Kicking off here in just a few. Listen to that game, of course, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Going to get to that Nuggets sound here in just a moment. But first, we go to lovely Houston, Texas, and we welcome into the program our very own Andy Lindahl. What's up, pal?
Yeah, don't lie to the people. There ain't nothing lovely about this city. This city is it is what it is.
I agree with you, man. Yeah. It's the worst city in Texas. I love Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. Love it. Houston is a big, sprawling disaster of a city in the jungle. I mean, it feels like you're living in the jungle in Houston.
If you're the worst city in Texas, that's a high running for worst city in the country, right?
Man, it is. Man, you gotta plan 90 minutes ahead to get anywhere in Houston, because it's just a massive sprawling mess of humidity, brother. That's what that city is.
It is.
Who's your all-time favorite Houston athlete, by the way?
Akeem Olajuwon.
You going Olajuwon, number one?
Olajuwon's the best. I don't know. How about you, Earl Campbell?
Nolan Ryan.
Gotta be Earl Campbell.
No. Who? Hey, was it Robin Ventura, Andy? Who was he beating the snot?
It
Who
was
did?
Robin Ventura.
Yeah, it was Robin Ventura.
That's right. I want to give some love to Warren Moon as well.
Astro.
Yeah.
Warren Moon was great.
Yeah.
The Biggio.
Mike Scott. Oh, the Killer Bees.
The Killer Bees.
Lance Berkman, Jeff Bagwell, Greg Biggio.
There's a name I couldn't think of. Bagwell and Biggio.
There it is, the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
Jeff Bagwell, by the way, is in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Andy.
And yet all the other steroid guys aren't.
Houston is famous for the strip clubs, man. Is that what you're doing?
Magic City.
Yeah, man. They got like Honey's. Honey's is in Houston, I think. Is that what you've been doing, man? You look like you've been sweating up a storm, brother.
Are you going to go meet up with James Harden tonight?
No, hey, I could go for some wings, but not in Magic City. I thought that was an Atlanta joint, but yeah. No, we've had a bit of a, we had to wait a minute to take off, and then we went by the stadium. I was hoping to connect with you from the stadium because that would have been the cooler backdrop, but as I was getting ready to connect, we were ready to go again. You guys are talking to Landman. So, we're here. We're ready to go. It's 85 and 1,000 degrees humidity, and, everybody's – what I think is funny is all the students – we drove through the University of Houston campus, and all the students got their sweatshirts on, and I was just like, what is going – it's hot out there, right? Yeah, the sweatshirts and jeans. I mean, it's literally 85 degrees out here right now. What are you wearing that for? I wouldn't wear it. I would be wearing my sweatshirt and jeans in Denver in 85 degrees.
It's a cool Houston day. Andy, let's hit a couple of Broncos notes. Number one, yet another did not practice out of Dre Greenlaw today. Doesn't feel terribly likely that he is back. By the way, injury reports brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm of Broncos country. And Evan Engram, here's the good news. Evan Engram, full participant in practice today. But what are you making of this Greenlaw thing right now?
Well, Nate, you and I have talked about it. You can't like it. How can you like it? There's no way to like it. This was the injury history is why he was available. Now, all that being said, they still made a push and tried to get him back, as we know, in Texas, I think, no less. They came here to try to get the meeting and get him over there. But, I saw Mike Kliss with a tweet that said, Nate Adkins is at least starting to ramp it up this week. So that's good news. Maybe he's back in the fold, as Sean predicted, next week for the game against the Chargers. But, if Dre Greenlaw is not even beginning the real ramp up and he continues this side field work, doesn't feel like he's going to be available for the Chargers. And I would say of all the first four opponents, the way the Chargers run the ball, Greenlaw, I want him available for that Charger game the most. Now, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't need the same ramp up period as Adkins does. He certainly hasn't been out as long. But, Nate, I don't know how you can feel good about it right now.
The Adam Prentice era could be short-lived once Nate Adkins returns as well. Darren Rizzi, it was coordinator day, so Darren Rizzi spoke to the media. Nobody asked him about why didn't you guys just kick a 53-yard field goal on a 4th down and 8 to make it a 2-score game and have the game end instead of chucking up that weird Hail Mary thing that fell incomplete and ended up in a turnover on downs. That some weird decision-making made by the Broncos at the very end of that game with Bo just throwing up a prayer for Marvin Mims. Bo also missing a very open Cortland Sutton on that play, but nobody asked Rizzy about that. I guess you overlook a lot of things when you win a game, but against a better team than Tennessee, that's one of those like in-game decisions that you make that could come back to bite you. But instead, everybody just asked about Crawshaw.
Yeah, probably because we all know it wasn't Rizzy's decision. I mean, it felt like Sean Payton was hell-bent to get something good out of his offense. He was in that drive around the sushi place angry mode at the end of the game because, frankly, probably, whether it's the field goal or the punt, either would have been better decisions than going for it on fourth. Make a lot of sense, but that's where I think you just know they didn't ask Rizzy because I don't think Rizzy had any say in the matter. I think Sean made up his mind, and that's what they did.
See, but here's the question you can ask him is, are you not trusting Will Lutz to make a 53-yard field goal right now? Like you can start to delve into, okay, then what is his range right now? How confident are you? Like, I think Lutz can make that kick.
Yeah.
That's what
anything 60 in, right?
That's what was so weird about that decision in that moment was like you have one of the better kickers in the NFL. You can put this thing away, and it's like, okay, if you miss the field goal, you give them good field position, but like it's not that much better than
defense.
Missing on fourth down.
Right.
Yeah. Strange decision.
You know what? How about this, Andy? Andy, could how about if Sean Payton just goes for it on fourth down every single time offensively? Because the defense is gonna have your back, man. Could you get? Because I've been trying to convince Nate.
They should be They should be as aggressive as any team in the league.
I want
this year.
fireworks and laser beams from this offense, and it's not what I'm getting. So how do I get it? When are we gonna get it? Why don't I get it, man?
You know what I love? I love our guy Berto. Berto is now – I heard Berto last night try to get Spring to give him the way that he gets the super offense on the blitz. And I was listening to you guys on the bus ride over. You've asked Nate to give you the way that we get the super offense out of this deal.
And
I think I just think Nate and Spring gave you the same answer. You got to go find Drew Brees. And I don't think he's walking through that door with a good arm ready to go again. I don't know how good he ever had his arm
didn't
after
Sean
that shoulder
Payton
injury.
tell me – just recently that Bo Nix is going to be that guy?
He is
Are
a cross
UK
between
Adams?
Yeah, he's a cross between Mahomes and Drew Brees is actually what he is.
See, man? That means that's 35 points per game. Where's that, Sean? Give me that, man.
Yeah.
I think Nate's right. We have to all remember the offense they became middle of the year did not show up till about October. The first 3 games – whatever it is with Sean, he did this with Russ. I don't know if it takes him a minute to find his play calling with his guys every year. I don't know what it is. But, look, just play what Sean's got to do. I'm not so worried about him figuring out the offense because, again, until if we're still dealing with this around Halloween, then I'll worry. Because, look, none of them practiced. This is why not practicing anybody full bore or getting them into the preseason games, it didn't make a ton of sense. But I will say this. Sean has got to accept that he's going to win ugly like you guys talked about. Nate said it in your previous segment when you guys were doing the high five. Sean's going to have to accept that this team, you may be winning a lot of 20-15, 20-13 games. And like Nate said, the fan base is going to blow up. They're not going to like it. We're going to get the tweets, but whatever. If it all adds up, if you stack enough dubs, you're in the Super Bowl at the end of the year, then everybody will accept it. It'll be just like 2015. But I don't know. Gary Kubiak wanted his Super Bowl ring so bad he was willing to win however he had to. I'm not sure Sean is there right now.
His reaction to Bo's underwhelming Week 1 performance was to throw himself under the bus and call himself out for having a bad play-calling game, which I don't disagree with him. I think he did have a bad play-calling game. I also think that Sean Payton is having ulterior motives by doing this, and I think he is going out of his way to protect a young quarterback that pressed in that performance right there. And one of the things that I think that some of Sean's comments from yesterday are doing is maybe this is his way of starting a slight backpedal on the way that he talked about what Bo would be this season and what this team would be, this offense would be this upcoming season, based on what he saw in Week 1, because Sean Payton, we'll see what happens against Indianapolis, guys. But like, we talked about it all summer, Andy. Like, Sean Payton had a weird offseason where it was he would tell anybody that would listen how special his team was going to be, and then they looked unspecial. It was, well, it's me that sucks. Okay, but like then you theoretically, by being a better head coach and a better play caller, are going to have a better offense in front of you, and he better hope that he's right about that.
You know what? Hey, Andy, let me ask you this. You were talking about didn't Sean Payton give the play calling duties to other people during the preseason? What the hell? I mean, and he needs practice too, doesn't he? Didn't Sean Payton? I mean, everybody like Bo Nix needed to get out there in the preseason. How come Sean Payton is like come on, man? Like, and now he's complaining about his play calling because he didn't practice it during the preseason. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, you're right in your point that he did that, but most coaches hand over that duty during the preseason to try to help their guys get jobs. It's like the good guy gesture. But I would tell you guys this. Ask Leggy about it. See if Leggy doesn't give you this answer. I go to lunch with Leggy weekly, and he was telling me he just thought this past week he said he felt like maybe Sean was just trying some stuff out. They didn't really do much in the preseason, as we've all gone over. He didn't want to show much or put anything on tape. So he wondered if, again, and I think Nate and I didn't we get into this a little bit yesterday, Nate, knowing you're going against a rookie quarterback in your house in the loud environment and the good defense and all that stuff that was going to come along, I don't know that Sean Payton maybe went into this game scared of the Titans the way he would of other opponents. Probably the way he's going. Scared might be the wrong word, but I don't think Sean's going to maybe get as loose and try some things this week that maybe he felt okay trying last week just to see how the team responded. Now, maybe not. Maybe he ran the game plan and it didn't go well. We better hope that's not the case. But it wouldn't shock me if maybe Sean thought, let me try a few of these things out and see what the new year has brought us because, I think we all expected and got what we expected. We knew that rookie quarterback wasn't punching that thing in the end zone against the Broncos. He had a few nice moments, and if I were a Titans fan, I'd be super excited about it. But the overall balance of things, at the end of the day, Cam Ward looked like Bo Nix in his first start where he had a whole lot of drives. You wished a couple of things would have gone different.
Andy is joining us from Houston ahead of Buffs and Houston tomorrow, Big 12 opener for Colorado. Andy, what can you reveal to us? Did Ryan Staub sit in the starting quarterback seat on the plane on the way down to Houston?
I was so far in the back of the plane, Nate, that I don't know who sat where. I was around Mark Johnson, whose big shoulders are not comfortable to sit next to, and my guy Reed Fisher. So I don't know who's going to get the start. It still feels like the momentum is really going to be in the favor of Staub, but we'll see. I do think they want Caden Salter to still kind of get a lot of the action here. There's your lovely look at the hotel I'm in downtown. Look, this guy got paid.
No, go ahead and finish the song, man. Don't start the song and then stop it, man. Go ahead and keep singing, bro.
You're gonna have to pick it up. This is like bad karaoke. That's all I know is downtown. Didn't they sing that in Seinfeld? Look,
Petula Clark.
Here's the thing that's a little bit interesting is a couple of guys are getting paid. The one guy we're talking about possibly starting isn't. Does that factor in? I don't know. This is kind of this new era. I guess that is weird in the NIL era.
Yeah,
you got two guys making $1 million plus, and so does that? I mean, how do the boosters feel? I don't know where they get the money from it. I don't, but the bottom line is, I think you'd like to see the kid that you got transferred here to kind of get going. Because Caden Salter I feel like he's just got to calm himself down a little bit. He's dropping his eyes to the rush. It looks like a little bit. Keep your eyes up. Dial in your throwing motion. He's got a hell of an arm. He really does. That's the thing. It's matter of fact, he hasn't corralled the arm, I would say, in some points. So I do think it'll be Salter or Staub. Staub, I don't know. Look, man, it was fun to watch the other day. And he stepped into the pocket and made some good throws and got that thing going. But it's going to be interesting, guys. We do a pick'em segment in pregame. And so last week I picked Mississippi State to beat Arizona State. And you know what I strictly went off of? I'm not some college football guru. I just know when people from dry climate come to a climate like we just experienced out there, it's hot, it's humid, it's gross, and I don't think you love playing football. So I think the guys have got a little bit of a mental challenge this week.
Andy, just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalk where the neon signs are pretty. Forget all your troubles.
Is that a fancy room or what? Huh?
Forget all your cares. Downtown.
You like a good hotel lamp? Do you ever,
take it with
I've
you,
got
bro.
I've got.
Can you fit that on the plane, my man?
No, I can't. There's my one carry-on bag. It's pretty sweet. But it's like I got this sitting chair as if I'm some author and I'm going to bust out a pipe, pop on a light, read a good book.
Listen, hotel rooms always have a bunch of stuff I never use. Like, they got the pen and the pad there. Have you ever seen the pen and the pad?
I use it.
Like, do you really?
I do. I take notes.
Of course
I'm always every time I'm on the road in a hotel room, I'm calling a game. So like,
you should use it constantly.
I use the years ago. I swear to God, I was at the then Las Vegas Hilton, now the Westgate, and I asked for a different room so I could have a desk so I could work at a desk. They gave me a room, and I was just like, it doesn't have a desk.
Immediately they were like, nerd.
Exactly. But they gave me the room. Yeah.
By the way, my, lovely hotel art. You like
Andy? According to Yelp, by the way, you're looking for Bucks Wild, Gold Diggers Cabaret, the Pendulum Club, and number 1 in Houston, according to Yelp, Show Palace.
Show Palace.
So I had a few people come down here during a Bronco-Texans games that were a buddy of mine.
Yeah.
And they did go to one of those establishments. And when one of the entertainers came over, they'd sat down and not much was going on, but somebody in the group figured out, oh, no, the clock is running. The meter got hit just in this part, and they had to be like, nope. We're done. We're out. We'll go to just the main stage.
That's no fun.
The night game, which tomorrow night, Buffs in Houston, is a night game.
Like, I'm looking at the map that Krecker's on right now. Is that double-digit strip clubs in just downtown Houston?
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it's looking? Is that what that is?
It's substantial.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, there's 10 of them right there. Bam.
The night game has got a 4.2 rating out of 5 stars, 16 reviews. Sounds like it's pretty good, Andy.
Are you coming right back, Andy? Or are you staying in Houston tonight?
No, we stay over, and then we come
Game's
right
tomorrow.
after the game. I can't wait till
I keep thinking tonight is Friday. You're right. It's Thursday Night Football.
It's Thursday Night Football.
My bad.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess
host the watch party,
what do you think what's the earliest a strip club opens in Houston? Like, can you go at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Andy?
I'm assuming.
Listen,
like, is it? Nah, they don't open that early, do they?
Get the prime rib and eggs. Absolutely.
7 a.m. Who's working the 7 a.m. shift at the strip club?
Yeah, the C team.
You're not even trying to catch the 10 a.m. If that's a thing. I mean, how sad is the sad?
I assure you it is, okay?
Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man.
All right. Andy, have a great night in Houston, pal. We appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
All right, we'll talk to Andy tomorrow as well ahead of the Buffs and Houston. By the way, did you notice when Landman was on the show before, he said Staub is starting?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
Did he? I was
about to say, he probably just got it from,
I mean, he probably read it on ESPN the way the rest of the world did.
But I wonder if you're right. Did he have that CU Connect that he just knew it?
We'll take a break. When we come back, Nuggets sound you need to hear. Oh, man, we're getting closer. The basketball season is approaching. This one's going to get you geeked. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio. Two pieces of audio to hit and to hit quickly. Let's start with Aaron Gordon. Shout out to DNVR Nuggets for tweeting out this clip earlier today. Aaron Gordon doing a video for 361.
Yeah.
Bert, listen to AG talk about how he's feeling right now.
End of my game, we're all kind of starting to catch up and kind of even out my prime. So I feel like I'm the best I've ever been in basketball, and I feel like we're going to see another champion.
Body, mind, and game never been better. He's seeing another championship.
Oh, I like where your head's at, man. I'm assuming, if Aaron Gordon has a career season, then that's
a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, the things that can do for your Denver Nuggets would be amazing.
Here's a question for you. Who's going to be the third leading scorer on this team this year?
Cam? That's a good question.
Is it going to be Cam or is it going to be AG?
It's gonna go.
Cam averaged 19 a game last year.
Man, you know what the ideal scenario would be Jamal, Joker, AG, Cam, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like if Jamal averaged 30 a game this season, and Joker didn't have to do 30. Yeah,
he's not going to do that.
Man, you're bringing me down. We just started a conversation. You're already bringing me down.
It's not a negative thing that a guy that's like a 21-point-a-game scorer is not going to average 30. Like I don't think Jamal's ever going to average 30 in the league.
Joker going to what?
Joker
had a 30-point triple-double is what he averaged last year.
Yep.
He had a 61-point triple-double in the season last year.
Yep.
What is he going to do this year, man?
Ideally, a little less because he's playing fewer minutes.
Yes.
That's ideally less because the minutes are down.
Valanciunas to come in.
He had a career high in minutes last year. Let's kick that. If he played 38 a game last year. Let's make it 33.
Okay.
30. I think it was like 37.6. Let's get 33.
I'm down, man.
33 a game. Jamal's going to be a 21-6 guy. That's what he is.
Yeah, it's going to.
And by the way, that's not a bad thing. A 21-6 player in the NBA is special.
Yeah,
People have outrageous expectations for what they want him to be as a basketball player.
Yeah, I'm one of them. You know what I mean? Like, touch the final level, Jamal. Let's get there.
Thursday Night Football is next. Thanks again to Nate Landman. Thanks to everybody out here at number 38. For Jesse Trujillo and the promo crew. For Mark Bertinoli and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman and Mike Sanford. Hey, good night.